You are clearly the ruler of the human race Great Wilderness Imperial Court, but you are facing the crisis of the destruction of the court at the beginning. You have just been crowned emperor, and all the tribes of the 12 ancient regions have emerged from the 10,000 mountains, treating the human race as their food. Under the pressure of the ancient fierce tribes, the human tribes have some who resist to the death, some who remain neutral, and some who surrender to the ancient area tribes. The princess of the dynasty insisted on leading the court to join the heavenly tribe, ignoring the advice, and wielding the butcher knife against the human tribe. However, the system suddenly prompts that this woman and the host come from the same planet, with a mysterious strong residual soul inside her body. Interesting. While the Desolate Emperor was sizing up this cheap daughter, Shu Yuya was also sizing up her cheap father. Father, your son has caused trouble. I brought back the forbidden creature being hunted down by the 12 districts, the god-slaying beast. The royal family is ruthless. She experienced it deeply from the original owner's memories. It is of great importance, she had to say, because the 12 evil clans would never allow taboo creatures to grow up. In ancient times, the 3 major taboo creatures, the god-slaying beast, the sky-binding beast, and the sky-splitting beast, 3 taboo clans, each clan only had 2 creatures, killing a large number of them in the 12 district clans, almost wiping out the clans, which allowed the human race to take advantage of the situation. After speaking, she looked at Emperor Huang, only to find that this cheap father was not surprised or angry at all. A dignified face with sharp features and a hint of a smile hanging on it, replied nonchalantly, "Is that all? Has it acknowledged you as its master? Do you not worry about the 12 evil clans coming to your door?" Shu Yueyao blinked her beautiful eyes. The Desolate Emperor's cold eyes drooped slightly, and he replied in a low voice, "Don't mention just one god-slaying beast. Even if 3 of them have acknowledged you as their master, if those so-called savage tribes come to claim the beasts, we will make sure they never return." Shu Yueyao nodded solemnly, then seemed to remember something, and lowered her voice, saying, "I wonder if the Emperor Father has ever heard of Jiang Li's son. Eldest sister has been in close contact with him recently." The Emperor of the Wilderness said lightly, "What is this person's background?" Shu Yueyao smiled faintly. "To be honest, I greatly admire him. He cultivates both demonic and immortal techniques, practices a supreme demonic clan secret technique, possesses a strong physical body that can even rival the Dragon Clan. 1,000 years ago, he emerged out of nowhere, rose in the eastern region, made great strides forward, but also made numerous enemies, provoking the hatred of several dominant sects and top-tier clans who wanted to eliminate him. Faced with the pursuit of many dominant sects, top-tier clans, and even fierce tribes, he always manages to turn danger into safety, like an indestructible cockroach, harboring many secrets, truly having an incredibly tough fate." The Emperor of the Wilderness listened quietly and said, "This child does have some courage. If you have the opportunity, you can tell your elder sister that if one day Jiang leaves this child with no way out, she can come to the Emperor's city of the Great Wilderness. The so-called 12 clans, the human clan's hegemony, and the Taoist tradition are all not in his eyes." Returning to the residence in the 8th Heaven Palace, Shu Yueyao lay comfortably in the bath, soaking in spiritual fluid. At this time, a very attractive mature sister voice sounded in my mind, "Yao Yao, your father is not simple." How to say? Shu Yueyao immediately became spirited when she heard this. The depth is unfathomable. The ladylike, aloof, and captivating voice resounded leisurely. "Really? Is it that powerful? How does it compare to those strong individuals from the district tribes?" Shu Yueyao's beautiful eyes lit up. From the tip of the iceberg he has shown, there are basically no living beings in this world that can threaten him. The voice of the aloof lady highly praised the wild emperor. Shu Yueyao smiled and said, "Being praised so highly by you, Xian Nu, it's no wonder he doesn't care about the 12 evil clans at all. But in my opinion, it will be very difficult for him to dominate the 12 district clans. These clans all have significant backgrounds. Practice well and soon achieve perfection in your Iceflame Heavenly Phoenix body." Above the court, seeing no one presenting a memorial, the Desolate Emperor spoke in a low voice, "I have already understood quite a bit about the situation of the human race. I wonder how all of you ministers view the savage tribes." After a moment of silence on the scene, a second-grade heavenly official stepped forward, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this humble official advocates for war. How can our human race be afraid of their fierce tribe?" "I second the motion." Immediately, many heavenly officials and military generals stepped forward to second the motion. "I also advocate for war." Minister Lin also stood up. Marshal Cui also stepped forward. The Emperor of the Wilderness lightly tapped the dragon's head with his long 5 fingers and said softly, "Are there any objections?" "Your Majesty, all the hegemonic lineages are silent. If we go to war, I'm afraid we will be wiped out by the Xiufu clan in an instant. The great Qianqian court from 4,000 years ago is the best example. The Minister of Revenues stood up and said solemnly, "What does Minister Jiang think when he doesn't fight?" The Emperor of the Wilderness lowered his eyes, staring at him expressionlessly. Minister Jiang respectfully said, "Reporting to your Majesty, the head of the human race, the Tianji Pavilion, is silent. If we declare war on the Xiong clan, he will be the first to step forward. My suggestion is to remain silent. If I were to lead the battle?" The tone of the Wild Emperor was calm, with a smile that was not a smile. "If your Majesty chooses to go to war, we will prepare for battle and fight against the evil clan until the bitter end, even if it means becoming the next great Qian immortal court." Minister John's expression was solemn, his words respectful, but there was a hint of ambiguity in his tone. The ruthless emperor said, "Cowards before the battle. Where are the imperial guards? Drag them out and execute them. Anyone who pleads for mercy will be executed for the same crime." Minister Jiang was greatly shocked in his heart, angrily saying, "Your Majesty, this humble official is only speaking the truth, and you want to execute this humble official. You are too overbearing, being so arbitrary. Aren't you afraid of following in the footsteps of the great Qian immortal court? Foolish ruler, just based on your words, the Jiang family doesn't need to exist anymore." Master Lin stepped forward, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, since the decision has been made to go to war with the evil clan, how should we proceed with this battle? What good plan does Master Lin have?" "I think that the blood clans that have been ravaging the 36 states of the Great Wilderness should be expelled first, suppressed with the momentum of thunder, and this will be the first battle against the evil clans." "We concur," the courtiers responded in unison, not daring to disagree. Even if there are objections, they do not dare to speak out. "The slightest carelessness, I am afraid that will follow the dust of Jiang Shangshu." "In that case, let's follow Eunuch Lin's advice." Emperor Desolate's face was cold as he said, "After the pilgrimage, the council should quickly summon the imperial city cultivators and issue a bounty, and those who behead the fierce race will be awarded for their war service. Also summon the 36 state war kings to immediately gather all state Taoists and loose cultivators to assemble and expel the blood god race. In the meantime, the 30 million great desolate army of Imperial City are all under the command of Marshal Cui. After the pilgrimage is over, I will send an edict to the Chuanxian Hall, the Emperor's Holy Land, to support you all." The Fifth Heavens Group Immortal Hall had thousands of powerhouses at the True Lord realm. For the Emperor Holy Land, there were close to 40 great emperors. These two are the pillars and peak fighting force of the great desolate imperial dynasty. Zhenkuan realm divisions: refined body, chakra, Yuanfu, Big Dipper, Venerable, Nirvana, True Monarch, Great Emperor, and Supreme Great Emperor. Great emperors generally rarely showed their faces, and as long as their cultivation reached True Lord, they could basically walk horizontally in the Zhenkuan realm. "I am obliged." The head of the Council of Government, Imperial Master Lin, and the commander of the 30 million Great Desolate Army, Shui Wu, stepped out and answered with a solemn expression. The Desolate Emperor nodded slightly. "Do you all have any objections to this decision of mine?" "No one's talking." The Desolate Emperor said lightly, "Since there are no objections, if you have any other matters, then go ahead." Upon hearing this, the Minister of Rights stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the higher upper ancient spirit realm corresponding to the exalted and nirvana realms will soon open. For this advanced upper ancient spiritual realm quota competition conference, how many quotas do you intend to take out and distribute?" There was an ancient spirit realm in the Qiankuan realm that had been knocked out of its vastness, and it was rumored that it was even older than the Qiankuan realm. It was divided into 4 realm spaces: low level, intermediate level, high level, and final level. In the lower spirit realms, the only way to enter is through the refined body and the chakra. The only intermediate spirit realms that can be entered are Yuanfu and Cave Heaven. The only people who can enter the higher spiritual realm are the honored ones and nirvana. The ultimate spirit realm is only accessible to true lords, great emperors, and supreme emperors. Each spirit world space contained many ancient inheritances and heavenly treasures that were not visible in the Qiankuan realm. Low level opens once in 1,000 years. Intermediate opens once every 3,000 years. Advanced opens once in 5,000 years. The ultimate, on the other hand, had no opening restrictions, and as long as one was a true lord or above, one could enter no matter what time of day it was. The 4 old ancestors of the Chu clan were all in the ultimate spirit realm space at this time, as well as quite a few great emperors were cultivating inside. This was because there were quite a few cavernous blessed lands that contained rich immortal substances within, and that was a true holy land for cultivation. However, no matter which level of spirit world space, only the human race can enter through the bloodline resonance spirit world pillar, and if the fierce race and demon race want to enter, they can only do so through the channels on the human side. The spirit world pillars also have grades, and the higher the grade of the spirit world pillar, the more cultivators can be sent in. The Great Desolate Imperial, the advanced ancient spiritual realm space would open in less than 4 months, and there were already quite a few Dao lineages in the 36 states of the Great Desolate on their way to the Great Desolate Imperial City. By order of the humble minister. The Minister of Rights bowed and returned to his position. Every time there was a battle for a place in the ancient spirit realm, he, the Ministry of Ceremony, was the one who set it up. Report. At this time, a forbidden soldier outside the temple entered with hurried steps, kneeled down on one knee in front of the temple, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the messenger of the blood race seeks an audience." When the courtiers heard this, their eyes were slightly frozen. Interesting. Shen. The Desolate Emperor revealed a touch of playfulness as he slowly said, "As you command." The kneeling forbidden soldiers led the order and immediately exited the imperial palace with quick steps. In a matter of moments, a red figure sped in from outside the hall like a swift wind. The visitor was clad in a scarlet avatar hand of the imprisoned sky. The blood-robed visitor in the air snorted coldly, merely waving his big sleeve, not exerting any divine ability, and the great emperor's greatness erupted with a roar. Not only did it strongly wear out Marshal Chui's heavenly prisoner's hand, the power was even more violent and ferocious, as if it would not stop until Marshal Chui was killed. On your knees. At that exact moment, a majestic and furious shout suddenly exploded. Boom! Following that, a terrifying pressure that contained the power of at least 20 laws and caused all the gods and devils in the heavens to tremble came crashing down. Under this pressure, the blood-robed old man was horrified and his body involuntarily fell to the ground, being crushed hard. At the same time, the power that was about to obliterate Marshal Chui Yuan was also rubbed out raw. You. It just so happens that there's a shortage of fierce race heads. You've come at the right time. The Desolate Emperor towered over him, his eyes opening and closing as if he were looking at a dead man. No, if you dare to kill me, the great Qian Immortal Court is your downfall. The blood-robed old man forced down the fear within his heart and shouted sternly. How dare you threaten me at the end of your life? That's quite courageous. Desolate Emperor's eyes were slightly cold, and when he gently raised his hand, the blood-robed old man's entire body was grabbed by him through the air, and along with the latter's mournful scream, his entire body burned up with a black flame that looked like it came from the abyss. Under the burning of this black flames, the latter was left with a head in the blink of an eye, with his Yuanshan imprisoned inside, hanging in the air and continuously screaming miserably. Aha! Desolate Emperor, you're asking for your own death. Your end will definitely be even more miserable than the great Qian Immortal Court. A small cluster of black flames filled his skull, burning his Yuanshan, leaving him begging for life and death. Men, hang this head in the Imperial City Square. The majesty of the great wilderness cannot be violated. If there are offenders, this is what will happen. The blood-robed old man's threat was a joke in front of the Desolate Emperor. The two forbidden soldiers entered broadly and took the blood-robed old man's head and left. Chui Aiching, I see your realm is stuck in the quasi-imperial for a long time. This elixir is rewarded to you. After taking it can make your realm reach the great emperor. The Desolate Emperor lowered his eyes and snapped his fingers to shoot an extreme Emperor Dan towards the latter. Not only could this Dan allow Chui Wu's realm to reach quasi-emperor straight away, but when he was a great emperor perfected, it would also allow him to have a 70% to 80% probability of comprehending the power of 3 or 4 laws, thus achieving the status of supreme great emperor. Your Majesty's heavenly grace is immense, and even if I had 1,000 words, I would not be able to express the gratitude in my heart. Chui Wu looked at the pill with the extreme symbols flowing in front of him, and he fell to one knee on the ground and bowed deeply. The Desolate Emperor nodded slightly. Today's pilgrimage ends here. All matters of the crusade against the Blood Clan can be discussed with Elder Master Lin. With those words, he got up and left from the backstage. Greetings, Your Majesty. The courtiers kneeled and then exited the imperial palace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the right decision, rewarded with 1 advanced draw. The Desolate Emperor had just returned to the imperial study, when the system's beep suddenly sounded. Do you get the number of draws for making the right decision? Thousands of teams of silver-armored heavenly soldiers descended with great fanfare, and wherever they passed, crowds gathered to watch under the wall of announcements plastered with the council's notice. The content is simple. The ferocious race is rampant, brutal, and unkind, treating the human race as blood, food, and slaves. How can the great human race allow them to act wildly? Today, at the court meeting, His Majesty, the Desolate Emperor, has made a strong argument for zero tolerance for the atrocities of the fierce race, and hereby notifies the world of this. Starting today, anyone who kills the fierce race will be awarded war merit. If you are interested in fighting for the human race, please go to the council chambers of the cities, counties, and prefectures to learn more about the details and to receive a war merit token. The war merit earned can be exchanged for items in the war merit hall in the center of the imperial city, the more the merrier. On the other hand, there was a blood race disrupting the court meeting in the morning court today, which has been suppressed by His Majesty, with their heads removed and hung above the central square of the imperial city. The content of the above notice, coming out during this period, was like a huge stone being thrown into a lake, a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, and the cultivators of the entire imperial city were all abuzz. It's coming, His Majesty has finally struck. Ha ha! This boldness of His Majesty the Desolate Emperor, I call it the best of the human race. Who says it isn't? There are so many hegemonic Daos, only our great desolate court dares to stand up and challenge the fierce race. I'll do my part for the court and the human race no matter what I say. Let's go in the House of Counselors. Let's go. No matter how powerful the fierce race is, making me submit without a fight is absolutely impossible. Countless cultivators were excited and greeted their good brothers and other groups of 3 or 2 to head to the nearest council house to learn about the situation and receive war merit tokens. The great human race, under the slaughter of the fierce race, countless cultivators and Taoism, really just lacks a leading brother. Now that the great desolate imperial dynasty was being this big brother, there were instantly countless cultivators responding. On this day, within the entire imperial city, the council chambers of each city, county, and prefecture were overcrowded, with an unknown number of people surrounding them in 3 layers. In the central plaza, the head of the old man of the blood race was hung high up here, and the plaza that could hold hundreds or tens of millions of people was crowded with cultivators watching. Finally, there's an overlord Dao that dares to challenge the fierce race, and it's still the great desolate court on Sister Shuiyao's back. Big brother will definitely be very happy to know about this. In the crowd of the square, a little fat man wearing the attire of a core disciple of the first grade Dao system Tianlong sect had his fists clenched and was filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to take out a summoning jade slip and activate it. Big brother, where are you? There's a good news to tell you. A moment later, a magnetic voice rang in little Fatty's ears. Fatty, I'm currently in the eastern region's demon clan territory, 10,000 Demon Mountain. What's the good news? Huh? When did you get over to the demon race, big brother? Little Fatty said in shock. Jiang Li sighed. There's no way. The other day I beheaded the Wind Clan's contemporary sealed saint's son, just arrived at the demon clan side. First hide for a while, will be closed to the Nirvana realm and then come out. Isn't Sister Shuiyao with you? Little Fatty said, the good news I'm going to say is that the great desolate court behind Sister Shuiyao has come forward to go to war with the fierce race. Big brother, if you really have no way out, it's definitely right to come here. Is there finally a hegemonic Dao system that dares to stand up against the fierce race? It's indeed a piece of good news. Jiang Li's voice was also a bit surprised as he said, Shuiyao isn't with me. She should currently be on her way back to the great desolate imperial city with Shao Chang. I, Little Sparrow, Black Tiger and Old Ox and the others can only go to the 10,000 Demons Mountain to hide. When the Nirvana realm is only half a foot away from the door, at that time, if the great desolate imperial city can tolerate me, I will bring Little Sparrow, Black Tiger and Old Ox and the others to you, and then I will enter the advanced ancient spirit realm by the way. Okay, big brother, you be careful. When the time comes, I'll have Sister Shuiyao probe her father. Little Fatty heatedly laughed. Chapter 9-3 First Grade Taoist Systems, Disciples Breaking into the Tower. The great desolate imperial city, covering a vast area, with a disjointed internal Dao system, there are 3 first-rate Dao systems constructed here, namely, the Heavenly Dragon Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Now, when Little Fatty returned, 2 people immediately greeted him, both wearing core disciple attire. Little Fatty inquired, I heard that His Majesty is going to give us a creation, Senior Brother Lu, Senior Sister Lang. Do you know what kind of creation? The visitors were a man and a woman. The man was suave and the woman was cold and stunning. The 3 of them, who used to come from the same clan, were on very good terms. However, the 4th grade clan they were in before had already been destroyed. Not quite sure, the sect master summoned it very suddenly. The 2 shook their heads, also expressing curiosity. That's weird. Fatty muttered. Whoosh! At that moment, a white-robed Confucian middle-aged man stepped into the air, with a cultivation at the level of a great emperor. See you, sect master. When the disciples saw this, they bowed and saluted. The Heavenly Dragon sect master looked at the disciples who were all filled with confusion and smiled. I'm sure you're all curious about what kind of creation His Majesty has prepared for you. To be honest, this seat doesn't know either. Only let us lead all disciples of the sect below the Nirvana realm to gather at the 9th heavenly palace, let's go. After saying that, the heavenly dragon sect master flicked his big sleeve and performed the dry heaven in the sleeve aptitude, enveloping all the disciples present and heading straight to the heavenly palace hanging on the top of the dome of the sky. Not only the heavenly dragon sect, but the clan masters and sect masters of the Nangong family and the heavenly sword sect also led their most contacted disciples to descend outside of the heavenly palace's great desolate heavenly gate. The commander of the heavenly palace's forbidden army Wu Krak had been waiting for them here, and seeing that they had all arrived, he said blandly, "Gentlemen, please follow me." After speaking, he led them to board the teleportation array that led directly to the 9 heavens palace. With a flash of light, the crowd appeared on the teleportation array in the 9th heaven. In the 9th heaven, the clouds vaporized like smoke, and the grand and magnificent palace clusters were staggered and stretched horizontally and horizontally. Either towering into the clouds, or majestic, or delicate and chic, the immortal light is beautiful. Being here is like standing on top of a cloud. As far as the eye could see, it was white. All the buildings seemed to stand on top of the clouds. Especially that great desolate Emperor Hall, on which hundreds of thousands of years of chi fortune shrouded it, transforming into a sea of stars sinking and floating. The richness of the aura was simply visible to the naked eye. The people present, almost all of them came here for the first time, this kind of dreamlike environment, looking at their eyes are straight, really like the legendary heavenly court. "Gentlemen, this way." Wu Lai greeted him and headed straight to the west. "Go!" With a flick of their sleeves, the 3 lords, the heavenly dragon sect master, the Nangong clan master, and the heavenly sword sect master, led their disciples to follow. Not long after, a huge tower with up to 100 floors, all gray and white in color, and magnificent in the extreme appeared in front. Inside the tower, it seemed that someone was breaking through the levels and had already reached 36. Every time she broke through a level, on the towering stone monument next to the tower door, the number of levels in her name would change. At the very top of the towering stone monument, a line of conspicuously large letters was displayed: Great Desolate Immortal Tower Breakthrough Ranking. Below, a name is displayed. Shu Yueyao, 36 levels. The original master was only focused on cultivation and did not have many heirs, only 4, and currently only Chu Yueyao was at home. The Grand Princess Chu Shueyao, the Grand Imperial Prince Chu Bei, and the Second Imperial Prince Chu Beixian were all out practicing. What is this tower? Is that the second princess and they're breaking in? After descending to this place, the disciples of the 3 great Taoist unification, their gazes fell on top of that huge stone monument, their faces filled with curiosity. In front of the tower, Qin Shuo waited. "Greetings to Chief Administrator Qin. I wonder what His Majesty has summoned us here for." The Heavenly Dragon Sect Master, Heavenly Sword Sect Master, and Nangong Clan Master stepped forward and bowed to Qin Shuo inquiringly. This tower is called the Great Desolate Immortal Tower, which His Majesty obtained from a party of void turbulence. There are a total of 100 floors, and as long as one can break through to the 49th floor, one will receive a lifelong baptism in the Immortal Tao, and if one can break through to the 99th floor, the Immortal Pagoda will create a set of immortal ranked legacies tailored to the person who breaks through. This tower, only those under the Nirvana realm can break into it. The realms are different, and the trial environments encountered when entering each level of the Immortal Tower are different, and if one encounters a death crisis, they will automatically be teleported out. Qin Shuo said, "After the disciples under you have broken through the barrier, it will be time for the Imperial Court's millions of heavenly soldiers." Immortal heritage? Qin Shuo's words shocked everyone present. The disciples of the 3 great Taoist unities all had fervor in their eyes, their gazes burning as they stared at the tower door. As we all know, the highest inheritance in the Qiankuan realm is only the quasi-immortal scriptures, which are the treasure of all the major hegemonic Tao lineages, and will never be easily spread out. In other words, as long as one could break through the 99 levels, one would be able to obtain a set of immortal inheritance. At the thought of it, a fiery heart of those present was about to be set ablaze. "Senior, doesn't the Great Desolate Immortal Tower have 100 floors? Why can you only break through to the 99th floor, and what can you obtain if you can break through to the 100th floor?" At this time, on the side of the Nangong family's camp, a woman with a stunning face and a purple dress that covered her body, noble and not to be blasphemed, inquired in a low voice. At the sound, the others pricked up their ears. Qin Shuo smiled faintly and said, "The 100th floor has greater chances, but it is very dangerous, and you will not be teleported out if you encounter a death crisis inside. If you have the ability to break through to the 99th floor, I advise you not to take the risk." "Oh. Thank you, Senior, for answering." Nangong Yefei made a bow of thanks. Qin Shuo laughed, alright, seeing as you all are foolish enough to want to go in and break in, go ahead. The Great Desolate Immortal Tower opens once every 3 years for your 3 great Tao unities. Thank you, Senior, we will break into the tower. Many people couldn't hold back and moved to rush into the first layer of the tower door. However, little Fatty didn't rush in the first time, but took out the voice transmission jade slip to leave a message for Jiang Li, informing him of the situation here, telling him not to break through to Nirvana first, and how he had to come to make a breakthrough. Only after the summoning was done did he rush towards the Great Desolate Immortal Tower. In a short moment, Shu Yueyao had already broken through to the 37th level, breaking through at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 10, Huang Wuji. Grand Princess Chu Shueyao in distress. Soon, outside the Great Desolate Immortal Tower, only the Heavenly Dragon Sect Master, Heavenly Sword Sect Master, and Nangong Clan Master remained. The Heavenly Sword Sect Master was a valiant woman, dressed in a white dress, her body was tall and graceful, her green silk was tied back, and a delicate melon face never smiled, giving people a very serious feeling. The Heavenly Dragon Sect Master, on the other hand, was chatting idly with the Nangong Clan Master about how many of his own disciples had managed to break through to the 49 levels. Soon, name after name appeared on the stone tablet. Their gazes also fell on the stone tablets, paying close attention to the names of the disciples they favored. Rumble. Suddenly at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly revived in the depths of the 5th Heavens Group Immortal Hall. Aha! The 3 sensed the aura and their divine sense extended down. A peak true lord was seen rushing up into the sky, his expression cold and murderous as he tore through the void and went far away. What condition? When the 3 of them saw this, they were all slightly stunned. What could have startled Emperor Wuji, the first true lord of the Chuanshan Hall? Qin Shua frowned slightly and said, the eldest princess was in distress and just crushed a small movement talisman. Once a small movement talisman or a large movement talisman from the imperial court was crushed, the news could all be sent back to the imperial court's Kunxian Hall, as well as the emperor's holy land in the first instance. The moment the small transfer talisman was crushed, it would also transmit a section of the scene over their back. When they learned what kind of powerful person was chasing after an important figure of the imperial court, the Chuanshan Hall or the imperial sacred ground would immediately send out powerful people to follow the movement talisman to the ground. If space is blocked, the message can get back. The really important characters not only have a small transfer talisman on their body, there are also adamantine talismans. After crushing will get a adamantine circle to protect their body, or can withstand True Lord, or can withstand the Great Emperor attack. Well, whoever dares to ambush the eldest princess has really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. The 3 people's faces changed slightly. Qin Shua's face was gloomy. It's not clear, we'll know when Huang Wuji returns. In the central state, about 300,000 miles away from the Great Desolate Imperial City, high above Mount Mangdang, an impenetrable golden light curtain enveloped the 2 women. In front of this golden shroud of light, there were 7 true lord-level powerhouses standing in the air. Win Clan, you guys are really despicable and shameless. In order to deal with a tiny little girl in the Big Dipper realm, you even send out 7 true lords. Do you even have no face? Within the golden curtain of light, that stunning woman with purple hair to her waist and a purple dress covering her body, coldly looked at the 7 true lords outside and spoke through gritted teeth. This woman was none other than the Boom Boom. The heavens and earth were in turmoil, and the Mangdang Mountain, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, collapsed under the sweep of this kind of energy storm, and one mountain was razed to the ground. Sister Shueyao, the light shield won't last much longer, you go. The yellow-skirted woman behind Shu Shueyao, Zhang Evening Qing, bit her jade lips and said, the person they want is me. Shu Shuyao's beautiful eyes glared, what nonsense, I promised Jiang Li to take care of you and keep you safe, how can I leave you? Click. Under the bombardment of the 7 true lords joining hands to perform the strongest treasure art, the golden light curtain already had cracks extending, dimly seeming like it could shatter at any time. Buzz. Just as that golden light shield was about to shatter, this blocked space was violently broken open by an extremely strong force. The void then cracked open, and from it came out an upright and magnificent figure with imperial robes covering his body, black hair draped over his shoulders, eyes like electricity, and a domineering and incomparable figure. Emperor Wuji? Seeing who was coming, the pupils of the Win clan's group of true lords contracted, and then they scattered and fled without saying a word. That was Huang Wuji, an existence that was invincible at the realm of true lords, and a quasi-emperor that had killed several, and could fight against great emperors. Moreover, it was the only remaining bloodline of the Great Qian Immortal Court that joined the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty in 1,000 years. Dare to hunt the princess of our dynasty, leave your dog's life behind. After saying that, he took a step out, like a round of divine sun across the sky, and caught up with a wind-raced true lord, and in the latter's fierce resistance, he slapped it into a mass of blood mist, and then turned around and leisurely pursued the next one, still slapping. Strong, invincible, unstoppable. Phew! Xu Shuiyao looked at the killing spree of Huang Wuji, long sigh of relief. The lord's fierce name, she is also like a thunderclap. Great emperor not out who see him have to lower eyebrows. The same realm can compete with him, afraid that only the ferocious clan out of the living beings. Ah! Huang Wuji, the Wind Clan will not let you go. Come on, I'll be waiting. Moments later, accompanied by Feng Yao's mournful screams ringing out in the distant air, the 7 true lords of the Wind Clan's line were all killed by Huang Wuji. After destroying Feng Yao, Huang Wuji folded back and glanced at Xu Shuiyao and Jiang Li and said silently, "Let's go." After saying that, the true lord-level greatness wrapped around them and tore through the void to leave. A few moments later, he returned to the 5th heaven of the great desolate heavenly palace. Huang Wuji ignored them and walked back to his own temple, about to close the door and prepare for a closed-door impact on the great emperor. But right at this moment, Desolate Emperor's magnetic and majestic voice rang in his ears, "Bring Shui Yao and the little girl beside her and come to the stargazing platform." At the sound of the voice, Huang Wuji's figure stopped, and without saying a word, he separated his power to wrap Xu Shuiyao and Jiang Li's 2 girls and disappeared in place. Ask for some free swag. Thanks for the support. Chapter 11 3-Eye General. The Desolate Emperor's hid. Jiang Li, who followed behind, did not dare to be slow, only to see that she slightly lowered her head, bowed to the figure that exuded a strong sense of oppression, and said softly, "My daughter Jiang Li, see your majesty." The words are all about humility and awe. As for Xu Shuiyao, who was standing at the side, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. This was the first time she had come to this world and seen this cheap father of hers so close. Although it was only a back shadow, it made Xu Shuiyao feel a powerful sense of oppression that was as insurmountable as facing a lofty mountain. At that exact moment, the Desolate Emperor, who had originally turned his back to the crowd, slowly turned around. Its deep eye light fell on Xu Shuiyao. In an instant, an indescribable feeling surged to her heart, causing Xu Shuiyao to shudder. At the same time, a system beep suddenly sounded in Emperor Desolate's mind. The target character, your daughter Xu Shuiyao, is also a traveler, and her body also contains a mysterious Linglong pagoda. The Desolate Emperor nodded slightly, his face calm as he asked softly, "Who exactly did you encounter chasing after you on the road?" Reporting back to Father Emperor, "It was the Wind Clan that did this." Xu Shuiyao fixed her mind and hurriedly replied. Surveying this cheap father in front of her, Xu Shuiyao was surprised. It was not at all the same as what the original owner remembered. It looked as if he was in the same age group as her. Upon hearing this, the originally calm and watery eyes of the Desolate Emperor instantly flashed with a hint of cold light, and he said coldly under his breath, "Wind Clan, truly bold and daring." Before the words left his mouth, he only lightly opened his lips and slowly spat out 2 words, "3 eyes." In an instant, the originally empty field was suddenly flooded with a spatial fluctuation, followed by a figure appearing in front of the crowd without warning. The visitor's figure was erect and sturdy, and his body emitted a palpitatingly powerful aura, as if he was untouchable like a lofty mountain. This person was wearing a set of gorgeous red and black battle armor, with a sharp battle sword flashing with bloodlight hanging at his waist. He was more than 1.9 meters in height, and his tough and cold face was covered with a murderous aura, especially the red and black vertical eye that was tightly closed between his eyebrows, which added a mysterious and terrifying aura to the whole person. From the pressure emanating from his body, it could be judged that this person was in the profound cultivation of the Supreme Emperor realm, and had already comprehended at least 10 entire laws. His strength could be described as unfathomable. Only to see this 3-eyed general kneeling on one knee, clasping his hands and bowing to the Desolate Emperor, he respectfully said, "The last general is here." Desolate Emperor's expression was as cold as ice, commanding without the slightest bit of emotion, immediately set off to the Wind Clan, ordering them to hand over all the relevant personnel involved in the pursuit of Shui Yao. "If there is any resistance, I will allow you to dispose of them at your sole discretion, regardless of life or death." "As you wish." The 3-eyed general answered without hesitation and immediately stood up. Raising his hand and grabbing it, he directly tore apart the void in front of him, and then, with a flash of his figure, he disappeared into it, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a gradually closing spatial crack to prove that he had once come to this place. Xu Shuiyao's beautiful eyes that were as clear and moving as autumn water blinked gently, her heart secretly astonished. Is this cheap father of his so overbearing? Without even asking about the ins and outs of the matter, he forcefully tried to kill the Wind Clan to get an explanation. Jiang Li, who stood beside her, was similarly jaw-dropped and filled with astonishment. After all, the Wind Clan wasn't a small player, and it was the same hegemonic Tao dynasty as the Great Desolate Imperial dynasty. However, in the eyes of the Lord of the Great Desolate in front of him, it seems that the Wind Clan is nothing more than a small, insignificant force that can be manipulated at will. At this time, only to hear Huang Wuji's voice loud and clear, "Your Majesty is wise. The majesty of my great wilderness is inviolable, and any offender will be punished for offending even though they are far away. If my subordinate had already achieved the position of Supreme Emperor, I would have long ago personally traveled to the Wind Clan to demand an explanation." Since committing to the Great Desolate Court, this was the first time Huang Wuji had the honor of seeing the true face of the Desolate Emperor. Previously, he knew very little about this Great Desolate Lord. However, just this short encounter today had completely changed his view of Desolate Emperor and deeply impressed him. He couldn't help but secretly ponder in the bottom of his heart, it really is true to its name. No wonder his sister fell in love with such a man, just for this domineering spirit of looking down on the world and being the only one who respects me. How many people in the world can be compared to him? The Great Qian Immortal Court Empress back then was none other than Huang Wuji's biological sister. When the Great Qian Immortal Court suffered a shocking change and collapsed, Huang Wuji went on a trip, and only then did he manage to escape the disaster. To come back and see nothing but a ruin with no end in sight made him mad with hate. After making a heck of a name for herself, the reason why she joined the Great Desolate Court was precisely because of her sister's relationship with the Desolate Emperor. The Desolate Emperor slightly side-eyed, his deep sea-like eyes falling on Huang Wuji. The corners of his mouth gently rose, revealing a faint smile as he slowly said, "This nature of yours is really exactly like your sister's. It's just a pity that I was in the middle of my death retreat back then, and was unable to help in time. If I had been there at that time, I would have definitely gone all out and never left half of my strength behind." Hearing these words, Huang Wuji's already somewhat bleak complexion became gloomy as he lowered his head and said in a low and slightly mournful voice, "Your Majesty is not to be blamed for this matter. Truth be told, the reason why my subordinate chose to join the Great Desolate Court in the first place was actually selfish. I've always thought that I hoped to be able to utilize Your Majesty's power to avenge my Great Qian Immortal Court, which has already been annihilated." Speaking here, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashed with fiery light, gazing at the Desolate Emperor, slowly said, "Now look, I finally bet right. Your Majesty, your vigor is huge, the great human race cannot find one. However, I don't know, Your Majesty, after achieving the position of Supreme Emperor, how many laws have you comprehended?" Obviously, Huang Wuji's heart was filled with curiosity and inquisitiveness regarding the strength of the Desolate Emperor. After all, prana does not mean strength. If their own strength is not strong enough to fight against those ferocious races is to seek their own death. However, with Huang Wuji's understanding of the Desolate Emperor, he didn't think that this majestic emperor would be the type of fool to act impulsively in a hot-headed manner. Therefore, since the Desolate Emperor dared to openly provoke the fierce race, he must have possessed a strength strong enough to fight against the 12 fierce races as his backbone. Even Chu Shuiyao and Jiang Eveningcheng, who were both on the side, were similarly aroused with curiosity as they coincidentally perked up their ears and listened intently to Desolate Emperor's next reply, as if they were afraid of missing a single word. The Desolate Emperor looked at their expectant eyes and said in a faint voice, "Let's put it this way. Even the ancient emperors would have to bow their heads in front of me. Even the strongest batch of supreme emperors of the 12 fierce races can't make any waves in front of me." Listening to such hegemonic and thorough words from the Desolate Emperor, Huang Wuji's eyes burst with a brilliant aura, without any half-questioning, and said, "I didn't expect Your Majesty to have come this far, and for the blood feud of the Great Qian Immortal Court, my subordinates will all rely on Your Majesty." The Desolate Emperor patted his shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Since you chose the Great Desolate Court, I will naturally not disappoint you. On the other hand, even if you never joined the Great Desolate Court, I will still avenge the Great Qian Immortal Court. Your Majesty's great kindness is something that my subordinate will never forget. My subordinate here first thanks Your Majesty on behalf of my over-sister and the billions of spirits of the Immortal Court." At the end of his words, Huang Wuji, who had always been arrogant and never bowed his head, knelt down in front of the Desolate Emperor. "Aha! This day won't be long." The Desolate Emperor gestured for him to get up, then took out an Extreme Emperor pill and placed it into his hands. "This pill will enable you to lay a solid foundation for your future impacts on the great emperors and supreme emperors." This was the brother of the original owner's former friend, and with great potential, he also chose to join the Great Desolate Court, so the Desolate Emperor naturally wouldn't be stingy. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the dan." Huang Wuji didn't refuse and gladly collected the pills in his hands before excusing himself and leaving for seclusion. After Huang Wuji left, Chu Shuiyao said in a low voice, "Father Emperor, my son has heard that there is a forbidden living creature beside second sister. I wonder if this matter is true or not." The Desolate Emperor lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. What, has the outside world spread the word? No wonder that little ninny came to talk to me last night and said that she had caused great trouble in the heavens. After the trip to Divine Island was over, it had long been rumored that she had obtained a forbidden living spirit egg on Divine Island and hatched a divine slayer beast. It's all counted as a great fortune for her to be able to come back alive this time. Xu Shuiyao laughed bitterly. There is no obstacle. I would like to see who dares to come here to make trouble. As he spoke, the Desolate Emperor's gaze fell on the delicate and moving Jiang Li and said lightly, "Little girl, I heard that there is also a forbidden living creature by your brother's side. If the pressure is too great, you can come to the great desolate imperial city and I will protect him." "Thank you for your majesty's kindness. But that forbidden being is not currently by my brother's side." Jiang Li respectfully returned. "Just speak to him, come or not as he pleases, I'm not interested in what he has on him." Desolate Emperor's deep eyes gazed into the distance and said in a faint voice, "I have deduced a hexagram. The great calamity of this era will strike in less than 100 years, and your brother and the 3 Godslayer beasts will have no chance to grow up. The 12 fierce races are about to come out on a large scale. Does Father Emperor have the confidence to pacify this era?" Xu Shuyao asked with a slight flash of her beautiful eyes. "In this hexagram that I have deduced, there will be a variable other than the fierce race that will appear, and this variable I cannot deduce." "Well, let's not talk about it, you guys go down and rest," the Desolate Emperor said, and his figure disappeared in place. With regards to the deduction method, his Heavenly Emperor technique of creation was so deeply involved that even the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, which was famous for deducing heavenly chances, was far inferior in front of him. They might be able to deduce that the fierce race cataclysm would come in less than 100 years, but they definitely couldn't deduce the variables involved. Chapter 12, Sweeping the Blood Clan. Taking control of the 10,000 Demon Mountain. Time rushes by, half a month in a flash. 3 days ago, the Court of the Great Wilderness officially pulled off a major purge of the Blood Clan who were in the 36 states of the Great Wilderness. The 30 million Great Desolate Army poured out, and under the coordination of the 36 state war kings, they called upon all of the 36 states' Dao lineages to slaughter the millions of blood clans that were within the Great Desolate's borders. During that time, a few battles at the level of Great Emperors erupted, but it was the Great Desolate Court side that overwhelmed the Blood race. In addition, the Blood Clan had even sent out a Supreme Emperor and hundreds of true lords to try to guide his clan out of the 36 states of the Great Desolate. But unfortunately, it was miserably blocked by the Three-Eyed General with 3,000 demon gods, and finally ended up with a total defeat. In less than half a month, not a single Blood Clan could be seen within the 36 states of the Great Desolate anymore. The battle came to an end, and the name of the Three-Eyed General shook the eastern region. His first strike was to suppress the 3 Wind Clan ancestors, beating them to their knees and apologizing. The second time he struck, he forcefully killed a Supreme Emperor of the Blood God Clan who had comprehended the 4 laws. Once these 2 battles were publicized, the name of the Three-Eyed General became almost unknown. At the same time, the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty's strong strike against the Blood race, one of the 12 ferocious races of the swastika, uplifted countless human cultivators. And at the same time, the Yin-Yang Holy Land, which was also the hegemonic Dao lineage of the Eastern Domain, made a high-profile statement that if the 12 fierce races of the ancient swastika still dared to massacre the human race on the land under his administration, they would also strike at any cost. But he was not the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty. Just less than 3 days after making a high-profile statement, the Rakshasa clan that resided on Rakshasa Island in the Eastern Domain walked out with a Supreme Emperor and nearly wiped out the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Fortunately, a strong person from the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty arrived and forcefully killed off that Rakshasa race Supreme Emperor. Just after people felt that it was the Three-Eyed General who had helped the Yin-Yang Holy Land, the Yin-Yang Holy Land immediately clarified, saying that the one who had helped them was the Great Desolate Court, one of the 4 great battle immortals, the Heavenly Flame Battle Immortal. There were surprisingly 2 Supreme Emperors in the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty that could fight against the fierce race. The Eastern region was abuzz with this news. Just as all the various Dao lineages were discussing how terrifying the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty's underpinnings were. The Great Desolate Imperial Court had issued a strong and overwhelming statement that as long as the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty was around, the fierce race would not be allowed to roam across this great land. Calling on the various Taoist systems to resist with all their will, if there is a crisis of extermination, just a message will be sent, and the court will surely send strong people to help. With the Great Wilderness Court's strong words, its prestige climbed to an unprecedented height in just less than 7 days. From the first grade Taoist system down to the ninth grade Taoist system, all of them responded to the call of the Great Desolate Court, with patriarchs, sect masters, and clan masters personally visiting the court, only to ask for a single sound transmission jade slip. There were three great overlords in the eastern domain, the Great Desolate, the Wind Clan, and the Yin Yang Holy Land. Right now, only the Wind Clan adjacent to Dragon Island hadn't moved at all. Perhaps it was because the dragon race had yet to emerge, or perhaps it was because they had been suppressed by the Three-Eyed General once, causing them to harbor a grudge against the Great Desolate Imperial dynasty. For either reason, they can't do it alone. Because, just yesterday, the Great Wasteland Court made a high-profile announcement that in half a year's time, it would raise a massive army against Dragon Island to avenge the Great Qian Immortal Court. Once this kind of sensational event was rumored, the Dragon Clan was unable to sit still, thunderous anger, ready to join hands with the Rakshasa Clan and the Blood Clan to overthrow the Great Wasteland in one fell swoop. After the three ferocious clans of the eastern region united, they sent out words one after another that within half a year, they would definitely destroy the Great Wasteland. Between the two sides, swords were drawn. This battle might break out within the 21 states ruled by the Wind Clan. Thus, there was no one who had the biggest headache right now than the Wind Clan. It is no longer possible to stand alone, and it is necessary to take sides. In addition to the Wind Clan, there was another power in the eastern domain that needed to take a stand. That's the 10,000 Demon Mountain, where the eastern region's demon race resides. This is definitely a force to be reckoned with. The 10,000 Demon Mountain, which stretches horizontally, covers a vast area close to 1/3 of the eastern region, with a large number of demonic beasts. As for those who ruled the 10,000 Demon Mountain, they were each 6 supreme demon emperors, and by simply taking them down, they would be able to grasp the power that was the 10,000 Demon Mountain. Thus, just today, the Desolate Emperor dispatched the Three-Eyed General to the 10,000 Demon Mountain. Under the dome of the sky, the mountains were reckless, stretching and undulating to the sky. At the top of the mountains, the clouds are like a fairyland. The mountains are covered with ancient trees and lush foliage, forming a sea of rich greenery. Birds singing and along with his descent, a terrifying imperial might that fused the power of 19 laws instantly covered this gigantic canyon. Under the shroud of this pressure, even great emperors were unable to move their bodies by half a step, and were all crushed to the ground and unable to move. Hiss! What kind of powerhouse is that? A pair of rounded demon eyes, filled with horror, looked up at the top of the canyon at the unrivaled and powerful figure. Who is this visitor, and I wonder what my divine ape valley has offended? As a sound of breaking air rang out, a blood ape with hair like blood and a height of 10 feet stepped out in the air, squinting a pair of blood pupils to survey the opposite Three-Eyed General. I, the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty, the Three-Eyed General. The Three-Eyed General's intimidating eyes gazed silently at the other party as he said indifferently, on the orders of His Majesty, the Desolate Emperor, I have come to subjugate this blood ape of yours. Great Desolate Empire, Desolate Emperor? The blood ape overlord's blood pupil flashed with a touch of gravity. These days he had also heard about what happened on the human side, and even more so, he knew that the Three-Eyed General was powerful. Even the Supreme Great Emperor of the fierce race could be forcefully chopped off by the existence of the Supreme Great Emperor. Nice. The Three-Eyed General nodded slightly. Your Majesty has only given you two choices, either to die in the body or submit and be at your disposal at any time. I'll give you half an incense stick of time to think about it. This general has to rush to the next overlord territory. With those words, he closed his eyes and waited in silence. The blood ape overlord's face was nevertheless cloudy, scratching his head and ears. Fighting is definitely out of the question. This person in front of him, but even the same realm ferocious race can chop the existence, he is not arrogant enough to the point of enemy. But it was not easy to make him submit. But if you don't obey, you can't fight. After a moment, the blood ape overlord sighed deeply and said, I, Ape Skyfighter, am willing to follow the orders of His Majesty, the Desolate Emperor, from now on. A wise move. Just please send your soul blood. The Three-Eyed General opened his eyes and casually threw a sound transmission jade slip towards him, saying, if there are any threats from the fierce race powerhouses at the door, you can use this to transmit the sound, and this general will be the first to arrive. Ape Badian nodded his head and pulled out his own soul blood to give it to the Three-Eyed General, then collected the jade slip that the other party threw over. If there is any mobilization, this will contact you. If not, you can develop on your own. The Three-Eyed General left his sentence behind and tore through the void to cross towards the next demon overlord territory. Chapter 13, Slaughtering the Dragon. All of 10,000 Demon Mountain submits. On the 10,000 Demon Mountain, there were a total of 6 supreme demon emperors. They were Ape Tianba of the Divine Ape Valley, Zhao Wushwang of the Black Water Stream, Ping Battle Sky of the Sky Rock Ridge, Fire Scale Lion of the Demon Flame Cave, Tiger Fury Sky of the Black Wind Mountain, and Tushanyaya of the Tushan Fox Clan. The next target of the three eyes was the black water stream, tearing through the void and descending, the mighty pressure enveloped in 10,000 demons prostrated. Then wait quietly. Within a few moments, a black auger dragon suddenly rushed out from the depths of the endless black water below, quickly transforming into human form, dressed in black robes, with a cold appearance. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the terrifying figure above. "You're the three-eyed general?" Jiao Wuxuang suddenly had a mental jolt. He had just returned from the human side a few days ago and happened to have seen the portrait of the three-eyed general. Seeing a real person here at this moment, he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "I wonder what Lord God General is here for? By order of His Majesty, I have come to subjugate thee." The three-eyed general spoke indifferently: "Submit, or die, choose." Upon hearing this, Jiao Wuxuang revealed a bitter smile and said, "I don't have the power to refuse." After saying that, he was dry and directly offered his soul blood. "Aha! Be at your disposal at all times, and if there are any threats from the fierce clan on your doorstep, contact me at the first opportunity." The three-eyed general threw the latter a sound transmission jade slip, turned around and tore through the void to leave. Alas! After all, I still couldn't escape the war with the fierce race, and I don't know how many of my demon race sons and daughters will die in this battle. Jiao Wuxuan looked at the jade slip in his hand and sighed softly, manifesting his body and returning under the black water. The three-eyed general, however, didn't care what he was thinking. At this time, he had already arrived at the Black Tiger Mountain, and as he did, he released his own pressure to deter the overlord of this place, the Tiger Fiend Sky. This person in front of him was an existence that even the supreme emperor of the fierce race had to avoid, and being able to obtain his invitation was indeed something to brag about. "Well, this general still has to make a trip to Tushan, so I won't talk nonsense with you." The three-eyed general didn't stay here for too long, turning around and about to go far away across the sky. Seeing this, the fire-scaled lion shouted, "Lord God General, I heard that the dragon race has a strong person in Mount 2. Oh? Interesting, it looks like we'll be spared from slaying a true dragon today." The three-eyed general smiled faintly, and his figure did not stop, tearing through the void and going far away. "Dragon Slayer?" The fire-scaled lion's heart shook, and after dismissing his brethren behind him, he immediately tore through the void to follow. The strength of the dragon race, in the 12 ferocious races of the ancient world, it was at the top of the list, and few races could compete with it. This fierce man, on the other hand, opened his mouth to slay the dragon. Fearing that he would miss out on a pinnacle showdown, the fire-scaled lion rushed to Mount 2 at the fastest speed possible. Boom! However, just as he had arrived at the border of Mount 2, two sudden forces that broke through the heavens tore through the heavens, sweeping out a storm of laws that instantly swept away hundreds of mountains. Boom! 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 Above the 9 heavens, two berserk figures that dominated the heavens and the earth, enchanted with the power of the law's treasure art, frantically counter-attacked each other, streaking across the sky, stepping through the 9 heavens, crushing the void, and sweeping down the extraterrestrial stars. The one who was fighting with the three-eyed general was a red-robed, red-haired middle-aged man, surrounded by the power of 6 laws. Between his palms and claws, the strongest treasure art of the dragon tribe, ancestral dragon Jintian strength, added to the power of his 6 laws, tearing apart a large swath of the void, piercing through layers and layers of space, unrivaled. Even in the face of such a terrifying opponent, the three-eyed general remained undefeated, nor had he ever offered up his weapon. 19 laws of power added to the. Stepping on the battle god's heavenly collapsing steps, he shook the red-haired middle-aged man with the strength of his physical body, and it was as if he was in charge of a divine kingdom between his palms, and every strike could penetrate the red-haired middle-aged man's ancestral dragon heavenly suppressing strength. The latter was bombarded with retreats, his blood chi flowed backward, spitting out blood, his body's mana was in disarray, and several times, he almost couldn't block the three-eyed general's punching force, it was too fierce and overbearing. Anon! Red-haired middle-aged rage, suddenly long whistle, had to manifest 10,000 feet of dragon body, piercing the sky of the dragon horn. Thunder burst flash, shooting out to annihilation of a large swath of the void of the red-colored thunder, kill to the three-eyed general. Heavenly Eye! The three-eyed general snorted coldly, the vertical eye between his eyebrows opened steeply, shooting out a silver-white beam of light, sweeping down the 2 thunderbolts, then going unabated, poof, Tucson pierced through the red dragon's huge body, the candle dragon's blood bursting out, blood staining the sky. On! The red dragon ate the pain and whistled long, violently opened its huge mouth like an abyss, boundless thunder and fire brewed in its mouth, and then spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath that pierced through the boundary wall and dazzled with the power of the 6 laws, sweeping down the stars in the sky. Rumble! The dragon's breath was like a long river, traversing 10,000 miles of the sky, and the terrifying dragon might swept over half of the 10,000 demon mountain, shocking countless demon clans to prostrate themselves on the ground. Once a dragon spits out his breath, it means he's starting to fight for his life. Interesting. The three-eyed general stood on the top of the long sky, looking at the monstrous dragon's breath that had blocked off the space of this heaven and earth and crushed it. His breath instantly climbed up to the peak, and behind him, there was a shadow of the divine kingdom emerging, and between the light surging between his palms, a red and black two-colored square heavenly halberd appeared. The kingdom of the gods, the heavenly robbing light. The three-eyed general's sturdy body, which was like a mountain of immortal gods, took a step forward, forcefully cracking this blocked space. The hands of the square sky painting halberd against the chopping up, behind the gods of the kingdom of the shadow of the instantly added to come, boundless robberies of light convergence, along with the three eyes will square sky painting halberd force chopping out, instantly turned into a light shining all the sky, thousands of feet of the huge halberd mane. Against the sky, unrivaled, splitting into the dragon's breath like a monstrous galaxy pressing down. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, split the entire dragon breath, strong and incomparable towards the red dragon approaching. There is a big do not chop the ladder sworn not to stop the trend. On! The red dragon roared, burning its own essence blood to enhance the dragon's breath, but it was still unable to block the halberd awnings that were like the ultimate killing power from the heavens. Under this world-shattering great collision, the void exploded, the space collapsed, the mountains exploded, and the halberd that went up against the monstrous dragon's breath was like the only one in this world. How could I possibly lose? The Tushan Fox clan looked at the scene in front of them, shocked and unable to say a word. The upright figure that stood on the top of the long sky was deeply engraved in the heart of every Fox clan. Too strong. I don't know who swallowed and said something. Who is this senior? How can the dragons be so unbeatable in front of him? Human race, how can there be such a strong person? Every Fox tribe spread across the top of Mount 2, looking up at the three-eyed general's figure. All of them were unable to calm down for a long time. Invincible, invincible. The fire-scaled lion that was secretly watching the battle, its body was trembling as it continuously swallowed its saliva. The top of Mount 2 stood a tall and graceful white dress silhouette in her body. Can see the confusing charming, can see the stranger do not approach the cold, can see the moving enchanting, very contradictory, the beauty of its appearance, cannot be described in any words. Swish! The three eyes brought their compelling gaze steeply down on her. The white-skirted woman's heart trembled slightly and she exhaled lightly. As proud as she was, she had to bow her head at this moment, make a bow, and speak softly, Tushan, willing to listen to the great wasteland court's dispatch. Nowadays, it seems that the great desolate imperial dynasty is the real trend, and those who disobey will never have a good ending. Very well, from today onwards, all the 10,000 demon mountains in the eastern region are under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The three-eyed general dispersed the square sky painting halberd in his hand and said in a deep voice, although you are within the control of the court will not intervene in your internal fights. Take this sound transmission jade slip and be at your disposal at any time. The three-eyed general threw down a sound transmission jade slip, turned around, and tore through the void to leave. Chapter 14, Jiang Li. The Supreme Dragon Emperor's corpse was covered in treasures, and the three-eyed general dragged that candle dragon's corpse away. The party's battle had shaken 1/3 of the area of the 10,000 demon mountain. Countless demon clans shivered and have not been able to recover so far. Within the area controlled by Tushan, there was a territory of the demon race called Xianfeng Mountain. The number of small demon race territories like this was unknown in the 10,000 demon mountain. Outside the main door of the mountain hall, there stood several transformed great demons. Their gazes were shocked beyond measure, and they retracted from the sky in droves. At the head of the group was a man in black with a clean-cut, scholar-like appearance, in stark contrast to the several stout, rugged men behind him. Beside him stood an exquisite young girl, possessing a head full of 5-colored hair, dressed in a short dark blue dress, with a concave and convex figure, delicate and exquisite appearance, and bright eyes like sparkling gems in the night sky, but now filled with endless colors of shock. The fight between the supreme great emperors at the top of Mount 2 was clearly visible to them here after activating their heaven's eyes. The dragon race is defeated and the human race is strong. It's a fantastic thing how it looks. But they didn't expect it to happen, hard and fast, in front of them. When the delicate young girl came back to her senses, she couldn't help but exclaim, whoa, does the human race really have such a strong person? So damn invincible, the dragon race kills when they say so, too fierce. I don't know which Dao lineage of the human race's supreme emperor it is, I hope it's not Big Brother's enemy. A burly man with a black tiger stripe between his eyebrows swallowed hard. Next to a big man topped with a pair of silver bull horns, an voice said, "It should not be the big brother has offended the Taoist system of the strong, who does not know that the big brother has offended those Taoist system are all greedy and afraid of death. If there is this kind of unearthly strong, by no means possible to the murderous clan to soften. This human senior, his status in the human race is definitely not low. I wonder what kind of things have happened in the outside world during the half a month or so that we've been in seclusion for our breakthrough." The black-clothed, clean-cut man's eyes flickered, and as he spoke, he took out a sound transmission jade slip to contact his younger sister, Jiang Li. Not bad, this black-clothed green man was Jiang Li, who had killed his way into the younger generation of the human race, Jiang Li, who many Dao lineages wanted to hunt and kill to seize their treasures. This half-month seclusion, he has broken through to the realm of Nirvana, initially stepped into the realm of Nirvana, the strength of the battle force, comparable to the existence of Nirvana 9 times. With all of his undercards out, he could wrestle with a primordial true lord. This Xianfeng mountain demon territory, which he fought down yesterday, the mountain master was originally a first-stage demon monarch, which he suppressed strongly, and prepared to develop here for 100 years. In just a short 100 years, he was able to achieve Nirvana 9 times, which was already unparalleled. Even if he was able to make an exception and break through to true lord, he wouldn't be able to sway anything in the grand scheme of things. The 12 fierce clans were about to fully unleash the Great Tribulation. There was no time for him to grow up. "Brother, there's finally news from you." At this moment, Jiang Yiqing's voice resounded within the sound transmission jade slip. "Well, are you alright, Xiao Chang?" Jiang Li inquired with concern. "Aha! I'm fine. I've been with Sister Shui Yao for half a month, and I've also broken through to the 50th level of the Great Desolate Immortal Tower and received a baptism in the Immortal Tao, so there's no need for brother to worry. It's good to be okay." Next, Jiang Li talked to his sister about their experiences in the past half a month, then asked what had happened in the Eastern Domain recently, whether he had heard of a three-eyed Supreme Emperor, and what the Great Desolate Immortal Tower was, etc. When he learned from Jiang Yiqing that the being who had just slaughtered the dragon was the three-eyed general of the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty, and that the Great Desolate Imperial Dynasty was about to wage war against the dragon race, Jiang Li and the demons behind him were dumbstruck. This great desolate lord, is so damn domineering and strong. The old bull that carried a small amount of the bloodline of a swift godly bull marveled. That said, what is the relationship between the great Qian Immortal Court, which was destroyed by the Dragon Clan 4,000 years ago, and the Lord of the Great Desolate? In order to avenge the great Qian Immortal Court, he even went so far as to start a war with the dragon race. Could it be? The Black Tiger's heart of gossip was burning. "Big brother, what do you think about Sister Evening Harvest asking us to travel to the Great Wasteland?" The exquisite young girl next to her, blinking her bright big eyes, looked at Jiang Li, who did not say a word, as if she was thinking about something. The old ox said, "Yes, big brother, the Great Desolate Lord has mentioned that if you are desperate, you can go to the Great Desolate Imperial City. And there are still more than 3 months to go before the advanced spiritual realm space opens." Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, "You guys stay here, I'll go explore the situation first. If this is a plot to capture me, I'll sneak into the advanced spirit world space." He had offended so many Das and still managed to survive until now. Sometimes he was strong but more cautious. "Okay, be careful, big brother." Little Sparrow, Old Bull, and Black Tiger all nodded. After Jiang Li left them some cultivation resources and other things, he left the 10,000 Demons Mountain alone and headed in the direction where the Great Desolate Imperial City was located. He didn't quite trust the Lord of the Great Wasteland because he was harboring too many secrets. Having just cultivated such a secret as a demon's inner elixir in a human body, he was afraid that it would be able to arouse his prying eyes. But in order to enter the advanced spirit realm, he had to take a risk. This was because after the realm reached the Nirvana realm, every Nirvana was a 9 deaths and had to be experienced 9 times. It was rumored that there were many heavenly soul grasses that could help with Nirvana within the advanced spiritual realm space. Half a month later, Jiang Li arrived at the Great Desolate Imperial City. Looking at the endless city in front of him, such as a small continent situated as in this city, the mind was shocked by a lot. At this moment, Jiang Li had changed his appearance and breath, with a white coat and a pale face, giving people a sickly feeling. Glancing at the heavenly palace hanging above the sky, Jiang Li entered the city with the crowd. In a restaurant, he inquired about quite a few things that had happened in the past half-month. The news that the three-eyed general had slaughtered a supreme dragon emperor had spread, and the dragon clan had sent word on that day that they would not rest in peace with the Great Wasteland. Because the dragon who died at the hands of the three-eyed general was the personal brother of the contemporary dragon clan chief. A prehistoric storm that's brewing. Once it brewed to its peak, it would be the time for the Great Wasteland to engage in a bloody battle with the Dragon, Blood, and Rakshasa clans. Jiang Li was secretly amazed at the Great Desolate Lord's vigor as he listened to the murmurings of the guests at the various tables in the restaurant. Have you heard? What happened in our eastern domain has spread to the northern, southern, western, and central domains. Seriously, do you know what they're saying about our Great Desolate Lord and the Three-Eyed General? They're envious that our eastern domain has a Great Desolate Lord who dares to fight against the Fierce clan. If you want to scout for news, a restaurant is definitely the best place. Jiang Li silently poured himself, listening to the various topics of discussion in his ears that had something to say about the Desolate Emperor. First of all, he could be sure of one thing: the Desolate Emperor was bound to fight against the Fierce race to the end. However, he didn't dare to determine if the Desolate Emperor really wouldn't covet himself, so he didn't intend to show his face and prepared to sneak into the advanced spirit realm. You can't do harm to people, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. It's always good to be cautious. Here he also heard about the Great Desolate Immortal Tower. There was talk about who had broken through the 99th floor and who had broken through the 49th floor. Jiang Li remembered that Fatty had mentioned this matter with a voice transmission jade slip at that time, but at that time, he was already in the state of breaking through his realm. Chapter 15: God Wuya and Chushi. Pushing the 12 fierce races before Ascension. Eastern region, Heavenly God Island. It was an island of divine light, suppressing a side of the ocean, covering an area comparable to the Great Desolate Imperial City. The 12 ferocious races are not like the human race to reproduce easily. There is an upper limit throughout the ages. After their race reproduces to 1 billion, they will encounter a bottleneck where they can no longer give birth to heirs. Thus, in order to continue reproducing their offspring, when the number of their reproduction reached the upper limit, they would. And in the deepest part of the Forbidden Land, there was a blood pool with divine substance rushing to the sky. At this moment, inside the blood pool, a woman was immersed. This woman is none other than Princess Yaoguang. With the help of the Heavenly God clan, her realm had reached Supreme Emperor and she had comprehended the power of the 5 laws. Swish! At this moment, a purple robe man with a heroic appearance and a plump god like jade appeared not far from the blood pool. He walked with a dragon stride, his own aura of suppressing a side of heaven and earth, and walked to the edge of the blood pool. This person was none other than the contemporary divine son of the Heavenly God clan, God Wuya. In less than 10,000 years, a supreme great emperor who had achieved 8 laws. Although he was the son of a god, he was basically in charge of the Heavenly God clan now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to let a woman from a foreign race come here to immerse in their Heavenly God clan's Heavenly God blood pool. This was the harmless divine blood that remained after the successive generations of supreme emperors of the Heavenly God clan had sat down and died. God Wuya looked at the woman within the blood pool, and a touch of tenderness flashed across his eyes. Because this woman and his Taoist couple who failed to ascend and fell 3,000 years ago, looked too similar, almost carved out of a mold. It was God Wuya's unfailing love and care for Chushi that made her stand on her lover's side even at the expense of breaking with her own brother. Chushi, who was refining the Heavenly God's blood, seemed to sense that God Wuya had arrived, and slowly opened her beautiful eyes at that moment. How is it? How is the realm stabilized? God Wuya inquired with concern. Well, there's basically nothing wrong with it. You can leave here anytime you want. Chushi, who knew how much pressure God Wuya was under in order to allow herself to cultivate here, had tenderness in her eyes and whispered, Wuya, thank you. Ha ha. Between you and me, there's no need to say such things. God Wuya laughed aloud and said, since the realm has been stabilized, then you can also leave. Staying to cultivate won't be of much use to you anymore. Aha. Chushi nodded her head, got up and walked out of the blood pool to the side of God Wuya, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I couldn't convince my brother. No harm done. God Wuya wrapped her into his arms, your brother is a character, and will never give in. God Wuya told her about what had happened in the outside world during this month. How can it be? Chushi's face was filled with shock after hearing this. I've been in charge of the Great Wilderness for 5,000 years, and I've never heard of any three-eyed generals, Heavenly Flame battling. In their opinion, the Great Desolate Court would certainly not rise against the dragon race before the opening of the High Spirit world. Instead of being passive, it was better to actively kill them. Chushi was also secretly shocked when she heard these words from God Wuya. The 3 ferocious races joining forces could basically push everything across. She lightly exhaled and said, Wuya, when you guys break through the Great Desolate Imperial City, can you leave my brother alive? Since you've asked, I'll give him a chance, scrap him and let him be immortal. God Wuya didn't even think about it, as long as it wasn't too much, he could satisfy Chushi. Aha! Thank you, Wuya. Shushu was touched, her lotus root arm wrapped around God Wuya's neck, and her jade lips kissed over. A few days later. Heavenly Palace, 9 heavens, on the stargazing platform. The Desolate Emperor was sitting here on his knees, seemingly deducing something. It was night. He slowly opened a pair of deep eyes and spoke in a faint voice. What did the Wind Clan say? This road, does he let or not let? Xin Shua, who was waiting at the side, heard the sound and took a few steps forward. Your Majesty, the Wind Clan has compromised. Great. The Desolate Emperor nodded slightly, looked into the distance, and said in a deep voice, call down, march out 7 days later, set foot on Dragon Island, and I will march in person. The old slave obeys. Xin Shua respectfully agreed, then turned around and quickly left the stargazing platform. Emperor Desolate looked at the stars in the sky and whispered to himself, before ascending, it is necessary to pacify the major ferocious races and leave a relatively peaceful cultivation environment for the human race. Time is not waiting for me. His power has broken through the realm of what this world can bear. In fact, as early as after fusing the Heavenly Emperor's prison-suppressing body, the eyes of the Sovereign, and the Eternal Emperor vein, he could have directly ascended. If he hadn't been fighting against the heavenly will of this world, the heavenly tribulation would have descended long ago. Once the heavenly tribulation descended and he crossed it, even as strong as he was, he would not be able to resist that power of ascension. What puzzled the Arakanese Emperor was this. Theoretically speaking, the living beings in this world could basically cross the threshold and ascend after condensing the laws. But this world, as if it was imprisoned by some kind of power, it was extremely difficult to ascend. Exactly what kind of power had imprisoned this world, the Desolate Emperor's deduction ability couldn't even deduce a reason. However, judging by Desolate Emperor's speculation, this might be related to the fierce race. The matter that caused the Supreme Emperor to be unable to ascend, the Desolate Emperor would definitely figure it out before he ascended, breaking the force that sealed this world. The power of a Supreme Emperor was too destructive in this world. When the two sides exchanged blows, the slightest mishap could destroy a party's Tao system with the mere aftermath. This level of power shouldn't have existed in this world in the first place. Chapter 16, Setting the Word. The 4 old ancestors are looking for. The white moon was in the sky and the stars were shining brightly. Not long after Qin Shua's departure, an explosive piece of news spread out from within the heavenly palace, spreading through the major council chambers of the great desolate imperial city. The content is simple. I am about to ascend. Before ascension, he will push the 12 fierce races across the board for the human race, leaving behind a good, non-threatening cultivation environment for the human race. I will launch a war of extermination against the dragon race in 7 days. Nowadays, the great desolate imperial city was originally a gathering of cultivators from many Tao lineages in the eastern domain. His Majesty is ascending? Surprise! Is it still possible to ascend? What world to ascend to? Boy, this is the first time I've heard that there's such a thing as ascension. What the hell is going on? Can someone talk to me about it? Accompanied by the above news, the entire great desolate imperial city was abuzz all over the place. Instead of focusing on rising up against the dragons, people focused their attention on the word ascension. From ancient times to the present day, this was the first time the human race had heard of ascension. Because throughout the ages, no one has ever been heard of who has ascended. Even for the ancient emperors, people only knew that they had disappeared into the Qianquan realm after pacifying the fierce race, and they all thought that they had gone back into hiding. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid they've all ascended. On this night, there was the word ascension, like a storm that swept through the entire great desolate imperial city. Ascension? When Jiang Li learned about this, he was quite shocked because he knew how difficult it was to ascend in the Qianquan realm. He was able to rise so quickly precisely because he had once been instructed by a being from the Ascension realm, and the chaos beads all came from that person's hand. From the mouth of that one. This world was shielded from the heavens by the ancient spirit realm, causing the beings here to have difficulty ascending, and even if they broke through to a supreme emperor, the heavenly tribulation would be difficult to traverse down. The ancient spirit realm, on the other hand, was once a corner of the Ascension realm, and was knocked down during an ancestral battle, falling just at the spatial node where the Qianquan realm and the Ascension realm were connected. At that time, Jiang Li was puzzled. Ask that senior why she was able to come down from the Ascension realm. But the latter said, when you reach my height, you will naturally know. Jiang Li had wanted to ask further questions, but that senior didn't want to reveal that much. Only one thing was said, the existence of the ancient spirit realm is not a good thing for you. If one day your strength can surpass the providence of this world, you can travel to the ultimate ancient spirit realm and find its weakest boundary wall and break it through, and then you can allow the beings of this world to ascend. However, she had also said that strength trying to surpass the providence of this world was tantamount to a mortal trying to go against the heavens, and it was simply unrealistic. As far as she knew, only a handful of people in the Ascension realm had been able to do so throughout the ages. They were all ancient men of the ages, and now in the Ascension realm, they were all figures who ruled a side of the immortal kingdom. Jiang Li asked again at that time, if the strength could not surpass the providence of this world, what channels were available to ascend? Jiang Li didn't think that he could become a man of honor who could rule a side of the immortal kingdom, but he also didn't want to be trapped in this tiny part of the world. That senior informed him that it was actually very simple. All he needed to do was to find a relatively weak spatial barrier in the ultimate ancient spiritual realm, release his own breath without reservation, and when the Ascension realm sensed it, a heavenly apocalypse would descend, and after successfully crossing the apocalypse, he would be guided up. And, she said it. The great desolate imperial dynasty in the eastern region was very uncomplicated. There was a great desolate heavenly kingdom in the Ascension realm, and its helmsman was also of the Chu surname, and it was just short of an ancient man of 10,000 years to be promoted to an immortal kingdom existence. She also didn't know how the Great Wasteland of the Eastern region was related to the Great Wasteland of the Ascension realm. However, in that senior's speculation he had said that the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom was also involved in the great battle that broke down a corner of the Ascension realm back then. The Great Wasteland here was most likely established casually by a certain fallen, reincarnated, and reborn great power in the Great Wasteland Heavenly Kingdom of the Ascension realm. However, this person must have already ascended back, and may not have left any information clues. Jiang Li, who knew many of the secrets of Ascension, was now more shocked than anyone else when he heard that the Desolate Emperor was about to ascend. First of all, the strength of the Desolate Emperor had most likely surpassed the providence of the Qianquan realm, causing the Ascension realm to lock onto him, and the providence of this world also wanted him to leave quickly. Secondly, the Desolate Emperor also knew the secret that he, Jiang Li, knew that he could ascend through the ancient spirit realm. The Desolate Emperor should have known the secret of being able to ascend in the ancient spirit world, right? Jiang Li muttered in his heart, unwilling to believe that his strength had surpassed the providence of this world. The Desolate Emperor, however, did not care how the outside world was boiling. At this moment, he was eating with his 2 daughters and 2 sons, in the dining hall. Inside the glorious dining hall, there were no singers or dancers today, only a few sons and daughters of the Desolate Emperor. Grand Princess Chu Shuyao, Second Princess Chu Yueyao, Grand Imperial Prince Chu Bei, Second Imperial Prince Chu Beixian. The Desolate Emperor originally thought that only his 2 daughters were travelers, but he never thought that his 2 sons were also travelers. It made him more and more curious about Earth, what kind of place it was. It's definitely something to explore someday to find out what its mysteries are. They were with each other, and neither of them knew that the other was a traveler. Each of them, with their own chances. The Grand Princess carries a mysterious Linglong pagoda. The Second Princess carries the remnants of a mysterious and powerful soul. The Grand Imperial Prince was carrying a green lotus of creation. The Second Prince was carrying a mysterious scroll of the Yellow Springs. Perhaps from them, some of Earth's secrets can be learned. The Arakanese Emperor asked the system, but it didn't respond half-heartedly. The only way to find out some of the secrets is from these sons and daughters. With this in mind, Desolate Emperor lightly died a sip of wine from his cup and smiled lightly. You guys don't have to be formal. These days, my father often dreams of a place called Earth. This planet has no aura, not to mention no cultivators, and they are fully developing something called technology. My father is really curious as to whether there is such a place or not. Aha! Hearing these words in the cold, Chu Shuiyao, Chu Yueyao, Chu Bei, and Chu Beixian were all secretly shocked, but they all did not move. Chu Yueyao said in a slightly exaggerated manner, "Is there really such a place?" On the surface, but inside, she was already asking Xian Nu, Sister Xian Nu, "What kind of situation is this cheap father of mine, how could I dream of Earth?" Xian Nu said, "Maybe it's because you're from Earth and he's sensing it in his heart, it's a normal thing, no need to be surprised." So? Then why did I get to travel to this world, and what kind of mysterious existence is Earth? She had asked this sentence more than once. But Xian Nu was silent in response each time. This time is no exception. Yeah. What's technology? At this time, Lin Shuiyao also blinked her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Such a strange world, can Father Emperor tell us about it? Chu Bei and Chu Beixian also both revealed the appearance of some curious babies. It's just a dream, let's not talk about it. Seeing that they were all so refined, only Chu Yueyao inquired about the residual soul inside her body. And that residual soul didn't say anything, so the Desolate Emperor knew that it was impossible to get any useful information out of them, so he didn't say anything more. During this dinner, the Desolate Emperor mentioned the matter of his impending ascension and selected Chu Bei to inherit the throne of the next generation of Emperor Lords, allowing them to support each other and other explanations. The Desolate Emperor was prepared to sweep away the 12 fierce races within a year and then ascend. Can't wait. The heavenly will of this world struggled more and more, constantly communicating with the will of the Ascension realm to descend a heavenly calamity to receive him up. Not long after the dinner was over, the 4 old ancestors of the Chu clan approached the Desolate Emperor. Chapter 17, The Realm of the Heavens. The Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom. On the stargazing platform, the Desolate Emperor sat opposite the 4 old ancestors. The 4 old ancestors of the Chu clan, the first, second, and third ancestors were all in their twilight years, especially the first and second ancestors. Their blood chi had decayed, and they only had 3,000 to 4,000 years of lifespan left. The lifespan of a supreme emperor was about 100,000 years. 3 or 4,000 years is not much in their case. A couple of retreats and you're at the end of your rope. The 4th ancestor, the previous lord of the Great Desolate, was just over 50,000 years old this year, and was at his peak, having comprehended the power of the 6 laws. The Desolate Emperor picked up his teacup and took a light sip as he inquired, "What is it that the ancestors are here for?" The 4 elder ancestors gave him a deep look, and the great ancestor said in a deep voice, "There are some things that you should be made aware of." "What is it?" "There's something about Chu and Ascension." The great ancestor pondered for half a second and said, "Let's start with the matter of Ascension. When did you perceive that you could only cross the threshold and ascend by finding a weak spatial node in the ultimate spirit realm?" They didn't realize the Desolate Emperor's strength had reached an appalling level. It was only assumed that he knew the secrets of the ancient spirit realm, hence the question. The Desolate Emperor was surprised. What is the involvement of the ancient spirit realm with Ascension? Since you don't know the mystery of the ancient spirit realm, why would you say that you're about to ascend? The 4 old ancestors were even more surprised. I am merely feeling the oppression of the heavenly will of this world, with the will of the Ascension realm locking onto me. What does it have to do with the ancient spirit realm? The Desolate Emperor stared at them as if he could see something and said, "Could it be that force blocking this world is related to the ancient spirit realm?" Who he was, from the mere words of these 4 old ancestors, he guessed it. What? You directly sensed the will of the Ascension realm descending on you? The 4 elder ancestors stared at him with shocked faces, as if they were looking at a monster. Desolate Emperor nodded, "Not bad, tell me what you know." Phew. The 4 elder ancestors took a deep breath in shock, unable to calm down for a long time, and blurted out 4 words, "Ancient man." After calming down a bit, the great ancestor said in a deep voice, "The ancient spirit realm is actually a corner of the Ascension realm that was broken apart." He roughly informed the origin of the ancient spirit realm, with the spirits of the Qian Kuan realm, why it was difficult to ascend. I see. The Desolate Emperor was relieved, and then felt puzzled. Since you know that you can ascend through the weak point of space in the ancient spirit realm by invoking a heavenly tribulation, why didn't you ascend up there earlier? Having heard what was said, the 4 old ancestors hemmed and hawed. How do you know that we haven't ascended? Oh. The Desolate Emperor's eyes were intimidating, and when he activated his sovereign's eyes to probe the 4 old ancestors, he was instantly relieved. The 4th ancestor laughed. "I'm sure you've already seen that this is just one of our true bodies, left behind to guard you descendants. This ancestor secretly ascended a long time ago." The Desolate Emperor nodded. "A true body that is indistinguishable from the original body has indeed caused me to look away. This kind of secret method of condensing a true body shouldn't exist in the Qiankuan realm." You're right. The great ancestor laughed. The secret method of condensing one's true body is not something that should be found in the Qiankuan realm, but rather comes from the Ascension realm. The 2nd ancestor also interjected at this time. Our Chu clan has a great deal to offer. It is the Chu clan of the Ascension realm's great desolate heavenly kingdom, sealing the borders, and ruling a side of heaven and earth. The 3rd ancestor added, "Since you're also preparing to ascend, there are some things you'll have to come and speak with you about. The Ascension realm isn't called the Ascension realm up there, it's called the realm of the heavens. It's a vast, sprawling world that expands every moment, with barren zones that know no bounds. When you have successfully transcended the tribulation, the world of the heavens will descend with the next ray of receiving light. Under the guidance of this receiving light, you may be transported to the habitat of any tribe. However, this is something you don't have to worry about. If there are no accidents, the beings that ascend from the Qianquan realm will basically be guided to the territory of our great desolate heavenly kingdom. After ascending to the territory of our great desolate heavenly kingdom, you can casually head to a star city. All of our Chu clan's bloodlines will resonate with this city, and a city lord will come out to greet you at that time. Our Chu clan's bloodline can't realize its full potential in this small realm, and it will only be fully revealed when we reach the realm of the heavens. Even if there's an accident and you're received into another region, as long as you light up our Chu clan's bloodline, even the forces of a party's immortal kingdom won't dare to touch you. Saying this, the third ancestor looked at the Desolate Emperor and said, "Any more questions?" The Desolate Emperor listened quietly, his face ancient and unperturbed as he nodded slightly. "There is indeed another question. What was the identity of that ancestor who created the Great Desolate Emperor dynasty here in the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom? He is the true direct lineage of the Chu clan, and back then, he was reborn by dripping blood and ascended back after achieving Lao Xian immortality. Nowadays, he has long since recovered to his peak and is in charge of a side of the Heavenly Kingdom's heavenly domain." The great ancestor informed, "Within our bodies, the true direct lineage of the Chu clan flows." The fourth ancestor suddenly marveled, "Chu Wu, you are a man of the ages. After ascension you will surely receive key cultivation from the Heavenly Kingdom. At that time we may have to address you as the Son of Heaven." The Desolate Emperor said, "What is the Son of Heaven?" The Son of Heaven is the variable in his deduction would be the great ancestor's claim that they might be able to summon the ascended ancestor's projection to descend. "Well, let's go. I'll see you in the realm of the heavens. The method of condensing your true body is within this jade slip. But you are too strong, even your true body is only not something this world can withstand." The four old ancestors got up and left behind a jade slip to bid farewell and leave. The realm of the heavens. The Desolate Emperor's eyes flickered. That was the world he should have gone to fight for supremacy. There was some regret as to how he hadn't traveled to the realm of the heavens. He had already made up his mind. After ascending, if he ascended into the territory of the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, he would choose to leave. Why? As he had said earlier, would the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom allow an outsider to be its future successor? In his life, Chu Huang never tended to be inferior. "I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. But, it's okay to try." The Desolate Emperor looked at the jade slip on the table. "Prepare to condense the bloodline of the Chu family in its true form." At that time, with this true body, he entered the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom. And the Honored One, on the other hand, strikes out on his own in the outer world. Chapter 18. The Eastern Regions Unite. The duel is coming. 3 days in the twinkling of an eye. Supreme Heaven, Desolate Emperor's retreat room. Here, sitting on their knees were two Desolate Emperors. One with black hair, one with silver hair, draped at the shoulders and waist. Appearance-wise, there is no difference between the two, except for the black-haired true form, with no mark between the eyebrows. The true body, carrying the Chu bloodline. Emperor Desolate had separated it, but this bloodline was washed by his eternal Emperor Vein and Heavenly Emperor Prison suppressing body, and was pure, perhaps even better than the first person of the Chu clan. At this time, the Desolate Emperor also discovered the extraordinary nature of the Chu clan's bloodline. This bloodline contained unrivaled potential. It was only as the four old ancestors had said, that it could not be awakened at all in this small world. But even so, it was still much stronger than the beings of this small world. After being baptized by the Desolate Emperor's eternal Emperor Vein, the Heavenly Emperor's prison-suppressing body, the bloodline potential of the true body had been fully unlocked. Compared to the original, although the difference in battle power is very huge, but that also broke into the Supreme Great Emperor, strong repair out of the power of the 23 laws, more powerful than from the system of the 3 eyes will be more powerful. More frighteningly, vaguely, the Desolate Emperor felt that he could still cultivate a few more laws. In addition, its bloodline vision, Desolate Ancient Star Ocean, that was unrivaled. This kind of bloodline vision, placed in the heavenly realm, should be able to rank in the top 10. However, it could not be compared to the eternal Emperor Vein vision of the Desolate Emperor's own body or the Heavenly Emperor's prison-suppressing body vision. However, when the real body is put in the upper realm, there are basically no rivals under the same realm. And the Honored One, that is the invincible being. Swish! At this moment, the Desolate Emperor himself opened a pair of deep eyes. Looking at the real body next to him, which was identical to his own, he had a very odd feeling in his heart. Because this true body, the one that was inhabited, was also his complete Yuanshin, a complete Yuanshin that was differentiated with his ability, no one could tell that it was just a true body, even if it was a great power in the realm of the heavens. There was still a chance for the true body to cultivate a few laws, and the Desolate Emperor's original body grew up and left the seclusion hall. Back to the bedchamber for a bath, followed by a meal in the dining hall. At his level, although he didn't need to eat, it was necessary to satisfy his appetite. The Desolate Emperor took a light sip of the wine in his cup and inquired, "The various armies, how are they assembled?" Qin Shua, who was waiting at the side, heard the words and immediately stepped forward to reply. "Your Majesty, in yesterday, Marshal Cui has led the 30 million Great Desolate Army, with the Great Desolate Imperial City's Great Dao Unification cultivators and scattered cultivators, totaling more than 100 million, have set out to rush to the Wind Clan's territory. At the same time, the Three-Eye General has also notified the 6 overlords of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, ordering them to call upon all demon races of the Zunshur realm and above to assemble at the Wind Race's Tianhai Prefecture within 7 days. On the other hand, the Yin-Yang Sacred Land and the Wind Clan have also called out cultivators from all over the realm to gather at the Heavenly Sea Clan. Through the reports of the Dark Ministry's scouts, the Dragon Clan learned that we were going to crusade against them and immediately contacted the Heavenly God Clan along with the Blood Clan and the Rakshasa Clan. And the Rakshasa Clan, in the first instance, teleported the high-end battle forces of their Rakshasa Clan, along with those of the Blood Clan and the Heavenly God Clan, through the Gate of Rakshasa, to Dragon Island, ready to fight us. In this morning, the 4 battle immortals, Heavenly Flame, Thunder Punishment, Storm, and Ice Spirit, have also poured out at the head of 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers. The true lords of the Chuanshan Hall have sent out most of them, and the great emperors of the Emperor Holy Land have come out in full force. The 2 princesses and the 2 princes, they also marched with the army. The Three-Eye General and the 3,000 demon gods are still on standby, waiting for your Majesty." Qin Shua briefly informed him of the events of the past few days, but he was somewhat distracted. "You have something on your mind?" The Desolate Emperor could see Qin Shua's low state. "It's..." Qin Shua laughed bitterly. "The old slave just thinks that your Majesty is about to ascend, and will not be able to serve your Majesty anymore in the future. You've taken an extreme Dao Emperor pill. There's a high probability that you'll achieve Lao Xian immortality. I'll see you in the heavenly realms in the future." Emperor Desolate said indifferently, "I will break a corner of the ancient spirit realm before I ascend, so that all of you will have the opportunity to ascend." "Good, the old slave will definitely ascend to find his Majesty." Qin Shua nodded heavily. The Desolate Emperor nodded slightly. "Go inform 3 Eyes, gather 3,000 demon gods, and set out tomorrow to wipe out the 4 great ferocious races in one fell swoop." "Yes, sir." Qin Shua promised and turned around to quickly walk out of the dining hall. The 3,000 devil gods' single combat power, none of them were weaker than the fierce race. A month ago the entire group was at the peak of true monarchs, and now all of them are quasi-emperors, and the squad leaders with higher potentials have even broken through to great emperors. At this moment in the eastern domain, a bloody storm was brewing. The great wilderness gathered the strength of the entire eastern region to crusade against the 4 fierce races. The 10,000 Demon Mountain, in these 2 days, was most unsettled. 6 tides of beasts, endless, stepped through the mountains and forests, traversing the sky, like a torrent of steel sweeping towards the eastern region's heavenly sea state. Each beast tide consisted of many large and small tribes of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, and the Xianyu Mountain that Jiang Li had fought off was one of the minuscule small tribes, with only 100 or so Zunshur-level powerhouses. Led by the 3 old bulls, black tigers, and little sparrows, they formed a wave of beasts with millions of demon tribes, crossing the sky and the earth, with their fierce aura charging into the sky and their demonic aura penetrating the clouds. Boy, such a big battle, it really makes old man's animal blood boil. The old bull manifested his body, a brown hair burning with a blazing fire. Looking at the sky and the ground are all kinds of demonic beasts, a glimpse of the boundless. A lifetime has never been so shocked. In front of this torrent of demonic beasts, supreme emperors would have to avoid them even if they came. At the forefront were 6 magnificent chariots. They were the Divine Ape Valley, the Black Water Stream, the Sky Rock Ridge, the Demon Flame Cave, the Black Wind Mountain, and the forces of Mantu, with numerous demon emperors, covering the sky and the moon, leading the beasts that stretched endlessly in the rear. Big Brother has already arrived in Tianhai Prefecture with the Great Desolate's army. We should be able to arrive tonight as well, and the showdown will definitely be tomorrow. After this battle, I don't know how many people and demons will have to die. Little Bird said with a faint sigh. She was a 5-colored peacock in her original body, and was considered one of the peak races of the Qiankuan realm domain, coming from the peacock clan of the central domain. If the Great Desolate Lord doesn't start this war and chooses to ascend instead, we will die even more in the future. The Black Tiger said in a deep voice, in this battle, even if we lose, the 4 great ferocious races will not fare well, and will surely die and be devastated. On this day, this night, countless Dao lineages and cultivators in the eastern domain were rushing to the heavenly sea state. Cultivators and demonic beasts of Zun and above all knew the importance of this battle. If they win, the fierce clan has nothing to fear. If they lost, the four ferocious clans would never be in a good position either. Almost all of them are holding out for certain death. The only way for the human and demon races to have a future was to fight to the death. If we are timid at this time, who will dare to stand up against the fierce race after the Lord of the Great Wilderness ascends? Everyone understands this, it's just a matter of dying sooner or later. As for the four ferocious races of the eastern region, the dragon race, the blood race, the heavenly god race, and the Rakshasa race, facing this battle was also bottomless in their hearts, but they could only break the boat, and everything was ready, just waiting for tomorrow's big showdown. Chapter 19, The Great Army Gathering. The Assembly of 10,000 Clans? The white moon was in the sky, and under the moonlight at the front of the Tianhai state was an endless camp. Bonfires blazed within each campsite, and groups of cultivators, gathered around the bonfires, drank and talked freely. This might be the last time they would be together, and after tomorrow, there was no telling how many others present would survive to the end. Above the dome of the sky, there were great emperor powerhouses sitting on their knees on guard. The four battle immortals of the great desolate court were each sitting on top of a chariot, their eyes slightly closed as they recuperated. Except for the demon race. The three great overlords of the eastern wasteland, the Great Wasteland, Yin Yang, and Wind Clan's strongest men had all arrived, almost as if they had come out in full force. The three old ancestors of the Yin Yang Holy Land and the Wind Clan, without those who were greedy and afraid of death, all came to the scene. And currently, on the side of the Great Desolate Court, the four old ancestors had come, calling on the supreme great emperors of all races to gather at an Attic Phallus. In this battle, they were prepared to fight in blood, and anyway, it was only a real body, so death was just a matter of death. In addition, the five great first-grade Dao lineages of the Eastern Domain, the Heavenly Dragon Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Nangong Clan, and the Wind and Snow Empire all came out in full force, and none of their respective Supreme Great Emperor ancestors were absent. There were no less than 18 Supreme Great Emperors present, and with the addition of the 6 Supreme Demon Emperors of the Demon race, there would be 24. And there were even more Great Emperors. The Great Desolate Court alone had 38, the Wind Clan had 23, and the Yin Yang Holy Land had 27. The four first-grade Dao lineages combined also had 30 Great Emperors. In the presence, there were 118 Great Emperors. But none of them are starters. Those who could truly sway the victory or defeat of this war were the three-eyed general, the four great war immortals, and the unfathomable Desolate Emperor who had never made a move. At this moment, 18 great emperors were gathered at the Great Desolate First Ancestors Palace vessel. The Wind Clan, the Yin Yang Sacred Land, and the old ancestors of the four first-grade Dao lineages were all asking the Great Desolate First Ancestor how strong the Desolate Emperor was. To be honest, before they knew what level the Desolate Emperor's strength was at, they didn't even have the slightest bit of confidence in the face of the four ferocious races joining forces. Looking at the old ancestors who were filled with worry, the Great Desolate First Ancestor laughed, "Chu Aragon's strength, all of you can rest assured that it definitely won't disappoint you, it's definitely above the three-eyed general. Facing the fierce clan, we may need several people to join forces before we can fight a fierce clan of the same realm. I hope that your majesty, the Desolate Emperor, will be able to withstand the pressure, or else there is absolutely no chance of winning this battle. What is said is extremely true. He's fighting at least half of the fierce race's supreme emperors on his own, so I hope he can carry on. Whether he wins or loses this battle all depends on whether he can turn the tide by himself." Although they knew from the first ancestor of the Great Desolate that the Desolate Emperor's strength was not below that of the three-eyed general, they still couldn't stop worrying. Roar, roar, roar. Right at this moment, earth-shattering demonic beast hissing sounds came from the distance. At the sound of SB's voice, all the cultivators came out of the camp and looked out into the distance. One could see an endless torrent of demonic beasts, crowding the heavens and the earth, sweeping in under the leadership of 6 magnificent chariots. A monstrous demonic aura broke through the night, shocking many cultivators into frowning. Good thing it's not an enemy, but an ally. The torrent of demonic beasts came from far and near, stopping outside the camps of the human cultivators, each transforming into human form and setting up camp outside. The 6 supreme demon emperors, on the other hand, headed straight for that magic weapon palace. On this side of the Great Wilderness Court Camp, 30 million Great Wilderness troops were stationed here, and 1 million Nirvana Realm heavenly soldiers lined up horizontally above the clouds. One true lord and great emperor after another plopped down in front of the millions of heavenly soldiers. Outside the center army tent, Jiang Li was with the 2 emperors and princesses of the Great Wilderness, and next to him was his sister Jiang Eveningching with a little fatty. "Are old Ox and the others here yet?" Little fatty looked at Jiang Li and said. Jiang Li nodded. It's here. I've asked them to come and find me on this side of the Great Desolate Court's middle army tent. Little Fatty laughed. The five of us brothers can finally fight side by side again. It's just a pity that the Night Lord isn't here. The Night Lord, the very same rift beast by Jiang Li's side, had disappeared for a long time and was nowhere to be found. Second Prince Chubaxian said, This Highness came back from the central region some time ago, but I did hear that there were traces of the Night Lord, and it seems that the Heavenly Chi Pavilion has joined forces with a few ferocious races to besiege him. What? Jiang Li's eyes showed his killing intent when he heard this. When this hall came back, I heard that it seems like the Celestial Mechanic Pavilion is going to join forces with the 5 ferocious races in the central region and use the Forbidden Living Spirit, the Heaven-Splitting Beast, as a guide to convene a conference of all the races, to discuss how all the races can coexist peacefully. Chubaxian informed, saying, Once the Heaven-Splitting Beast is captured, that will be the moment when the Heavenly Chi Pavilion and the 5 great fierce races of the central domain call upon all the human Dao lineages of the Qiankuan realm domain, and the 12 fierce races to convene a conference of the 10,000 races. Damn! How did the Night Lords offend them? Why this? Little Fatty clenched his fists in anger. How did this happen? Zhang Eveningqing was filled with worry, lightly biting her jade lips. Her relationship with the Night Lord had already surpassed that of a friend, and was just short of both parties piercing through that layer of membrane. During those years when Jiang Li was being hunted down, he had guarded him for hundreds of years without moving an inch. Shu Yueyao laughed. I don't think you guys need to worry for the time being. They want to catch them alive. At least the Night Lord's life is not in danger. After this battle is over, I can beg Father Emperor to save him. Chubei and Chubaxian also said, Count me in. What forbidden beings, what 10,000 races assembly, and peaceful coexistence is a joke. Shu Shueyao nodded. Not bad. If the fierce race is not extinguished, it will always be a butcher's knife hanging over the human and demon races. For highnesses, a great favor is not appreciated. Jiang Li clasped his fists at them. Whether your majesty helps or not, I will not stand by and watch, even if I am a moth to a flame. And us. At that moment, the voices of Old Bull, Little Sparrow, and Black Tiger came. They came, all full of fury. Jiang Li laughed out loud and said, Good, when the time comes, we brothers will gather together and kill him. With 6 siblings gathered together, the night was destined to be a non-drunken one. They had come from a mountain of corpses and blood, supporting each other to get to this day, not blood brothers, but better than blood brothers. Central Region, Tianji Pavilion. At the top of the Tianji Terrace, there stood a kindly old man. He looked out into the distance in the direction where the eastern domain was located, and his eyes all over his body seemed to have heavenly chances hidden in them. Master, can you deduce the victory or defeat of the eastern region tomorrow? A white-robed stunning woman stepped into the air, looking at the amiable old man in front of her and said in a low voice. The old man's eyes regained their calmness and sighed. There is another unfathomable heavenly chance that has shielded the outcome of this battle. This person is inscrutable with regards to deduction, and I am far inferior to him. There are still such characters in the Qiankuan realm? The woman in white was surprised. The old man shook his head and inquired, How is the capture of that heaven-splitting beast going? He's already been cornered by the 5 ferocious clans, and he should be captured alive in the next few days. The white-clothed woman frowned slightly and said, Master, do you think that the fierce race will really coexist peacefully with us? Perhaps. Elder Tianji didn't dare to say absolutely, but we have to try it anyways, don't we? Chapter 20, The World's Attention. Descent of the Desolate Emperor. On the following morning, when the first morning sunlight kicked off, the Dragon Island, which was far away from the Tianhai Prefecture, was revived by one terrifying aura after another, shaking the millions of miles of oceans as far as the eye could see. It was an island that was like a small continent, with 5-colored dragon chi shrouding it. Along with the revival of one sleeping dragon after another, the terrifying dragon's might ran through the sky. The winds are rising between heaven and earth. The dragon chi above the Dragon Island was gradually blown away, revealing an incomparably amazing scene. The Dragon Island, which covers an unknown area, is densely populated with dragons, rakshasas, bloods, and heavenly gods in both the sky and the ground, and the number of them is more than 1 billion. Divine dragons roared, blood devils hissed, heavenly gods were proud of the world, and rakshasas were furious, shattering the boundless sky and bucking the entire East Sea. One great emperor after another stood proudly at the top of the long sky, looking down behind a large group of supreme great emperors. The supreme emperors of the 4 ferocious races were dancing wildly with their messy hair, their gazes cold and murderous, and they numbered no less than 50. Boom! 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 along with the supreme ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan, the supreme blood ancestor of the Blood Clan, the supreme Rakshasa king of the Rakshasa Clan, and the supreme god ancestor of the Heavenly God Clan taking a step, the Qianquan was turned upside down, the East Sea exploded, and the godless might penetrated the heavens and the earth. 10,000 heavy waves, rumbling and loud, slapping straight towards the heavenly sea state, the Humph. The ice spirit battle immortal lightly grunted and merely raised his hand and pressed, freezing the millions of waves that rolled in. This was a white-haired woman, cold as an ice mountain, absolutely magnificent, 17 ice law powers ascending into the sky, causing the entire heavenly sea prefecture, as well as the entire eastern sea, to turn into a side of icy sky and snow. Her icy skin and jade bones slowly raised a slender and crystalline palm, and just like this, gently pressed towards the East Sea. Rumble. The heavens collapsed, transforming into a party of ice and snow kingdoms, heading straight for Dragon Island to suppress it, strong and incomparable. Seek death. The ancestral dragon of the dragon race shouted angrily, casually striking out a 5-colored reverse scale, which blasted through the heavens and earth, penetrating through the ice and snow kingdom that pressed down. All troops, on your mark, prepare for battle. The resounding, iron-blooded voice of Great Desolate Army Marshal Cui Wu resounded in the ears of the 8 or 9 billion cultivators in the Eastern Domain camp. Kill! 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 The high sound of shouting and killing shook the clouds, and one stream of light after another rose to the sky, densely packed, covering the sun and the moon, not seeing the end of it at a glance. As the shouts and killings from this side rushed to the sky, the allied forces of the 4 ferocious races spread across Dragon Island also let out a heaven-shaking roar. The Blood Clan, like a sea of blood sinking. The Dragon Clan, like a dragon world pressing down on the sky. The heavenly god race was like a lord above the 9 heavens, sacrosanct and inviolable. The Rakshasa tribe, as if from the 9 hells and purgatory, the male hideous, the female national beauty, a stark contrast between the two. Between this icy sky and snow, the 2 allied armies had their swords drawn, their auras clashed, and the oppressive atmosphere made people want to suffocate. The number of cultivators on both sides combined was infinitely close to 2 billion. Once they collided together, there were bound to be mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, and no one dared to say that they would be able to survive this war. At the top of Dragon Island, 4 upright figures stood proudly. Ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan, ancestral god of the Sky God Clan, blood ancestor of the Blood Clan, and king of Rakshasa of the Rakshasa Clan. Behind them, 40 to 50 supreme great emperors stood, and close to 1,000 great emperors stood at their feet. Even God Wuya, who had comprehended the 8 laws, stood behind their ancestral god. The difference in strength is too great. So what, my generation of cultivators, why fear a battle? If you don't fight today, you won't have a chance in another day. Looking at the ferocious battle on the Dragon Island, none of the human cultivators were timid, their battle intent grew higher and higher, and they were not deterred. Is this the depth of the fierce clan? Even if we gathered the entire eastern region, we wouldn't be able to reach it. Frowned Jiang Li, he had underestimated the fierce race earlier. And the great unification ancestors on the traveling palace vessel were not surprised by this. The depth of the 4 great ferocious races had long been expected by them. Otherwise, over the years, they wouldn't have watched as the human race was destroyed one Dao lineage after another without doing anything about it. It was true that they couldn't fight. At this moment, whether it was the central domain, or the southern, northern, and western domains, there were all powerful people from the Dao lineage of the human race, as well as powerful people from the ferocious race, who had projected the images of this place through some sort of means, and came back to watch. Especially in the central region Tianji City, the Tianji Pavilion had directly projected the scene over there, to all parts of the city. As such, the scene of the 2 sides of this heaven and earth confronting each other could be said to have attracted the world's attention. Alas! The overall battle power of both sides, the disparity is too great. What will the eastern domain take to fight? So what, it's better to die standing up than to die under the butcher's knife of the fierce race later on, or to fall into their blood food. Yeah. I just hate that on our side, no hegemonic Daos dare to take the lead. If it weren't for the vast separation between domains, I would have long ago traveled to the eastern domain to dedicate my insignificant share. The countless human race powerhouses, cultivators, who were watching the battle, didn't bother to mock the eastern region human race. Instead, they were filled with admiration. In their eyes, the human races of the eastern region were all fearless heroes. Isn't it good to live under the rule of our fierce race? To have to come en masse to get killed, pathetic, lamentable. The ancestral dragon of the dragon race, which combined the power of the candle dragon, ing dragon, water dragon, thunder dragon, and wind dragon, presented 5-colored pupils and stared coldly at the overwhelming eastern region's allied forces on the opposite bank. Ha ha ha. Even a mole cricket wants to turn the sky upside down? The blood ancestor snorted, where is the Desolate Emperor? Why doesn't he dare to show up? Huzzah! Just the moment his words fell. Suddenly, at the end of the sky, a path of golden light stretched out. Rumble. Then, only a sound of footsteps like beating drums could be heard, rumbling from the end of the golden light avenue. Fix your eyes on this. Only to see that it was a 3,000 number of dragon riders. The human riders were all clad in a black armor, holding lances and carrying swords. Their exposed eyes were cold and emotionless, as if they were only born to kill. The three-eyed general rode a black prison dragon colt, his halberd in his hand flowing with an intimidating cold light as he led the 3,000 demon gods to open up the road. And behind the 3,000 demon gods, a huge chariot pulled by 9 silver-white heavenly horses slowly traveled on top of the golden road. On top of the chariot stood an emperor's throne with a black body and flowing runes. On top of the imperial throne, leaning sideways, was a man who was slender and magnificent, as if he had become one with this side of the world. Like a waterfall of silver hair, unencumbered shoulders and waist, very great features, knife-cut axe chiseling, a touch of silver and black mark between the eyebrows escaped the eerie light. He lazily leaned sideways on top of the emperor's seat, his slender 5 fingers gently tapping the head of the armrest, a half-open chest of xuanjie covering his body. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was a change of epochs, and the universe evolved as the scene swept past. The man gave off an incomparably transcendent feeling, as if he was a supreme monarch patrolling the 9 heavens. Chariots roared, heavenly horses had long hooves, along with the 3,000 demon gods that opened the way, since the golden road from far and near, almost shrinking the ground. In a few blinks of an eye, they were overriding the forefront of the eastern region's allied forces. Chapter 21 Bloodline Vision. Eternal Star Ocean. The Desolate Emperor descended with his 3,000 demon god iron cavalry, causing this heaven and earth to lose their voices. Countless gazes, all of them landed on him. He was like a supreme monarch patrolling the 9 heavens, and wherever his eyes passed, all beings had to worship. This was a kind of potential, even without showing half of its power, it could give people an unshakable momentum. It was as if as long as he struck out, no living being in this world could resist. This brother of yours is quite something. On the heavenly god clan side, God Wuya's pupils were slightly condensed, and even though they were separated by a side of the ocean, it made him feel an unrivaled sense of oppression. See, your majesty. At this moment, the Great Desolate's 30 million Great Desolate army of the Venerable Realm, as well as the 1 million heavenly soldiers of the Nirvana Realm, were all kneeling down on one knee to pay their respects towards the magnificent chariot in front of the formation. The Desolate Emperor slightly raised his hand and didn't say much. His deep eyes looked down at the distant Dragon Island powers and spoke in a faint voice, I will give you and the others a chance to live, hand over your soul blood, and from now on serve the Great Desolate Court. Otherwise, today you and the others do not want to leave alive. This tone of voice was light, but it was overbearing and overwhelming. Looking at the Qinquan realm, who would dare to be so arrogant towards 4 fierce races that had already joined forces? As Emperor Desolate's words fell, both the enemy and us, as well as the human race and the fierce race who were watching the battle, all caused quite a commotion. Ha ha ha! Desolate Emperor, who do you think you are? After the divine ancestor of the heavenly god clan froze, he was instantly amused. Desolate Emperor, are you out of your mind? Even if your entire human race were to unite, you wouldn't be qualified to speak such words with us. I thought you were a character, but I didn't realize that you're just a rash. The blood ancestor let out a mocking laugh, looking at the Desolate Emperor as if he were looking at an idiot. Sacrificing soul blood, you're going to laugh at my old lady? The king of the Rakshasa clan was a woman, and at this moment, she was hiding her mouth and snickering. I really don't know, who gave you the courage to say such words? Ancestral Dragon shook his head. Originally, I thought you were a character, but now it seems to be just like that. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this a monkey sent here to be funny? Ha ha ha. What is it that is worthy of making us hand over our soul blood? Ha 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 ha. Still working for their great desert, my ass, what a show. The 4 great fierce race powerhouses on Dragon Island were all amused and laughed up to the sky, their tears almost coming out of their eyes. This scene, looking into the eyes of the eastern region's allied cultivators, their faces weren't very nice, and they glanced grudgingly at the figure on the emperor's throne. We haven't even started the war yet, and you're saying this kind of thing, is it really okay? If you want to say such things, you have to show the strength to crush them first. It's like coming up here and not doing anything, just coming right out and saying things like no one else. Earlier in his debut, he was thought to be an unfathomable being. Now it really seems like a long story. In the audience, only the great desolate court's army and cultivators were expressionless, not half questioning their majesty's words. Desolate ancestor, isn't this your majesty of ours a little too big-hearted? On the traveling palace phallus, a group of old ancestors looked at the 4 old ancestors of the great desolate and revealed bitter smiles. Big heart? Ha ha ha. The 4 great desolate ancestors laughed. If they can't grasp this opportunity, they'll inevitably be slaughtered by Chu Desolate in the aftermath. Seeing that the 4 great desolate ancestors were also so braggadocious, the group of ancestors were speechless and looked strange. Above the imperial seat, the desolate emperor listened to the other side of the monstrous ridicule. Even the great faces still ancient wells, slowly from the seat to get up, faintly spoke. The opportunity is only this time. Since you do not know how to cherish the I give you the opportunity to live, then today we'll all be buried here. Ha! Let's battle! Let me see how many kilograms you brain-dead have. The dragon ancestor whistled long and loud. The power of the 11 laws swirled. The power of the ancestral dragon penetrated the sky, instantly raising his state to the peak. Boom! 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 The ancestral god, blood ancestor, and Rakshasa queen also raised their state to the peak without reservation at this moment. The power of the heavenly god swept through, a sea of blood emerged from the sky, and the Rakshasa region descended. War? The desolate emperor slightly lowered his eyes and his voice was like a loud bell. You and the others are also worthy of fighting with me. Kneel down! Bang 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 bang! Along with the fall of the desolate emperor's grand voice, one after another of the eternal emperor veins emperors hidden within his body opened up, totaling 180,000 in all, instantly opening up to full capacity. Rumble! In an instant, a terrifying power that caused all the heavenly wills of this Qianquan realm to tremble and shook the endless earth of the eastern domain erupted from his body. Buzz buzz buzz! At the same time, the boundless dome of the eastern region's sky was filled with visions. The buzzing sound was like the whispering of a king from the 9 heavens. Accompanied by an ear-shattering buzzing sound, the top of the sky spread out one trace of the sky after another. It seemed like a bloodline vision that did not belong to this world was about to descend into this world. The dome of the sky was pierced, and the marks of the sky were intertwined like a spider web. A moment later, there was a thud. Wow! At this moment, the entire sky dome of the Qianquan realm shattered open like a mirror. Geez! What was that? When the dome of the sky shattered, the people saw a scene that they would never forget. It was a sight of the eternal sea of stars, dotted with billions of purple, gold, red, black, silver, and gray emperor stars in all colors, slowly pressing down, completely replacing the Qianquan realm's sky. Heaven's will, at this moment, was all suppressed by this force, trembling, not to mention intervening, not even having the power to resist. It could only watch this power, which descended upon its world with reckless abandon. Geez! Look at the center of that sea of stars. Hiss! Is that an imperial throne? Look! Up there, there's a man sitting up there. Right at this moment, people were shocked to see that in the center of that colorful sea of eternal stars, an emperor's throne cast from endless stars, so large that it was boundless, slowly took shape. And on top of that emperor's seat sat a figure that was 10,000 feet in size, overlooking the heavens and the universe. When the cultivators who were on the front line of the eastern domain saw this figure, their gazes all subconsciously looked towards the chariot high in the sky. He saw that Emperor Desolate's figure had disappeared without a trace at some point. With just that glance, they understood. Here sitting at the top of the star sea, on top of that star sea emperor seat was none other than their desolate emperor majesty. At this moment, he was really like a monarch from above the heavens, looking down on the multitudes from on high. In his pair of cold and majestic eyes, people see only endless cold, no emotional color. The living creatures, in his eyes, as if they are just mole crickets, lifting his hand can be wiped out. Billions and billions of emperor stars, surrounding his body, escape with the power of boundary extermination, pressing the space of the Qianquan realm to distort and spreading cracks in the void. It was as if this realm could be annihilated in a snap of his fingers whenever he wanted. In front of him, what 12 ferocious races, what supreme emperors, the Qianquan realm's celestial beings all felt a deep sense of powerlessness, wanting to worship down, begging him to be lenient and not to destroy them. Chapter 22 is what I said funny? Days that no longer exist. Look up at the eternal sea of stars. Billions and billions of emperor stars surrounded the figure on that emperor seat in the center of the sea of stars. Each of the emperor stars contained the power to destroy the realm. In the Qianquan realm, countless living beings, under the shock of this greatness, very indisputably fell to their knees and bowed down towards the figure on the emperor's throne at the top of the star ocean. Those who were unaware of the situation thought that an unearthly powerhouse was going to destroy their world, and they all fell to their knees, crying out in their mouths for forgiveness, begging for mercy, begging to be spared by that being. In front of this power, what fierce race supreme great emperor, all feel their own small as a mole cricket, the heart cannot give birth to half a bit of resistance. How can it be? How can this kind of power be cultivated by a being that is in this world? Why is it that a weak human race in the district can, in this world, cultivate this kind of heaven-defying power? It completely exceeds the upper limit and tolerance range of this world. Heaven's will was suppressed. How did this guy do it? Righteousness and peace must be righteousness and peace. Right, it's not too late to convene the assembly of 10,000 races, and from now on will coexist peacefully with the human race. The fierce race powerhouses of the central, southern, northern, and western regions only felt ice-cold at this moment. One after another, they gathered their contempt for the human race. At this moment in time, they were even more desperate than the human race to make peace and coexist peacefully. They could still be left alone, but the 4 ferocious clans in the eastern region were not so lucky. Tianji Pavilion, the Tianji elder who was on the Tianji platform witnessing this scene, his pale body was trembling slightly, not knowing whether it was excitement or fear. Master, this. The white-robed stunning woman behind him was shocked and could no longer speak a word. The beautiful eyes looked up at the magnificent figure at the top of the star ocean, and their hearts all trembled fiercely. What kind of supreme character was this that could break through the boundaries of this world and cultivate such astounding power? Eastern region, Tianhai Prefecture frontline. All is silent here. The opposing armies on both sides were looking up at the figure on the top of the star ocean that was like a 9 heavens monarch approaching the dust. Laughing? No fierce clan laughed anymore. Only endless fear gripped them. Over 1 billion allied forces of the fierce race, despair, trepidation, and other negative emotions surrounded their hearts, and every cell in their bodies was trembling. Is it funny what I just said? At this moment, at the top of the star ocean, the Desolate Emperor's grand and majestic voice of judgment, like that of a sovereign king, resounded in every corner of the Qianquan realm, in the ears of every cultivator. Just the sound alone impacted the hearts and minds of countless cultivators, and their Dao hearts nearly collapsed. So terrifying, said Jiang Li as he stabilized his mind, waves of shock rising within his heart. Since his rise to power, he had crushed invincible cultivators of the same realm along the way, with almost no defeats. In his mind, if he were to achieve Supreme Emperor, no one in this realm would be his opponent. But the strength displayed by the Desolate Emperor in front of him ruthlessly taught him a lesson. The Desolate Emperor, or an existence that he would not be able to reach for the rest of his life, looking at his back might not even be possible. Too strong, too invincible. Little Fatty was glowing and full of excitement, not realizing that at this moment, Jiang Li had suffered a great blow. This cheap father of mine, what exactly is his origin? How could it be so ridiculously strong? Xu Bei staggered, secretly alarmed. Xian Nu, what kind of realm has my father cultivated to? Why can he be so terrifying? Xu Yueya's mind shook as she inquired in her heart. Peak Law Xianxian Immortal, that is, what you call a Supreme Emperor. However, the power of his bloodline is astounding. What's even more terrifying is that I suspect that this isn't all of his strength. The other part of his strength should be fighting against the will of the heavenly realms, or else he would have long since been guided to ascend upwards. Xian Nu's voice, too, was not too calm. This isn't even his full strength, should it be so outrageous? When Xu Shuiyao heard this, the shock in her heart increased even more. Xian Nu was silent, perhaps she was also being deeply shocked. Poof! Plop! On the side of the 4 great fierce races, there were already quite a few people who couldn't withstand this pressure and prostrated themselves on the ground. How is it possible? How is it possible? Shushi looked like she had lost her soul, her mouth constantly murmuring impossibilities. God Wuya looked at her and didn't know how to comfort her. Because today, they may all die here. As he watched one of his clansmen unable to withstand the pressure and kneel down, he let out a deep sigh. In the face of this power that transcended this world, they were simply too small. And laughed at him before. Now that I think about it, it's pretty self-defeating. The 4 ancestral dragons, blood ancestors, Rakshasa queens, and divine ancestors, whose earlier arrogance was all but gone, gathered up all their power. The face was desperate and powerless. Laughing? How can one laugh? They originally had means yet to come out. During the period of silence, it had been communicating and contacting the clansmen who had once ascended. However, the entire space of the Qianquan realm seemed to be blocked. The message simply won't get out. In the next moment, they all knelt down and bowed towards the figure at the top of the Starsea. Your Majesty, Desolate Emperor, we know we are wrong, we implore you to give us another chance, we are all willing to hand over our soul blood, and from now on, we will be at your command. The Desolate Emperor, who was sitting high on the top of the Star Ocean, had cold and merciless eyes and did not bother to look at them, his gaze fixed on Chu Shi. Greeting Desolate Emperor's cold and merciless gaze, Chu Shi's petite body trembled slightly and cried out in a low voice, "Brother! You were once my most favored sister, and even the great wasteland could be placed in your hands. Now, no longer." The Desolate Emperor's voice did not have any half-emotional fluctuations, only a single thought, only to see a poof. Chu Shi's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, instantly scattering his soul. Hiss. Supreme Emperor can be obliterated without even needing to make a move in front of him? This scene caused countless living beings to suck in cold air. Ergo, it's time to perish. The light of the Desolate Emperor's eyes that annihilated the layers of emptiness landed on top of the dragon island that covered a vast area. His body was 10,000 feet in size, and as he slowly beckoned, a black emperor's heart fell between his palms. Afterward, it met the more than 1,000,000,004 races living beings on Dragon Island and pressed down with the flip of a hand. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook, and the Black Emperor star cracked the sky, instantly transforming into a giant hand that covered the entire East Sea, pressing down in fear. Wherever it passed, the already cracked void disappeared like papier-mâché. In front of this force, the entire Qianquan realm was experiencing a great earthquake. Ah! Desolate Emperor, the ascended ones of my clan will never let you go. The beings on Dragon Island, even the four ancestors, were crushed and unable to move, hissing up to the sky with their eyes wide open. Even when the star hand that exceeded the magnitude of 10,000 feet was still far away, there were quite a number of fierce clans that couldn't withstand it and directly exploded to their deaths. The sound of thumping was incessant. The visual impact of such scenes is so great that it knows no bounds. The giant palm of stars covered the East Sea and suppressed everything, even the strongest four of the dragon, Rakshasa, blood, and heavenly god clans were unable to break free and escape under this palm. The entire East Sea collapsed and sank under the pressure of this palm, pressing down layer by layer and grinding down everything. Wild winds howled, ghosts cried out, and group after group of ferocious clans on Dragon Island were crushed and exploded. All kinds of screams, hisses, and pleas for mercy resounded. In front of the Desolate Emperor, they all seemed too fragile. Too fragile to withstand even a single thought from him. Afterwards, he dispersed the bloodline vision. If it wasn't to avoid the four ferocious clans from summoning the ascended clansmen to descend, Emperor Desolate had no intention of displaying his bloodline visions. To destroy them, there was no need to display a bloodline vision at all. But it was just to prevent them from summoning the ascended clan to descend. Disperse. The Desolate Emperor didn't stay here too long, and with a faint word, he had torn through the void and left. That's the end of it? I thought there was a bloodbath. Ha ha. I really didn't expect that this battle would come to an end in such a way. His Majesty the Desolate Emperor is truly strong and invincible. After the Desolate Emperor left, the 700 to 800 million cultivators were in awe, talking to each other with smiles on their faces, with a sense of relief at the Desolate Emperor's favor. Invincible. The heavenly tribulation of the heavenly realms was actually blown apart by him. Xian Nu marveled in Chu Yueyao's ear. Was that a heavenly tribulation just now? Chu Yueyao said in astonishment. Not bad, your father's existence has not only broken the upper limit of this world, it's impossible for the realm of the heavens to let him remain in this world. He can still resist now, but the will of the descending world of the heavens will become stronger and stronger, and your father's ascension may be just a matter of days. Moreover, the realm of the heavens is where he should go to fight for supremacy. If it wasn't for the human race, he might have ascended up there a long time ago. Xian Nu was filled with marvel. Chu Yueyao's beautiful eyes twinkled. I hope I can catch up with him as much as possible. In this moment, it wasn't just her who had this thought. Jiang Li, Chu Shueyao, Chu Bei Xin, and the others were also thinking this darkly in their hearts. Ascend, must ascend, walk to a wider world, follow in the footsteps of this man. On the traveling palace phallus, the four old ancestors of the Chu clan, looking at the crowd present which was still full of unsettled faces, laughed and said, Gentlemen, I'll see you in the Ascension realm. Well, we want to ascend too. But how to ascend? Yeah. We don't have the terrifying strength of His Majesty the Desolate Emperor. All of the old ancestors stared at them with burning eyes. Don't worry. Soon, you will sense the presence of the heavenly tribulation. The 4 Chu clan ancestors hemmed and hawed, then tore through the void and left, leaving behind a crowd of wide-eyed supreme emperors. This battle is hereby declared over. The power of the Desolate Emperor deeply shocked the fierce clans of the other 4 domains. Chapter 23, Piercing the Ancient Spirit Realm. Preparing to transition. Eastern region, from now on, there will be no more fierce race. The name of the Desolate Emperor spread throughout the Qianquan realm within 7 days. Those who had seen the Sea of Eternal Stars, but were uninformed, worshipped those desolate emperors beyond measure after learning about them. The first half of the month passed. Just today, the Central Region Tianji Pavilion spread the news. The remaining 8 ferocious races, holding absolute friendship and willing to coexist peacefully with the human race, could sign the Heavens Will Pact. This news swept through the various domains of the Qianquan realm within a few days. Ha! Ridiculous to the extreme, knowing that our human race has an invincible existence in His Majesty, the Desolate Emperor, before thinking of peace, is there anything so cheap under the sky? Good, they should be killed until they are extinct. His Majesty, the Desolate Emperor, shouldn't agree to live in peace with them, right? Right, before they had power, they regarded us as ants and blood eaters. Now that we are powerful, we should in turn enslave them. Countless cultivators of the human race, knowing that they had such a strong and invincible existence like the Desolate Emperor sitting at their side, now heard that the fierce race wanted to ask for peace, and all of them scoffed. Just for today. A powerful person from the Tianji Pavilion had paid a visit to the Desolate Emperor, inviting him to preside over the 10,000 Races Conference in 3 months to discuss the peaceful coexistence of the 10,000 races. However, the attitude of the Desolate Emperor was tough, and only said, "Fierce race, the only way to offer soul blood is for the whole race to be under the control of my great Desolate. There is no such thing as peaceful coexistence. Within half a month, if you don't come to the door to offer your soul blood, the consequences will be your own." When these words from the Desolate Emperor reached the ears of the major fierce races, it really caused them to be shocked and angered. Damn it, bully too much, let's directly summon the ascended ancestors to exterminate them? Not bad, do you really think we're easy to bully? If he wants to enslave us, let's see if he has the ability to do so, and I agree to directly summon the ascended ancestors of our clans to completely exterminate the Great Wasteland. When the 8 clans gathered, none of them were prepared to compromise, and each returned to their clans to summon their ascended ancestors. Accidents happen. When they summoned through the legal decree left behind by their clan's ascended ancestors, dripping blood and reciting an incantation, a heavenly realm actually surfaced on the legal decree, and an extremely terrifying being opened his eyes as if he were looking at a group of dead people, instantly molding and destroying the 8 ferocious clans' old ancestors. What, how did this happen? Old ancestor. Old ancestor is dead? How did this happen? The strongest members of the fierce race who surrounded the altar looked at the old ancestor whose Yuanshan flame was extinguished and whose vitality was severed, and the entire race was plunged into a state of panic. Could it be that we really have to submit to the Great Wasteland and be driven by them from now on? It's the only way to go if you don't want to be exterminated. Alas! Immediately collect the soul blood of all the clansmen and let's take a trip to the Great Desolate Court. At this moment, they were completely desperate and chose to compromise and submit to the Great Desolate Court. Just as they finished collecting the soul blood of their clansmen, they were on their way to the Great Desolate Court. A message came in. The Desolate Emperor abdicated and gave way to the Grand Imperial Prince Chubei, and the throne ceremony was held on the same day. When the heads of the 8 ferocious clans, with the soul blood of their clansmen, came to the Great Desolate Court, the imperial lord of the dynasty was already Chubei. The soul blood, too, was sent to Chubei. After sending off the 8 fierce race patriarchs, Chubei, dressed in a black dragon robe, arrived at the place where the Desolate Emperor of the Supreme Heaven was in seclusion. "Father Emperor, are you really ready to ascend?" Looking at the great man sitting on the futon, Chubei said with some complexity in his heart. "Not bad, see you in the future in the realm of the heavens." The Desolate Emperor's eyes were without ripples as he said lightly, "By the time you ascend, my father may have already struck a piece of heaven and earth. When you ascend, if you can inquire about the forces that bear the name Desolate Ancient, or the forces that my father has built, you can come and inquire at that time. For this ascension, Chu Wasteland's original body would not remain in the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom. When the time comes, the real body will go to test the water, and if it breaks down, it will not matter, it will not affect him half the time." Good, my son has remembered. Xu Bei nodded heavily and asked, the soul blood of the 8 great fierce races, how will it be handled? To eliminate future troubles, exterminate it. Chu Wasteland said without any semblance of emotion. Ah. This. The Chu Bei was startled. If you have other ideas, do as you please, go down without anything else. Chu Hua opened his mouth expressionlessly. With regards to the matters of this realm, Chu Hua could no longer raise half an interest. If not for the fact that his true body was still in the midst of comprehending the laws, he would have entered the ultimate ancient spirit realm today and pierced through one of its corners so that the beings of this world could also ascend. Good, my son's servant will leave. Xu Bei made a deep bow and turned to leave. It wasn't long after he left. The 4 old ancestors of the Chu clan arrived. Come up and ask when you plan to ascend. Xu Hua said blandly, it's just in these few days. The great ancestor nodded his head and said, good, we'll see you in the great desolate heavenly kingdom at that time. Our original bodies are in the divine sky heavenly domain of the great desolate heavenly kingdom, and our ancestor is the divine sky heavenly lord, so you can come and find us first at that time. No problem. Xu Huang nodded his head, originally planning to let his true body enter the great desolate heavenly kingdom. Next, the 4 old ancestors left after roughly informing them of some matters in the realm of the heavens. From them, they learned that there was no aura in the realm of the heavens, and that what pervaded the heavens and earth was Yuan Qi, the Qi of the beginning. After crossing, on this day, Chu Wasteland's true body finally cultivated 26 channels of law power to exit the gate. It's time to leave this world. Chu Hua opened his eyes and brought his true body to tear through space, straight into the ultimate ancient spirit realm. The sky of the ancient spirit realm's twilight was heavy, and a dead star was visible outside the realm sinking, as if it would press down at any time. The spiritual qi was so rich that it could not be melted, causing the vegetation in this part of the world to be filled with vegetation, and it was also the best habitat for demonic beasts. Descending into this realm, Xu Huang unfolded his divine thoughts and enveloped the entire ultimate ancient spirit realm, searching for the weakest point in space. A moment later, Chu Wasteland disappeared with his true body tearing through the void. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the end of this world, in front of a seemingly thin boundary wall. Looking at the boundary wall in front of him, Xu Hua raised his hand to deliver a peak punch. Boom! Ka-ching! The unrivaled punch fell, and the boundary wall was riddled with cracks, shattering after a few breaths, and unable to heal over again. In that very moment, the will of the heavenly realms swept in like a tidal wave. In an instant, Xu Hua's original and true bodies were both locked. All of a sudden, the sky and earth changed color, and the infinite calamity clouds were brewing, even as strong as Chu Moro could no longer resist. Chapter 24 Above the 9th Heavenly Tribulation, the 10th Heavenly Tribulation. What's going on? I seem to be locked by an inexplicable aura. Right at the moment when Chu Wasteland pierced through the ancient spirit realm, all of the supreme emperors on the Qianquan realm inexplicably felt that an inexplicable aura had locked onto them at that moment. Buzz. 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 Just as these supreme great emperors were in a moment of disbelief, there was suddenly a calamity cloud brewing in the sky above their heads, firmly locking them in place. This, robbery cloud? Hiss. What's going on? Why have I suddenly attracted a heavenly calamity? Looking at the heavenly tribulation brewing on the dome of the sky, every supreme great emperor of the Qianquan realm changed color, and without saying a word, they tore through the void and crossed over to the barren area, taking out one magic treasure after another, and preparing to cross the tribulation with a grave face. Qinger, Master is going to cross the apocalypse and ascend. If he can safely survive the apocalypse, he will be able to ascend to the celestial realm. I will see you in the celestial realm someday. Elder Tianji looked at the brewing heavenly tribulation and laughed with excitement. Desolate Emperor, he really did it, punching through the ancient spirit realm boundary wall. After saying that, without waiting for her apprentice to say anything, he rose up in the air and came to a side of no man's land to prepare for the tribulation. In fact, he had long known that he could release his own breath through the ancient spirit realm, and he could also ascend through the apocalypse. However, in the ancient spirit realm, the intensity of the apocalypse would increase a lot, and he did not have absolute certainty, so he did not dare to cross the apocalypse and ascend. Today, finally waiting for someone to strike through the ancient spirit realm, he had waited for this day for far too long. On this day, throughout the entire Qianquan realm area, supreme emperors were transiting everywhere. There were supreme emperors that only resisted a few lightning tribulations before they were ashes. Some supreme emperors were enveloped by a dense spiritual light after successfully crossing the threshold, then broke through the void and disappeared into the Qianquan realm in the blink of an eye. In the ultimate ancient spirit realm, the Desolate Emperor's original and true bodies stood at the top of the dome of the sky on one side, both transcending. Boundless thunderclouds converged, wave after wave of heavenly thunder filled with destructive power, like the light of extinction, bombarding those two seemingly small figures. The honored one and the true body let it be extinguished by shocking thunder, let it be struck by the light of the tribulation, but they remain still, running the heavenly emperor's creation skill to refine the thunder tribulation. Almost at the same time, the main body and the true body passed through the first heavenly tribulation unharmed, and then the second heavenly tribulation fell in waves after waves, and compared to the first wave, the power was much stronger. The heavenly tribulation in front of them couldn't even cause damage to the true body, let alone the original body. It wasn't until the fifth 5-9 heavenly tribulation that the true body felt some pressure, but it passed through it peacefully. By the time the sixth 6-9 heavenly tribulation descended, his true body was shaken by the splits, and even if he operated the heavenly emperor creation skill with all his might, it was still difficult to refine all of the heavenly tribulation. The remaining ones that had not been refined by him were crazily destroying the vitality of his fleshly body and grinding down the fire of his Yuanshan. Roar! When the 7-9 heavenly tribulations descended, Shu Wasteland's true body had to urge the power of the laws to resist. On the contrary, the honored one remained stalwart. The 7-9 heavenly tribulation was unable to cause half a bit of damage to him, refining the heavenly tribulation while transforming the mana in his body into Yuan power. When the 89 heavenly tribulation descended, my father had already transformed all of his mana into Yuan power, frantically refining the power of the heavenly tribulation to quench his body and refine his spirit. On the contrary, the real body, under the bombardment of the 89 heavenly tribulations, was cloaked, scorched, and in a sorry state, but it was within the range he could withstand. After the 8 or 9 heavenly tribulations were completed, the breath of his true body shriveled to the extreme. But the sky of the robbery cloud has not yet dispersed, giving Chuarai the feeling that it is very contradictory, seems to want to continue to brew, as if it also wants to be dispersed. However, it had only been brewing for a moment, and the rumbling continued to start brewing with a frenzy of might that was far less than the previous 8 times combined. This was the heavenly tribulation that the 10,000 ancient human masters needed to cross, and it was almost 10 deaths without a chance of survival. At the same time, on Shu Wasteland's original side, after the 8 or 9 heavenly robberies had ended, there was no half-hearted hesitation at all to continue brewing and fall the 9 or 9 heavenly robberies. This father looked at the 9 heavenly robberies that fell like a Taiku thunder dragon, wrapped in the might of annihilation, and did not feel the pressure, snapping his fingers and pointing at the broken absorption and refining. Ah! However, the real body's side was miserable. The first thunder dragon fell, impacting his body to explode, visible white bones. Rumble! Without waiting for him to run his energy to heal his wounds, the second extinction thunder dragon fell with teeth and claws, exploding with a loud bang as the thunder snake ran through the entire ancient spirit realm, drowning his true body in it. If this goes on, the real body won't be able to withstand it and will surely die. The honored one crushed the falling third thunder dragon with one hand. Feeling the terrible state of his true body, he frowned slightly. It seems that it has to be used, I hope it won't go to waste. With a flip of his hand, an immortal bone with various law runes lingering around it that seemed to have the sound of the great Tao whispering in his own palm. Immortal bones. This was obtained from the heavenly level draw that was rewarded by the system after pacifying the fierce clan of the Qianquan realm. Originally, he wanted to fuse with his true self after he reached the realm of the heavens, but now that his true self was about to be annihilated, he could only leave it to his true self. It's just too hard and too difficult to get a plutonic level draw. On the true body's side, before the third thunder dragon fell, the honored one threw the immortal bone in his hand over, and with a poof it penetrated inside the true body's chest. Buzz! Along with the immortal ancient entering his body, the true body was covered in immortal light. Various immortal ancient runes and laws were intertwined on the surface of his body, and under the washing of this power, flesh and skin grew visible to the naked eye, recovering almost in the blink of an eye. Rumble! At the same time, the third world-destroying thunder dragon roared down. Immortal robbing light! The true body pointed out a finger. It's still brewing like crazy. Above the blood-colored calamity cloud, a bizarre and demonic blood-colored thunder was as thick as a heavenly pillar, constantly intermingling and roaring, gradually condensing into an evil blood spear. Just between its brewing, the real body side had already passed through the 9 heavenly tribulations safely without any danger, and when the tribulation cloud dissipated, a vast light of attraction enveloped him, completely irresistible, and straightly pulled him away from this side of space. Rumble! Ka-ching! Click! At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled, and along with that one thunder blood spear slowly taking shape, its escaping aura ran through the entire ultimate ancient spirit realm. Wow! A moment later, the ultimate ancient spirit realm couldn't withstand the pressure either and exploded like a mirror. At that very instant, the blood spear's escaping aura and projection penetrated into the Qianquan realm. Under the shroud of this aura, those who were in the process of transmitting the tribulation clouds were directly worn out, and then they were guided away by the light of Ascension, blessed by the misfortune of Chumor's true self. Well, what the hell? Originally the old man Tianji, who was about to fail in his attempt to cross the tribulation, suddenly got enveloped by the light of Ascension and recovered from his injuries, and before he left this world, he was full of doubts and only hurriedly saw a blood-colored thunder spear, distantly pointing at a figure that was like a god and a devil. As he was completely about to leave this world, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that figure, condensing an emperor star spear, along with a heavenly emperor seal, blasting towards that thunderblood spear in a single, domineering and overwhelming motion. Then, he was guided away from the Qianquan realm. Hyperventilating a little bit. Chapter 25, The Peak of the Heavenly Body. The Nine Great Cave Skies. The process of ascension, as if shuttling above the river of time, as far as the eye can see, all are colorful. Can be seen endless law power intertwined, transformed into a large net separating the world of the heavens and the 3,000 small worlds. The power of these laws was so powerful that even an immortal king of the realm of the heavens wouldn't dare to resist it with his physical body. This was a force of law that existed in order to prevent any strong people from the realm of the heavens from sneaking into the lower realms, and in order to protect the 3,000 small worlds. Without the power of these laws, all 3,000 minor realms would become the backyard of the powers of the heavenly realms, and all beings would be enslaved. The Desolate Emperor's original body successfully crossed the 10th heavenly tribulation and was guided by an extremely huge light of Ascension. At this moment, he was cross-legged within the light of Ascension, and was feeling the changes in himself after the transgression. The benefits gained from crossing the 10th heavenly tribulation were heavenly. First, after refining wave after wave of the power of the heavenly tribulation, it allowed him to raise his realm to the second stage of true immortality, the realm of broken nirvana. True immortals have 3 stages: empty nirvana, broken nirvana, and soul nirvana. He was originally the peak of a supreme emperor and a perfect law Xianxian immortal. After crossing the 9 heavenly tribulations, one reaches the earth immortal perfection straight away. After crossing the 10 heavenly tribulations, one reaches the level of heavenly immortal straight away. From the mouths of the Forchu clan ancestors, they had learned that Law Xianxian immortals were supreme emperors, and above the Law Xianxian immortals were the undying earth immortals, and that at this realm one could achieve rebirth by dripping blood. Above that are the true immortals of heaven and earth, who can wield the power of heaven and earth to kill their enemies. The next step is the cave heavenly immortal, who opens up a cave within his body, where his physical body and Yuanshan become one with heaven and earth, and his lifespan is endless, almost everlasting. Immortal monarchs, with their inner cavernous heavens evolving into worlds, practically used the power of a world against their enemies. Immortal King, this was an extremely difficult realm to achieve, needing to open up a boundary sea within the body, a boundary sea made up of countless worlds, a world. Immortal Zun, physical body and boundary sea united, Immortal Dao claimed the title, immortal for ages, Yuanshan indestructible, very difficult to kill the existence. Quasi-Emperor, a party of heaven can witness 3, condensed a trace of the Emperor's soul, in the future, as long as the heavenly kingdom to promote the immortal kingdom, all have the possibility of achieving the immortal emperor. Immortal Emperor, this level of existence, like a phoenix feather, a party of immortal kingdom could only certify one, could not describe its terror at all. In the realm of the heavens, the levels of kingdoms are divided into dynasties, imperial dynasties, heavenly kingdoms, and immortal kingdoms. Under the immortal kingdom, it is further divided into 1 to 9 ranks. When each level of the kingdom is promoted, the top people and the people of that kingdom will receive an infinite amount of benefits. Of course, one can also set up a name by the name of a clan, family, etc., king level, emperor level, heaven level, and immortal level. At this moment, Chu Wasteland's original body and mind were placed in the state of absorbing the Ascension light cluster for cultivation. This Ascension light mass was not only the effect of receiving, but it contained the chi of the beginning that was so rich that it could not be melted. A certain side of space, a thunderous domain where heavenly thunder rolled and everywhere was filled with the breath of destruction. Buzz. At this moment, a huge ball of ascending light swiftly descended into the depths of this thunderstorm. Subsequently, it will see a body of black robed silver hair, posture upright and magnificent, very great face is not angry from the authority, eyes open and close between the 8 sides of the thunder to avoid retreat of the man, slowly appeared. Is this the realm of the heavens? I wonder where I am currently located in the realm of the heavens. Shu Wasteland's original body looked around the region where the heavenly thunder was intertwined, and a thunderbolt struck him with a boom, but it was all absorbed and refined by the heavenly emperor technique of creation that he was autonomously operating. Well, it's a good place to cultivate. Shu Huan was surprised to find that this thunder contained an extremely large amount of origin chi. At that moment, he directly sat down on his knees, summoning the thunder to absorb and refine it, and cultivating here in seclusion. Strength, no matter what world, is king. Although only just ascended, but can fall into such a good place of cultivation, how can not properly closed cultivation for a while? During his seclusion, he was also communicating with his true body. On the real body's side, there's been a bit of an accident. It had actually ascended to the great desolate heavenly kingdom, a barbaric place on the edge. The yuan chi of heaven and earth is thin here. However, with the strength of the true body's peak earth immortal, there was no danger. Temporarily landed at a small power to find out how far the place he was in was from the nearest star city. After learning that they were far apart, with his strength if he didn't teleport through the domain array, it would be impossible for him to arrive even if he was given tens of thousands of years. He could only cultivate while accumulating the yuan crystals needed for teleportation. In the end, for the sake of the yuan crystal, he joined a golden bandit force. There were no years in seclusion, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. A mere 100 years was nothing more than a snap of the fingers in this realm of the heavens where hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan were readily available. In the end, Shu Wasteland's original body was in this thunder domain, cultivating for close to 500 years, and his cultivation finally reached the peak of heavenly immortal until this thunder domain was unable to raise his cultivation for him any further, and only then did he end the seclusion. He was at the heavenly immortal cave heaven realm and condensed 9 cave heavens: the eternal cave heaven, the prison suppression cave heaven, thunder cave heaven, star ocean cave heaven, juggernaut cave heaven, extreme Tao cave heaven, the furnace cave, the cauldron of light, monarch cave heaven. For an ordinary cultivator, condensing only one mouthful of cave heaven is difficult for the flesh to withstand, and the probability of failure is extremely high. Condensing the cave sky on the cultivator's flesh and bloodline, the requirements are very high. At every turn, the body falls. While Chu Huang's original body had condensed 9 rounds of cave heaven, it was evident how strong his bloodline and fleshly body had become. I'm already immune to the thunder in this place, and I can no longer absorb the thunder yuan chi contained in it to cultivate, so it's time to go out for a walk. Shu Hua grew long. Wanting to fuse the 9 cave heavens into a world would require an immeasurable amount of yuan shi chi. He stepped through, like stepping on the lifeblood of this thunder domain. The sky thunder rolling down on the dome, are like a mouse meets a cat, avoiding. Shu Hua unfolded his vast divine sense and enveloped the entire thunder domain, quickly finding the exit. It was as if he had become one with this area of thunder, disappearing between a few steps, and had already arrived at the outer area. Need to know what this place is first, get a relatively complete map. Who? On a thunder boulder, there was a teenager who was covered in injuries and was absorbing thunder to heal his injuries, and at this moment, he violently opened his eyes. What came into view was a young man with silver hair and black robes, dignified and majestic, with an aura so strong that the thunder in the sky all retreated. Just one glance made the teenager's head roar. His body's yuan power uncontrollably ran on its own, his heart thumped, and cold sweat instantly soaked his entire body. Late generation Zichen, I don't know what is senior's business. The young man forced down his disordered yuan chi and bowed towards the figure high in the sky. Where is this place? Shu Wasteland stood on top of the thunderclouds, and when his eyes opened and closed, 10,000 thunderbolts around him avoided retreating, and he looked down at the Lao Xianxian immortal teenager in front of him with a face full of indifference. Back to Elder, this is the land of exile. Zichen didn't dare to hide anything and answered truthfully. The person in front of him is one with heaven and earth, and it seems that there are 9 divine furnaces dormant in his body, and his true cultivation is at least at the level of heavenly immortal. That was a heavenly immortal, and in the land of exile, if you didn't meet an immortal monarch, you could walk sideways. Chapter 26: Immortal Exalted Great Grave. Blood-colored plain. A place of exile? Shu was sniffed, his face expressionless, and communicated with his true body to understand the situation. It didn't take long to get feedback from the real body. The real body is in the great desolate heavenly kingdom. The Dragon Lord's domain has been mixing for 100 years, and has been a roving bandit for 100 years, and knows a lot. This land of exile was a relatively famous place on one side of the realm of the heavens. It was a bloody place where fish and dragons were mixed together, where all sorts of forces, big and small, were intricately connected, and where there was no order to speak of. It was rare enough for such a 9th-rank Xianxian immortal to survive in the land of exile until now. Seeing Chu Huang's silence, Zichen said in a low voice, "This is a thunder domain in the land of exile where Yuan power has almost dried up. There are many other thunder domains similar to this in the exile land, but they are all occupied by forces. Dare I ask where Senior comes from?" It was really strange in his mind. Why would a senior with such cultivation not know where this place is when he is here? Chu Wasteland faintly scanned the latter and asked, "Do you have a complete map of the realm of the heavens on you?" A complete map of the realm of the heavens, not to mention the fact that Senior is a mere 9th-rank Xian immortal. Even a true immortal would have difficulty in obtaining one. However, late Senior has a complete map of the land of exile on his person. I wonder if Senior needs it? Saying that, Zichen slapped the storage pouch on his waist, and a map with interlacing light and shadow appeared in his hand. Is it only from the land of exile? It's okay. Chu Wasteland took it in the air and said lightly, "I won't take your things for nothing either." After speaking, he raised his hand and sucked it violently. Rumble. At that instant, the entire thunder domain's heavenly thunder rioted, all converging towards Chu Huang's palm. In just a few short breaths, it transformed into a tiny thunder dragon wandering in his palm. Hiss. That's the origin of thunder? Zichen looked at the small thunder dragon roaming in Chu Huang's palm, his eyes glazed over, and he fiercely drew in a mouthful of cold air. As far as he knew, even a heavenly immortal powerhouse couldn't refine the origin of a party's thunder domain. Especially this one thunder field that was about to dry up. Could it be, this Senior is an immortal monarch? Take it and refine it. See you later. Chu Huang casually threw this thunder origin down and turned around to leave. Elder, wait. Seeing this, Zichen hurriedly shouted. What else do you have to do? Chu Arai glanced sideways and looked at him indifferently. Senior, it's like this. A few months ago, deep within the scarlet plains of the land of exile, an immortal dignity mound was inquired. Zichen informed, saying, "I don't know how many powerful cultivators are gathered over there right now, but as far as I know there doesn't seem to be an immortal king-level existence descending yet. Before there is an immortal king descending yet, with Senior's strength, he should be able to cut some chances." It was well known that every grave of a powerful person represented an immeasurable treasure trove. But if you want to dig up someone's grave, you have to be prepared to die 9 deaths. The backhand of an immortal exalt powerhouse was bound to be terrifying. Well, see you around. Chu Huang nodded slightly and disappeared from Zichen's view in a few steps. Leaving this area of the thunder domain, Chu Huang flipped over the map and probed into his divine sense to observe. At once, the entire land of exile seemed to be under his nose. The vastness of the land of exile, even if the Qianquan realm was thrown in, it would still be like a drop in the ocean. Looking at the map, there were many cities situated, each with teleportation arrays within them. It also depicts the names and territories of all the famous forces in the exile. There are 3 strongest forces in the land of exile: the Blood Demon City, Evil God Temple, the City of 10,000 Treasures. The above 3 forces were all terrifying existences that were infinitely close to heaven-level forces, with immortal elders in attendance, all of whom were vicious and unruly. They are all vicious, unruly, and untamed people. Even heaven-level forces are unwilling to provoke the existence of these forces. As a result, this vast expanse of the land of exile had not been touched by a single heaven-level power to date. As for immortal-level forces, they simply couldn't look at this place either. Chu Huang browsed the map, memorizing some important forces, and then found the Scarlet Plains. The discovery of the Scarlet Plains was surprisingly close to this place, and even if one relied on one's own flight, it would only be less than 3 days' journey. Not to mention, although Chu Huang was not an immortal monarch, his battle power had already reached the level of an immortal monarch, and he could tear through the void of the realm of the heavens to cross over, and he could arrive in an incense stick or so. The void of the celestial realm was only broken by those at the immortal monarch level who possessed the power of the world and crossed over into it. As for Chu Huang's own physical body, it had already been at the immortal monarch level. Even the strength of his cave heaven might not be incapable of colliding with an immortal monarch's world. All in all, don't look at him as a peak heavenly immortal, but his true battle power was no less than that of any immortal monarch. If I want to break through to a mortal ruler, I will need an immeasurable amount of origin chi, and the immortal venerable great tomb that is being asked for today is very important to me. Chu Huang's profound eyes looked out in the direction of the Scarlet Plains, and immediately raised his hand to slice open the void, revealing a purple-black void rift, and stepped into it. The system enacted a task for him to create an emperor-level power within 10,000 years, rewarding him with 3 heavenly-level draws and 50 advanced draws. This heavenly-level draw was too rare, only the opening was given 10 times, versus 1 time after the ferocious race unrest was quelled. In addition, the cultivation speed on the true body's side was far slower than that of the original body. 100 years have passed, and only now has he stepped into heavenly immortality. Whether it's the speed of cultivation or the battle power, it's nowhere near as good as the honored one. However, in that side of the small domain, his talent also surpassed the ancient and modern times, and his battle power was also extremely strong, and some time ago, he led the Golden Thieves under his command to exterminate a small power with a peak heavily immortal sitting on it. The Golden Bandit led by his current true form had a fierce reputation, and was an existence that many forces feared. Especially their leader, that is, Zhu Wasteland's true body, cloaked in a layer of exiled appearance, but burned, killed, robbed, and did nothing evil. In 100 years, the true body had accumulated enough yuan crystals for teleportation and was ready to travel to the nearest star city in the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom to recognize his ancestors. This true body was dispensable for Chu Wuang. It was nothing more than an attempt to see what kind of attitude the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom had towards him. If we can get the throne of the Son of Heaven, it would be a good bet. Even if the folded in the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, it will not have any effect on him, and he will just kill up in the future to take revenge. On the contrary, if one could get the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom's attention, one would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources, and would be able to take many fewer detours. Scarlet Plains, as its name suggests, the soil, vegetation, and so on here all appeared in a demonic blood color. Deep in the plains, a large grave stood in the crane. This tomb, which was 1,000 feet high and covered tens of thousands of miles, had a total of 7 entrances. Outside the entrance, what surprised Chu Huang was. He saw flags embroidered with the 4 characters of the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom on a magnificent palace high in the sky. On it, there was a group of young and handsome men and women with extraordinary temperament gathered together. Their realm cultivation was not low, they were not very old, but they had heavily immortal level cultivation. Behind him, there stood immortal monarch level Dao protectors. Shoo! Suddenly, a streak of purple light came towards Chuarai. When I fixed my eyes on it, I saw that it was a small purple mirror. Chuarai grabbed it with one hand and was about to survey it. Die for me! A female cultivator with the cultivation of a soul nirvana true immortal came blasting in with her hand cupping a seal. Chuarak's cold eyes slightly raised, gently pointing out a finger, and the latter instantly flew away in ashes. Killing a soul nirvana true immortal so easily scared the cultivators at the back who were about to kill, and stopped hard to flee. Anyone present who had the cultivation of a soul nirvana true immortal was definitely called a strong person, as the number of heavenly immortals was very small. Chuarai glanced at the psychic magic treasure in his hand and put it away with an expressionless face. For this kind of heavenly immortal level magic treasure, in front of his hand crushed just, cannot enter his eyes, but in the future to create forces, can be rewarded subordinates. He was carrying an extreme imperial armament, an immortal emperor level artifact, and he didn't even bother to take a look at this kind of broken copper and iron. Chu Huang swept a glance at the chaotic battlefield, then activated his sovereign eyes to watch the 1,000-foot-tall immortal exalt tomb. It immediately made his pupils shrink slightly. The word Jedi came to mind. This immortal exalted great burial mound in front of him was hideous and incomparable in his eyes, a huge blood-colored skull that was evil to the extreme. And the 7 entrances correspond exactly to the 7 orifices of the skull. The forbidden spell outside the skull was very subtly absorbing the blood of the corpse on the ground, and could not be noticed at all without a closer look. Immortal dignity, almost immortal. This grave may be the means of resurrection laid down by the other party. And the magic treasures and elixirs that emerged were tempting the strong cultivators to kill each other. If nothing goes wrong, there is no need for any formation-breaking celestial masters. The forbidden killing formation at the entrance will automatically disappear after a while, luring the cultivators from the outside world to go into pit and kill. Although this might be a conspiracy, Chuwa did not leave in a hurry and found a remote place nearby, sitting on his knees and waiting. Even he could see that this might be a conspiracy, and those immortal kings and immortal exalts from the top Dao lineages would surely be able to see some clues as well. Perhaps they would come and forcefully break open this great tomb, completely exterminating its owner. Nearly 1 million cultivators present in the melee ended shortly afterward, falling close to 100,000, and the corpses on the ground piled up like mountains, and blood flowed into rivers. The scene is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, hidden in the dark. I do not know how many people want to fish in the water. Chuwa unintentionally saw an average-looking young man, followed by a fat Taoist priest in Taoist robes and a black dog, whose cultivation levels were all third-stage heavenly immortals, sneakily active around the large grave. The fat Taoist priest cursed and said, "A living grave? Damn it, it's a living grave. Is there no other way to get in, even if it's a living grave?" The black dog said with harangues flowing from his mouth, "Whether he's dead or alive, the treasures inside are sure to be few and far between. If this order is made, it will at least be enough for us to cultivate to the peak of heavenly immortal." The fat Taoist priest was holding a disc in his hand, the pointer on it was spinning crazily, he also kept shaking his head. "We can go in, but after we go in, it's a dead end, we will surely die. Since that's the case, let's wait for now, there will definitely be an immortal king or even an immortal exalt descending soon." The plain-looking man rationalized, "At that time, let's see if we can fish in troubled waters and go in first." "It can only be so." The fat Taoist nodded. They also found a slightly remote place and set up a concealment restriction. "Wu Liang, Musi, look at that man, he gives me a very unusual feeling." Within the hidden restriction, the big black dog saw Chu Wasteland, who was not far from them and was kneeling high in the sky with his eyes closed. This person is indeed not simple to look at, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons here, we have to be a little more careful, so we don't get caught in the gutter." The fat Taoist priest and the flatulent youth looked at each other and both nodded solemnly. From that person, they felt an unspeakable sense of oppression. The person who could give the two of them and the dog such a feeling was definitely a very dangerous character. As time passed, more and more powerful cultivators and Dao lineages descended. A few days later, when the big black dog saw the arrival of a white cloud-shaped traveling palace phallus, he laughed lewdly and said, "Hee hee hee, Muzi, your old flame cloud bamboo fairy is here, don't you want to go and get tired of it? Off." The mediocre youth kicked him out of the way. "You don't think I'm dying fast enough?" The land of exile, adjacent to several heavenly kingdoms, the strongest of which was the 9-star Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, which was just short of a man of all ages sacrificing to the will of heaven to be promoted to an immortal kingdom. Upon promotion to the immortal kingdom, this immortal kingdom will have a quota to witness the immortal emperor. The cloud bamboo fairy in the mouth of the big black dog was from the 6-star heavenly level power, the cloud court heavenly kingdom. However, whenever an emperor level power, or a heaven level power descended, the onlookers would actively make a space, fearing that a slow step would result in being obliterated by the other party. Buzz. 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 Just then, the great tomb began to spew out treasures and elixirs again. Rumble. Just as the cultivators at the scene were preparing to fight for it, an immortal king's pressure came from the sky, followed by a large hand that covered the sky and absorbed all the things that poured out of the large grave into its palm. Immortal. Immortal king? The group of cultivators were surprised and dared to retreat. The fat Taoist secretly laughed, "Ha ha, these secretly spying immortal kings don't dare to let this living grave suck blood." The flatulent man shook his head, "It's long past time to come out and stop it." Shu Wo opened his eyes and scanned a certain side of the void and continued to close his eyes. That black-robed, silver-haired man seems to have discovered where that immortal king who struck out just now is. The big black dog was astonished. The fat Taoist narrowed his eyes and said, "If this is true, this person is too terrifying. If there is an opportunity to enter the grave, I hope I won't have a conflict with him." The big black dog muttered. Shu Huang naturally knew that they had been paying attention to him, but did not bother. Although these two people and a dog have some means, but in front of him is not enough to be destroyed in a snap of the fingers. This great tomb, he had to go in. Breaking through to a mortal monarch was too important to him. At that time, he would be able to battle immortal kings, and he would be qualified to start a power. Without the resources of this great tomb, with the resources he needed to consume to open up the world with his 9 cavernous heavens, I was afraid that it would take a very long period of time to gather them all. Right now, he's a bottomless pit. Chapter 28, The Sacred Tomb appears, the wind and clouds change. Scarlet plains, above the canopy, a pair of giant eyes slowly opened, the color of blood rendered the dome of the sky, and all the cultivators' breathing was stagnant. At this moment, powerful forces of law filled the 4 universes, and the uniquely great and immortal power of the Immortal King realm was enough to distort the entire space and time. All the cultivators present fell into a deathly silence, not daring to make the slightest movement. He who dares to take the treasure, dies. Accompanied by this calm words fell, all the cultivators in the field lost color in their eyes reflected only blood red, and did not dare to covet the opportunity in front of them. This is the Immortal King. When one immortal comes out, 10,000 immortals retreat, and heaven and earth change in color at a single thought. In the air, the only thing standing tall was the palace-like magic weapon of the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom, and the emerald green halo was soothing a few points of blood red. Bamboo cloud angry misty standing in the clouds, a purple dress fluttering in the wind, but the name of a fairy. Yunju's eyes carried gravity. Obviously she could also see the oddity of this tomb. She looked at the old man in front of her and respectfully inquired, "Elder Yun, this honored tomb is so strange." Standing in front of her was an old man with a stooped figure. His aura was bland, yet no one dared to take it lightly. "A living grave, that's interesting. I can't imagine that the heaven-stealing immortal venerable back then still had a backhand to see his handiwork 10,000 years later, when it's really nostalgic." Elder Yun's face carried a few hints of remembrance. 20,000 years ago, he hadn't yet become an immortal king, and the heaven-stealing immortal exalt at that time was already an accomplished exalt, with an extremely terrifying cultivation that was considered to be a resounding powerhouse in the heavens and the earth. Back then, he was chased down and killed by the Great Wasteland and fell. I didn't expect to see him 20,000 years later. This person's mind is horrifying. Upon hearing this, Immortal Yunju inwardly trembled. The 10,000-year-old exalted one didn't know how deep the depths should be. As if he could tell what was on Yunju's mind, Elder Yun comforted, "Your Holiness is on his way, so you can be at ease." Upon hearing this, Yunju let out a long sigh of relief. The great tomb here is bizarre, and it is up to His Holiness to decide. Even if it was an exalted one's backhand, it was not something an immortal king could handle, and this was the gulf of great realms. Even the distance from immortal king to immortal exalt was greater than the gap between mortals and immortal kings. Underneath the field, all the cultivators also had the intention to retreat after seeing the immortal king existence strike. The big black dog also kept transmitting to the youth beside him, "Granny drop, Hanmuyu, why don't we run? I don't want to leave my life here. Not only is this big grave weird as hell, there are hidden immortal kings around. Hell knows what characters will come down later. This time the chance is not something we can get our hands on." Boo! Hearing this, Hanmuyu nonchalantly gave the big black dog a punch. "Run, run, run, just know how to run. The immortal road is supposed to be in contention. What if you run this time and can't run next time? Immortal road has no back road to speak of, with the sky to fight with people, with all things to get that a transcendence. You want to run their own run, don't take me with you." Seeing the resolute gaze of the teenager in front of him, the big black dog sighed slightly and gave up the idea of persuasion, but the movement of looking backward from time to time still revealed its thoughts. Apparently the bastard still hadn't given up on running, and was now still thinking of an escape route. At this time, the fat Taoist priest also came over and whispered, "Later on, if the timing is not right, don't hesitate to run directly." In response, Hanmuyu didn't object, but instead nodded slightly in agreement. After all, in front of the immortal exalted great tomb, even as strong as an immortal king was only an ant, let alone them. "You might as well go find your little concubine fairy Yunju, it would save us the fear." The big black dog muttered in a low voice. "What did you say?" "Nothing." On the side, Shuhuo was also observing this large grave. He could already understand why the immortal king existence had made a move to stop it. He thought that he was also afraid that this large grave would completely come to life. Seemingly sensing that the outside world was stopping it, this great tomb began to spew out higher-grade treasures and elixirs, causing a crowd of cultivators to blush. However, due to the pressure of the immortal king's powerhouse, not a single person went forward to risk their lives. After a few spurts, the great tomb seemed to have realized the suppression of the strong people in the outside world. An endless black mist began to gush out, with blood-colored dark patterns surfacing on the surface of the body around it. An aura filled with silence and terror began to spread. No good. Seeing this scene, the blood-colored giant eyes that originally stood in the firmament clearly flashed a hint of panic and began to gradually dissipate. Soon a green-robed figure gradually emerged. It certainly just suppressed the cultivation of the immortal king of the strong. Just at this moment his eyes no longer like before that calm, all show the color of panic. An intense killing chance began to lock onto him. Only for a split second, from the depths of the great tomb stretched out a blood-colored illusory huge hand shadow swept toward that immortal king, and before that powerful immortal king was just frozen in place, apparently had been affected by the immortal Zun tactics. Pust. The hand shadow held that immortal king in its hands and continuously kneaded it. Ah! The wails of agony resounded through the 8 wastelands, and the sky began to rain blood. The great Tao was wailing in pain as a blood lotus emerged. Clearly this was the manifestation of the great Tao after the fall of an immortal king. Nothing. The big black dog looked at the scene and muttered in disbelief. It was important to know that immortal king powerhouses usually sat on one side of the world. The immortal king, who was immortal for ages and invulnerable to all laws, had fallen in a single moment of effort. But do not wait for the cultivators to think more. The original blood-red sky is gradually covered by black fog. Endless black fog in this place is revealed. Soon, an even more terrifying scene surfaced before the eyes of the cultivators. All the cultivators who are contaminated with the black fog are turned into a pile of white bones in situ, and their immortal bodies are swallowed by the black fog. Seeing this, all the cultivators began to mobilize the power in their bodies to start resisting. The only ones present were the 3 Emperor-level forces, and the scope of the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom was not affected by the black mist, and it was obvious that they all had their own means of dealing with it. As for other loose cultivators cannot be so good luck, all cultivators whose cultivation is below the cave heaven Heavenly Immortal are instantly refined, only Heavenly Immortal level cultivation can be slightly resisted, the real easy or hidden in the dark true monarch. These black mists had a rather minimal effect on them. On the other side, Chu Wasteland was still standing in place. It was obvious that these black mists didn't have the slightest effect on him. On the contrary, he was still actively absorbing these black mists, and his cultivation was slowly advancing. This matter was a chance for him. Compared to Chu Wasteland, the big black dog trio appeared to be in a bit of a sorry state. Although these black mists couldn't have much of an impact on them, they had to spend their immortal energy to resist. You guys see how that person is still absorbing all this black mist? At this time, the fat Taoist had already noticed the situation on Chu Huang's side. Hearing that, the rest of the two are looking in the direction of Chu Wasteland, only to see that the original surging black fog in the side of Chu Wasteland, docile like a kitten, nine-mouth cave manifestation like a rainbow suction, will be surrounded by black fog swallowed into. The two looked at each other, and both could see the incredulity in the other's eyes. Chapter 29, The Immortal Dignitary Manifests, Breaking the Grave. How does he have 9 cave mouths? The big black dog let out a shocked cry. Is that the point? No. According to common sense, cultivators could only have 1 cave sky, and their strength was judged only by the size of the cave sky. Perhaps there were forbidden means to make up for it, similar to the fact that figures like the ancient man masters often possessed multiple mouths of cavernous heavens. However, they had never heard of any person who possessed 9 mouths of cave heaven. 9 is the extreme number. How could the great Tao have birthed such a heaven-defying existence? Not only did the Black Dog trio not figure it out, but the cultivators on the field had also discovered the end of the story on Chu Hua's side. Seeing this, the remaining cultivators all secretly approached Chu Wasteland. It's nice to have a tall one up front to share the pressure. At this moment, Chu Huang slightly closed his eyes. He was naturally clear about what the group of immortals were thinking, and did not care. On the contrary, this group of people converging over could also attract an even more majestic black mist, thus propelling the cultivation refinement. But as time passed, the faces of the group of immortals present shifted vaguely. How come this black mist is getting stronger? A celestial immortal exclaimed, and then his body was swallowed up. Now that quite a few heavenly immortals on the field had also fallen, the faces of the true Lord-level powerhouses were not too relaxed. Obviously, as time passed, the power of the laws attached to the black mist became stronger and stronger. That's right, these black mists were actually a manifestation of the power of the law. 9 mouths of cavernous siphon. Chu Huang had already analyzed these substances thoroughly. The supreme law is something that can only be grasped by an immortal emperor, and unlike the law fragments comprehended by the supreme emperor, the immortal emperor grasps a complete law. And if an immortal king wanted to step into the realm of immortal exaltation, the first condition was to comprehend a complete law. The laws were unique, and if a cultivator comprehended a law, then the others would be unable to comprehend that law in its entirety at all, and naturally they would not be able to become a dharma. The place of honor, there is and is unique. The number of immortal dignitaries in heaven and earth had always been constant, and immortal kings could be immortal for all eternity. But even after tens of thousands of years, no immortal king had achieved dignitaries, because heaven and earth were saturated with dignitaries. On the other side, the group of immortals were still struggling to fend off these black mists manifested by the power of the laws, while Chu Wasteland appeared to be more relaxed, and his cultivation was slowly advancing. Just as the group of immortals were struggling to resist. Pardon. Accompanied by a clear and cold voice, a golden character crashed through the black fog while emitting boundless golden light. A golden light manifested by the power of the law toward the black fog shrouded. Wherever the golden light touched the place, the black fog are all dissolved. This aura is Zun. Han Muyu couldn't help but murmur. Han Muyu looked in the direction of the golden light, only to see a huge ship stretching for thousands of miles slowly sailed in, piercing through the black fog that covered the sky, and the light once again spread down to the earth. What was even more noticeable was the figure that stood at the end of the immortal ship. The cold, chilly wind high in the sky slightly swirled a few pinches of red hair, the crimson dress fluttered with the wind, and the countless spiritual lights manifested by the power of the laws floated. Good. Beautiful. Han Wuji was a bit dumbfounded, while the big black dog on the side just skimmed his mouth in disdain when he saw this. What's there to see? Not even hair. Dogs and humans naturally don't have the same aesthetic. For the taunting of the big black dog, Han Wuji didn't care. His gaze always stayed above that beautiful shadow. He had never seen such a perfect fairy. To know that stepping into the immortal road, it has been a transformation. The appearance of the cultivator is never a person who was embarrassed, but now the appearance of a beautiful woman, even Han Wuji for a time also looked dumbfounded. A pair of phoenix eyes, a movement is enough to take the heart. It's the eternal heavenly kingdom's blazing sun immortal. Great, we're saved, an exalted one has struck. There was no lack of expositions among the group of cultivators present, and they recognized the identity of the outsiders. Immortal Zune has been the eternal pronouns. Some cultivators have never seen Zune in their entire life. At this time an immortal Zune appeared, undoubtedly ignited the enthusiasm of the group of immortals. They all raised their arms and shouted the name of Immortal Zune. And to the side, Shuhua also looked in the direction of the visitor. Seemingly sensing something, the beautiful shadow in the sky also unconsciously looked towards Chu Huang. In just a breath, the two of them intertwined their gazes in the air. But then it dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Shuhua withdrew the surrounding visions. The 9 mouths of the cave heaven once again returned to the body, in accordance with the current situation is not able to absorb these black fog again. But there is no idea of pity. Just now the eyes of the visitor Chu Huang naturally noticed. The attention of an immortal duke was not a good thing at the moment, however. Chu Wasteland slowly anonymized his figure. It's better to keep a low profile before the opportunity arrives. In the middle of the field, the 3 great emperor-level forces from the land of exile also slowly approached the immortal ship, and the cloud court heavenly kingdom naturally followed closely behind. Under the golden light, the black mist in the field had already dissipated. The red sun reappeared, and just as the group of immortals were secretly relieved, a furious roar rang out from the depths of the great tomb. Either of you, do you really want to be my enemy? Along with the black mist rushing in, a majestic pressure swept out in all directions, and a great terror between life and death once again surged into the hearts of the group of immortals. Shun. Immortal Emperor Liang merely waved his hand, and a powerful force of laws surged up once again, suppressing that terrifying aura. A venerable lord who died 20,000 years ago also dares to clamor? Just as the scene returned to normal, a rough voice once again resounded from the location of the cloud court heavenly kingdom. Immediately after that, a middle-aged male flashed to the side of the blazing sun immortal daughter. Cloudfall. When the visitor arrived, a roar once again resounded from the large grave. Elder Yun, does Immortal Emperor Yun Meteor have any grievances with this heaven-stealing demon emperor? On the palace-shaped spell, Yunju asked in puzzlement. By the looks of it, the two seemed to have some kind of big grudge. Hearing this, the Cloud Elder on the side rubbed his long beard and smiled faintly. Naturally, the Cloud Meteor Immortal Duke was naturally counted amongst the original pursuers. So it is. Within the arena, the two immortal dignitaries exchanged glances with each other before also not saying anything. Immediately after that, a blazing attack struck towards the large grave. A powerful pressure bombarded the earth trembling, at which point the group of immortals also swept towards the back at great speed. Both of you and I have no grievances, and in the first place, my father has also fallen, and the supreme treasure was obtained by the great desolate heavenly kingdom, so why do you still want to block my path? After taking a wave of attacks, the heaven-stealing demon Zune was obviously much more honest, seemingly sensing that he was outmatched. After all, he himself was currently damaged, and these visionary manifestations were merely the result of a backhanded move, and the real heaven-stealing demon Exalt had truly fallen. Right now, they were no match for the two immortal elders no matter what. The attacks of the two immortal dignitaries did not slow down because of this statement, but instead became more violent. In fact, the purpose of their coming here was to make the heaven-stealing immortal Exalt fall completely, leaving no hope of his resurrection. After all, if there was an additional immortal Exalt out of thin air, it wouldn't be a good thing for them, or for the forces behind them. The path of the immortals, fighting with the heavens, fighting with all things. No immortal Exalt wished to have a fellow immortal beside him to divide up the resources. The later the realm, the more severe the limitations and the greater the need for resources. In fact, immortal dignitaries were eager for each other to fall, so that they could have the possibility to go further. Chapter 30 Opportunities appear, groups of immortals compete. One more fellow traveler is not a good thing for them. Dare to block my path, I want you to die. Under the fierce attack of the two immortal Exalts, Liang and Yun Meteor, roars of fury once again came from within the great tomb. But in the end, it was only an immortal duke's backhand, despite how powerful the heaven-stealing demon lord was in his lifetime. However, facing the siege of two immortal dignitaries, they naturally showed their decadence. As a result, the 7 entrances outside the Great Tomb began to spew out monstrous blood mist, the land stretching for tens of thousands of miles began to tremble, and the Great Tao involuntarily emitted a wail, as if responding to the Immortal Emperor's fury. Grave bags that were thousands of feet tall began to break off, and the group of onlookers quickly retreated, temporarily leaving the area of the turmoil. Dying struggle. Seeing that the heaven-stealing demon Zun was still resisting, Yun Meteor coldly snorted in disdain. If he killed him in life, what tricks can he play after death? A supreme law began to manifest on immortal cloudfall, and a white cloud stretching for tens of thousands of miles gradually wrapped around the large grave. The original tremor seems to be about to explode. The big grave gradually smooth, just Dao angry curse has already proved behind the owner's panic and anger. Cloudfall. You and I are noble honored ones, why are we here? Cloud Meteor? Do you want to die together? Cloudfall, I. Breaking. Ignoring Stealing Sky's furious curses, Cloud Meteor was still mobilizing the supreme laws, accompanied by the fall of the words. Boo! The entire large grave exploded, and the mound, which was originally thousands of feet high, was moved to the ground, and the angry curses came to an abrupt end. At the same time, the group immortals hidden in the shadows began to reveal themselves. A true lord and immortal king began to manifest their figures. The 3 top immortal kings of the eternal heavenly kingdom also revealed their figures. Heavens! It's the compulsive wine immortal king, a top powerhouse who attained the immortal king realm 50,000 years ago. There's also the red flame immortal king and the Muyu immortal king. The crowd of celestial immortals and true lords surrounding the scene couldn't help but let out a gasp. They had never seen so many immortal kings gathered together in their lives. Little girl, old man, I'll leave first. On the palace-shaped phallus, Yuan Lao instructed Yun Zhu, who was at the side. Immediately afterward, he turned into a stream of light and left in a flying shield, his aura of a top immortal king revealing itself. Elder Yun, take care! Yun Zhu shouted. The Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom once again flew out 2 figures, undoubtedly 2 more top immortal kings. At the same time, the 3 great emperor-level forces in the land of exile began to unfold. Elder Yun, who was standing beside Immortal Cloud Meteor, had just responded to Yun Zhu's glance when he turned his head to see 6 figures speeding towards them. It's the demon exalt of Blood Demon City, the evil exalt of Evil God Hall, and the heavenly treasure immortal exalt of 10,000 Treasures City. Elder Yun screamed the identities of the visitors. As for the ones next to them, they were clearly top immortal kings, with one beside each immortal exalt. It was thought to be the seed of becoming an immortal that they had cultivated, coming here to compete for the chance of becoming an immortal. Although their numbers couldn't be compared to the heavenly kingdom, they were not bad for an emperor-level power. Elder Yun looked towards Immortal Emperor Cloudfall, only to see that the latter's face was somewhat gloomy. He clearly hadn't expected that these 3 local forces would dare to come here to get a piece of the pie. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Yun Meteor spoke first to break the silence. In the end, the visitors were 3 immortal elders, so naturally, Cloudfall could not withhold his face, and elders should be respected wherever they went. So far, the 5 immortal dignitaries had gathered together, and this was the first time in 10,000 years that there had been such an event. Greetings, fellow Daoist Cloudfall. The 3 immortal dignitaries responded in unison. After a bout of pleasantries, it was still the acute blazing sun immortal Zun who opened his mouth to take the lead in breaking the deadlock. Are the 3 of you here for the purpose of stealing the heavenly chance? At those words, a flicker of embarrassment visible to the naked eye flashed across the faces of the 3 immortal exalts. The second exalted celestial kingdom was in front of them, and they, as an emperor-level power, shouldn't have stepped forward to get a piece of the pie. But in the end, it is an exalted one, possessing the qualifications to master the game of chess. The 3 immortal elders did not veto it. Anyway, the one who came is not a quasi-emperor, and as the same exalted one they are naturally not afraid. Since the scene fell silent once again after Takuto's promise. Seems to be considering it. But in the end, considering the face of the immortal dignitaries, the 2 immortal dignitaries, Cloudfall and Liang, still opened their mouths and agreed. That Dharma treasure chance, all depends on the skill. We are noble immortal dignitaries, we can just watch outside. Good. They were not surprised by Yun Meteor and Immortal Sunburst's reply. After all, this was the result of their prior deliberations. A full 3 immortal dignitaries was enough to make the heavenly kingdom fearful. Of course, if the 3 of them hadn't arrived and the ones who came were 3 immortal kings, then the ending wouldn't be certain, but of course the probability was that they would be slapped to death by the 2 immortal elders of Cloudfall and Liang. Joking aside, they also only honored the Exalted One. How could they care about the tiny emperor-level power and still let it get a piece of the pie when they were the kingdom of heaven? At this point, the 5 immortal dignitaries gathered at the top of the large tomb to plunder the formation, and below it, the 9 top immortal kings stood ready to attack. The originally retreated timid group of immortals once again surrounded, staying in the outermost direction. No one wanted to miss out on the immortal dignity opportunity, even if the one they were competing with was an immortal king or even an immortal dignity. On the path of immortality, if you don't advance, you'll fall back. The might caused by the 5 immortal dignitaries plus the 9 top immortal kings was extremely terrifying, and even though they all tried their best to restrain their own breath, this space was still affected. Immortal chi solidified, time seemed to slow down, and the only thing that spoke opposite to the group of immortals was the panjing heart. No one said anything, no one answered. The crowd was waiting for an opportunity. Gentlemen, the great tomb has been broken, and the chance of the magic treasure all depends on the skill. Cloudfall Immortal Sovereign gave an order, and instantly countless streams of light flew their wings and rushed towards the interior of the great tomb. Rather, an interesting little fellow has appeared. Blazing Sun Immortal Zun looked at the group of immortals quietly watching the group of immortals contend, his eyes staring at the forefront of a black stream of light said faintly, a pair of charming eyes in the shape of a crescent moon, since it was the ultimate color on earth. That stream of light was naturally Chu Hua. At this moment, his figure appeared extremely abrupt within the crowd of group immortals, powering over the crowd of true lords in terms of speed, and lagging behind only the 9 top immortal kings. He hadn't heard the immortal dignitaries' comments, though. At this moment, all of his thoughts were, the cave entrance was circular, deep and quiet, and there were a few shocking blood marks at the entrance that seemed to have been left by a cultivator. It was thought to be the result of the desperation of those who came to be trapped. Chu Huang slowly entered, and a rich bloody air then instantly rushed into his mouth and nose. Ignoring this, his figure swept towards the depths once again. I don't know how long to travel, a light pillar quietly appeared. Without hesitation Chu Huang lifted his leg and stepped into it. Wah! In just an instant, he had already reached the interior of the large grave. The darkness receded, and the light once again spread over the earth. Here the rich immortal chi is almost semi-liquid. Chu Hua can feel that every moment his body is greedily sucking it up. Countless birds and beasts that are rare to see in the outside world are all over the place, several sky-high peaks rise up from the ground, and rare and precious medicines grow unchecked like weeds. Unlike the outside world, inside the large tomb, it was a green and thriving state. Rather, it is worthy of the name of Heaven Stealer. Looking at the prosperity of this place, Chu Huang could not help but praise this immortal exalt from 10,000 years ago. This thief soon is worthy of the name thief, his family is really rich, things that are rare in the outside world are not rare here. Chu Hua didn't stay too long, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming here. A cargo. Without traveling for a long time, Chu Hua came across a heavenly treasure, and through the experience of his true body, Chu Hua naturally knew the preciousness of the red fruit. This was something that could cause immortal monarchs to refine their cultivation. However, Chu Huang did not rush to pick it, but instead indifferently looked to the side of the bushes. Chu Wasteland slowly stretched out a heel of his finger and gently pointed it toward where his gaze was. Immediately after that, a faint multicolored light sailed forward. Pust. With the sound of flesh and blood being cut away, a blood mist spurted out. Boom! The huge half-gel body fell down, stirring up boundless dust. The corpse was still emitting an extremely terrifying pressure after death, with a peak heavenly immortal cultivation on display. After casually killing it, Chu Hua then plucked the red fruit without any haste. Like this kind of heavenly material treasure beside generally coiled with demonic beasts or fierce beasts to guard, just now that has been hiding obviously want to sneak attack. Without hesitation, after picking it, Chu Hua swallowed it in one gulp. After all, if there is no special storage container for this kind of heavenly treasure, it will slowly lose its activity after picking and lose its proper effect. After swallowing the red fruit, Chu Hua instantly felt an enormous amount of energy rushing through his body, ultimately converging into the 9 mouths of cave heaven after. Nope. That's right, it's gone. If the ordinary Tianxian peak this one red fruit down is likely to enter the true monarch, but Chu Huang is a man with 9 holes in the sky, each hole in the sky also reached perfection. A single red fruit divided and moisturized into 9 cave mouths obviously didn't serve much purpose. However, Chu Huang still felt that his cultivation had refined some. It seems that more heavenly treasures are needed. After making up his mind, Chu Hua began the long road of treasure hunting. 10 years have passed in a hurry. Chu Huang once again revealed his figure, his cultivation has reached perfection, and now he is only one opportunity away from entering the ranks of the true lord, and possessing a strength that rivals that of an immortal king. This was the manifestation of the great Tao that only occurred when immortal kings fought. Has this group of immortal kings finally blasted through the immortal dignity hall? Xu Huang muttered. In fact, the biggest chance of this graveyard is in the immortal hall. The inheritance of the immortal god of the stolen heavens is in it, and there will even be the supreme law of heaven and earth treasures. This was a supreme treasure that could allow a top immortal king to step into the realm of immortal exaltation. However, the immortal dignity hall is closely guarded, and a group of immortal kings spent 10 years to open it. But luckily, the immortal chance was about to come out. Chu Hua's figure flew toward the location of the immortal dignity hall. Not only Chu Wasteland, all the cultivators within the Great Burial Mound swept towards the Great Hall after sensing the heaven and earth anomaly. This was an immortal chance, and there was no cultivator who wouldn't be moved. You? Immortal King Mu Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. Just now, he did want a sneak attack first in the first place, but he didn't expect to be preceded by others. However, this could not be faulted. The battle for the immortal edge was already alarming in every way, and the eternal heavenly kingdom and the cloud court heavenly kingdom were already at odds. Thinking of this, Mu Yu immortal king also no longer speak, secretly meditate to recover their own injuries. And to the side, Xu Hua had already arrived, and he had already seen the scene just now. The battle for the immortal path is rather cruel. But at this point, it was a good thing for him. Xu Hua began to collect his own aura, and the power of the 9 mouths of the cave sky continued to evolve to supply his own body. 36 Emperor hidden, open. This was the power of the bloodline hidden within Chu Wasteland, the most precious and pure bloodline power of the great desolate heavenly kingdom. A powerful aura emanated from Chu Huang's body, and at this moment, he was already able to easily kill immortal monarchs. Boom! Immediately afterward, a black stream of light rushed toward the Great Hall. But in a flash, he had rushed to the Great Hall, and was then enveloped in darkness. The movements over here were naturally caught in the eyes of the 9 immortal kings, but none of them made a move. In their eyes, even if Chu Huang, a celestial immortal, was no longer strong, he was still only a celestial immortal, and the immortal chance would not be something that he could get his hands on. Naturally, no one would step in and break the current stalemate. Inside the Great Hall, Xu Hua was wandering in the darkness, sensing that there was no immortal king striking behind him. He slowly slowed himself down. Another round of the treasure trail. Even the outside of the Great Hall had an endless list of treasures, and he naturally pocketed them all. Only he didn't notice that every time he traveled through, a bright light turned on him. Soon, the outer hall had already been ransacked by Chu Hua. Just as Chu Hua wanted to go further, a black mist quietly appeared ahead. "Little friend, please stay." A hoarse voice rang out. Hearing the voice, the corner of Chu Huang's eyes flashed with a trace of teasing, if any, but it was fleeting. "What is it?" Upon hearing Chu Wasteland's not-so-enthusiastic reply, the black shadow didn't seem surprised, but instead spoke again. "This is the heaven-stealing demon Exalt from 10,000 years ago." Chapter 32 Extreme Mastery. Before the words left his mouth, a look of anticipation seemed to have appeared. It seems to be telling Chu Hua, "Yes, I am the honorable one from 10,000 years ago, how is it?" Seeing that Chu Huang's expression was already cold, the black shadow then looked a bit surprised. "Little friend, you and I are like old friends at first sight. My father has fallen 10,000 years ago, and this is just a trace of my residual soul." An air of age came over him. The immortal road, the immortal path contends for crossing, how ironic. Exalted ones, they are nothing but ants in front of the terrifying great Tao. Seeing that Chu Wasteland had not yet responded, the stolen sky remnant soul then got to the point. Hearing such words, Chu Wasteland coldly snorted disdainfully, "You're also worthy of testing me?" On the other side, the remnant soul of the stolen sky was still talking to itself. "You can understand already, what?" The stolen sky remnant soul was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Chu Wasteland to say that. Boom! But immediately afterward, the infinite black mist within the Great Hall began to rush. The mass of black shadows began to change, its form gradually distorting, and a horrifying pressure nakedly pressed towards Chu Hua. "How dare you dishonor the name of the Immortal Emperor? This honored one observes that you are still gifted, and is willing to give you this opportunity, and you actually dare to disobey me? Do you know that no one has dared to speak to me like this since I became an exalted one, and you will pay the price for your behavior today?" In response, Chu Wasteland merely brushed aside his mouth in disdain and said blandly, "The secret of becoming an immortal elder? The Immortal Emperor's legacy? With you, a remnant soul that was born out of a fluke?" Saying all this, it's still not to find a chance to take over the body and henceforth obtain a physical body to get away with it. "I'm afraid you don't have the strength to be able to suppress me now, are you still looking for a chance to stall for time? Just after entering the Great Hall, Chu Wu detected a stream of evil thoughts targeting himself, and sensed that the comber was not strong, which was why he ignored it. Claiming to be the residual soul of the immortal dignity, in fact, it is only a trace of spiritual consciousness that has opened up before the theft of the natural life, and it is trying to put gold on its own face. To snub Chu Wasteland here is really an old woman riding a pig and opening her eyes. Seeing that all of his own old tricks had been revealed by Chu Hua, the remnant soul was obviously a bit flustered at this point, but it quickly calmed down again. Even if you know, what can you do? Within this great hall, this seat is invincible. It is linked to the origin of this great hall, and as long as there is enough time, it will be able to mobilize the backhand of the immortal, and then it will be able to suppress all enemies. By what right can you mole crickets get away with heaven and earth? Damned stealing heaven has kept me in the great hall for 10,000 years. Today I will obtain a physical body and get away with it from now on. Jia jia jia. Seeing this scene, Chu Hua couldn't help but secretly think in his heart that this bastard was trapped here for 10,000 years whether or not he had a brain problem. Seeing that this douchebag was still laughing strangely, Chu Hua couldn't help but interrupt. Finished? Hearing this, the remnant soul thought that Chu Wasteland still wanted to resist and said in disbelief, "The seat relies on the supreme law to manifest, so what can you do to me? It's better to save your strength." In fact, I do not blame an arrogant, it would have no body, relying on the residual supreme law of the stolen sky. This only have the opportunity to give birth to the spirit of wisdom, a body of the origin of all the immortal law, although it cannot be mobilized, but it also means that their own is not dead and indestructible. It will not die if the law continues. Seeing that this bastard was still masturbating, Chu Hua did not intend to continue with the nonsense, and a pair of silver eyes slowly opened. As for the residual soul on the side, after seeing the change in Chu Wasteland, a kind of life and death crisis from the bottom of its heart quietly coiled up, and it couldn't help but roar, "What are you doing?" Chu Wasteland ignored it, his torso slowly left the ground, a black hair quietly transformed into silver color, his wild hair fluttered recklessly under the powerful aura. A pair of silver-browed eyes just stared straight at the remnants. "Didn't you say that you're hooked up with the supreme law? Then I'll cut it off and make you fall completely, so that even your true spirit can't possibly enter reincarnation. Give me the break." As Chu Wasteland's words had just fallen, a sword light that contained great karma chopped towards the remnant soul. "No? How is this possible? The power of karma? How can this be something that a heavenly immortal can grasp?" Immediately afterward, the sound came to a screeching halt the moment the white light made contact. The black shadow burst apart. Chu Wasteland's pair of silver eyes exploded brightly, and from the remnant soul countless colored streams of light slowly sailed towards Chu Wasteland. These streams of light were naturally the residual supreme laws of the stolen heavens. If ordinary people see the residual soul, I'm afraid there is really no way, even if the outside world standing top immortal king, as long as the range of the hall absolutely cannot hurt the residual soul, at most, will be imprisoned to wait for the venerable one to be sent down. After all, the supreme law, that was something that could only be grasped by an immortal powerhouse. But to no avail, the remnant soul ran into Chu Wasteland, who was carrying the eyes of the sovereign. A pair of tricolored eyes, the silver eyes represented the extreme master, and just now, Chu Huang had mobilized the power of karma to sever the connection between the remnant soul and the Great Hall. Then the supreme laws that remained in the remnants of the soul were manifested. Chu Arao slowly absorbed these supreme laws on his knees. The laws are in the end just a manifestation of power. For Chu Arao, who carries all kinds of heaven-defying physiques, it is naturally possible to absorb them. One could only say that it was worthy of being something that could only be grasped by an immortal exalted, and under the powerful power of the supreme law, Chu Huang's cultivation was slowly advancing. An aura was rapidly moving towards the immortal monarch level. At this time, the curtain fell on the great fight outside the Great Hall. The two sets of men looked away from each other and said no more. The three emperor-level forces of the top immortal king constantly wandering to appease, of course one or two of the truth is no way to know. After all, the ones who benefited the most from the fight between the second heavenly kingdom were still them, the emperor-level forces. Let's put this matter to rest for now. It's better to search for immortal dignity's chance first. In the center of the battlefield, Immortal Emperor Muyu spoke helplessly. It was only the lingering sinister look in his eyes that made it clear that this matter was not likely to end easily. But the immortal dignity opportunity is right in front of his eyes, and there is no way for him to be unconvinced. After all, what can be accomplished is important. If you want to continue to fight like this, you really have to fight out of the fire, and then who will die is still unknown. The aftermath of the appropriate battle blocked the group of immortals, but there were still many immortal monarchs who weren't afraid of death rushing after Chu Wasteland's beginning. Although most of them were crushed by the aftermath of the Immortal King battle, there were still 2 or 3 cats of all sizes that ran in. The immortal dignity chants, absolutely not a single accident can occur. Chapter 33 The Supreme Law appears. The 9 immortal kings did not continue to fight, and after calming down they then entered in unison. And the silent group of immortals on the outside all secretly followed suit. When he entered the great hall, an ancient and rusty aura came over him. What immediately came into view was the devastation. Unlike the ancient and solemn outside of the Grand Hall, the outside of the interior of the Grand Hall could be described as a mess, which of course had to be attributed to Chu wasteland. Holding the ideal concept of not taking a single needle or thread, Chu Arao really did take all but the needle and thread. Anything within the field of vision was received in the cave as much as possible. This guy is still. Really? Elder Yin couldn't help but laugh inwardly as he looked at the black lines above the heads of the remaining 8 immortal kings. For some reason, the figure of Chu was surfaced in everyone's minds. Only that guy could be so overbearing and press the others to leave something behind. Of course the objects on the outside of the Great Hall didn't have much value to the immortal kings, and the 9 immortal kings didn't say anything else. The ones who were truly outraged were still some heavenly immortals and true lords. Their humble cultivation could not compete with the top immortal kings, and they had entered with the idea of collecting some treasures. But now, not to mention the treasures, even the stone futons used for decoration on the outside of the Great Hall had been dug up. Which one of the goddamned ones took all the stuff? When really not a son of man. The angry curses that rose and fell on the outside of the hall dissipated the silence that had fallen for 10,000 years. But this phenomenon didn't last long. As the Red Sun Immortal King acted, the remaining 8 immortal kings all swept in the same direction. Seeing this, the rest of the group of immortals followed suit. Although there were no more resources on the outside of the Great Hall now, it was always right to follow the great powers, in case there were still opportunities. Red Sun, you felt it too? Muyu transmitted his voice towards Immortal King Qi Yang. Aha! Such a scene appeared between every immortal king. An aura of Zun quietly flowed out in the right moment, the aura of the Supreme Law to be precise. It was important to realize that the reason why they, the top immortal kings, were unable to become supreme was due to the lack of a supreme law. Now that the chance to become an immortal appeared in front of them, how could it not make them, the top immortal kings, excited? After tens of thousands of years of sinking, the opportunity to become an honored one has arisen. At this moment, the 9 top immortal kings' thoughts were very clear, capturing the supreme law, no matter what the cost. Seeing the 9 immortal kings violently increase their speed, the rest of the group of immortals followed suit. Everyone held one thought. There must be a chance to come out of the world, or else these lofty immortal kings couldn't possibly be so excited. In fact, what they thought was not bad, there was indeed a great chance coming out of the world, but it really had nothing to do with them. Soon, the group of immortals were intercepted by a void barrier. Damn it, what is this? The group of immortals let out a shocked cry. Obviously the immortal kings weren't generous, they naturally wouldn't allow anyone else to get their hands on the supreme laws, so they casually set up a prohibition. Although it was only done casually, it was not something that a group of heavenly immortals and immortal monarchs could break through. The lordless supreme law might randomly select beings, and this group of immortal kings didn't want to see such a scene, so even the slightest accident had to be completely eliminated. Yun Fei Hong, just now you made a sneak attack on me, now I want you to pay in blood, take your life. Feather sword. As soon as the words fell, countless red feathers manifested by the power of the laws attacked towards Elder Yun. Deep in the Great Hall, there were 4 other clusters of such a battlefield. At the center of the battlefield, there was a monstrous mass of demonic chi hovering around, and it was clearly that supreme law that belonged to the heaven-stealing demon Exalt. Only at this time, the demonic aura was somewhat diluted, and the stream of light that originally flowed from his body was also bright and fading. Apparently after 10,000 years of immersion, plus a series of previous destructions, the laws were affected. If it was left here for another 10,000 years, I'm afraid that it would completely dissipate and then be reattached by the great Tao to re-evolve. Of course, even a fragmented supreme law was enough to drive these top immortal kings wild. The battlefield evolving in the air has been the best proof. Even a crippled supreme law, if it was successfully collected, cultivating it for 10,000 years could make up for it. Although it was said that it would take time, it was also an opportunity to become an honor. The fight between immortal kings was extremely terrifying, and the mass of demonic energy trembled somewhat anthropomorphically. Obviously without a master for 10,000 years, this supreme law has already been born with a little spirit. After all, it is also the thing of immortal honor, its position of high birth spirit wisdom is normal. Just as the battlefield in the air became more and more terrifying, a figure quietly appeared. The person who came was none other than Chu Wasteland. Looking at the increasingly terrifying battlefield in the air, Chu Hua couldn't help but smack his lips. This group of top immortal kings were truly terrifying. But now he wasn't afraid. At this moment, his breath was round, and a huge world within his body was exploding with endless vitality. After devouring the remnant soul, he also naturally broke through to the immortal monarch realm. The 9 great cavernous heavens united and manifested into a great world, which emitted infinite vitality and continuously fed itself. If an immortal emperor were to see Chu Wasteland's great world, I'm afraid that he would also be shocked. The great world evolved by the unification of the 9 mouths of the cave heaven had an area of billions of miles. An immortal monarch was the minimum requirement for founding a power, and only a power with an immortal monarch-level powerhouse within it would be considered a power recognized by the Great Tao. The reason for this is none other than 2 things. For one thing, heavenly immortal to immortal monarch is a qualitative change. The battle power has a great metamorphosis. No matter in which power, immortal monarch will always belong to the mainstay level. Secondly, an immortal monarch's great world could take in everything. Not only was the cave heaven only able to take in goods, but the great world that evolved when an immortal monarch was a true world that possessed everything in the outside world. Law, time, space. That means immortal monarchs can bring a large group of people into the great world at any time. Thus, stepping into immortal monarch was considered to be truly stepping into the chess game. And Chu Huan was not an ordinary immortal monarch. As for this side, that supreme law actually involuntarily swept towards Chu Wasteland after sensing his aura. How sensitive was the spiritual sense of an immortal king? Even in battle, Chu Hua's arrival naturally could not escape the immortal king's eyes. Upon seeing the supreme laws swiping toward Chu Huan, these normally calm immortal kings could no longer stay calm and roared, "Kid, quickly retreat backward and don't touch that massive demonic chi." At this point, even the normally calm and peaceful Elder Yun could not help but frown. The opportunity to become a dignitary is a big deal, although very like that little guy, but about their own path no one can laugh out. He had already recognized Chu Hua's figure. Upon hearing the cries of the immortal kings, Chu Hua frowned slightly, followed by his body pausing backward. After noticing Chu Wasteland's movements, the 9 immortal kings could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. But the next second. Noisy! As Chu Wasteland let out a loud bang, his hand gradually reached out. The great world began to manifest. A terrifying might that was enough to rival that of an immortal king emanated, and that supreme law was instantly imprisoned by this might. Then Chu Huang threw the supreme law into the great world as soon as he did. Chapter 34, Immortal King killed with only fists after years of immortality. Wah! A huge roar rang out. The arrival of the supreme laws caused the great world to involuntarily rejoice, and the higher energy was an excellent replenishment for the great world. Chu Wasteland raised his head and eyed the crowd of immortal kings, teasingly opening his mouth. What can we do if we don't back off? 36 Emperors Collections, open. The Eye of the Juggernaut, open. A stream of blood mist flowed out from Chu Huang's body, a pair of silver eyes ebulliently streaming with light as his figure slowly rose, leveling out with a group of immortal kings. You? It was too late for the crowd of immortal kings to be enraged, but they quickly sensed a deadly threat from Chu Huang's body, and their faces instantly changed drastically. Scanning the crowd of immortal kings, Chu Huang slowly took a step. Early Immortal Monarch. Mid-Immortal Monarch. Late Immortal Monarch. Immortal Monarch, Peak. The great world completely manifested, enveloping the figures of the group of immortal kings. After devouring the supreme laws, Chu Huang's cultivation had advanced even further, and he was already unafraid of the immortal kings present. An immortal king can also be killed. You actually dare to devour the laws? I want you to die. Muyu was shocked and amazed at the same time. He didn't understand why the visitor was only a tiny immortal monarch and how he was able to absorb the supreme law. One must know that this was an immortal dignitary's belongings, and how could it be something that a tiny immortal monarch could get his hands on? But he didn't know that Chu Wasteland's great world was synthesized from 9 caverns, and the enormity of the world within his body could naturally devour the supreme laws. A top immortal king was already a top powerhouse in the realm of the heavens, and they, the top immortal kings, had lived for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years, waiting only for an opportunity to become an exalted. Having lived for too many years, they had already lost interest in all things of the red dust, and the only thing they were pursuing now was realm refinement. But now that the opportunity to become a dignitary had been taken away, how could it not make them furious? only to see the Muyu Immortal King's aura gradually going berserk, an aura that uniquely belonged to the Immortal King's eternal immortality raging in the air. Griffin, although I don't know what means you used to devour the supreme laws, you will soon pay the price for your actions. I will completely wear out your true spirit, so that even in the River of Ages no trace of your existence can be found at all. Gentlemen, what are you waiting for? With Immortal King Muyu's command, the remaining 8 Immortal Kings also displayed their breath. The vengeance of blocking the way is not shared. The might of a full 9 top Immortal Kings was terrifying. The River of Ages also trembled and shivered under their feet, and the weight of the 9 top Immortal Kings was enough to destroy everything. The originally trembling River of Ages gradually smoothed out under the silver light. How is that possible? The 9 Immortal Kings lost their voices in unison. The River of Ages, how could it be accessible to a tiny immortal monarch? Even they, the Immortal Kings, only caused the river to tremble by virtue of their own power. But Chu Yang had actually stabilized the River of Ages with his own strength. It was too late for the 9 Immortal Kings to be shocked, only to see Chu Wasteland finally begin to move. An emperor's hide was all opened, and the terrifying physical strength seemed to cause space to shatter, wrapped in infinite immortal power and attacked towards Immortal King Muyu. Boo! Soon, a cloud of blood exploded in the air as the fist touched flesh. Immortal King Muyu, fall. A top Immortal King, a powerhouse in the realm of the heavens, died under Chu Wasteland's punch just like that. Even the true spirit was completely worn out, with no possibility of resurrection. It was too late for the rest of the Immortal Kings to be dismayed, and Chu Wasteland's side once again attacked. With another punch, another Immortal King exploded. One punch, one Immortal King. Boom boom boom. In just a moment, all 9 Immortal Kings had fallen. Those Immortal Kings who had been immortal for ages had turned into blood and water flowing under Chu Wuong's fist by now. Calming his breath, Chu Arai couldn't afford to be careless. Even though the tearing sensation of his flesh and the pain of depleted immortal energy almost eroded him, he could not rest yet. The vision of an Immortal King falling would definitely attract the attention of the immortal dignitaries behind them. If they didn't run at this time, they wouldn't be able to run away later. In his current state, he could really only tie his hands when he encountered an immortal exalt. Chu was slowly pulled out a Zune-level teleportation talisman from the Great World, which he had just found from within the Great Hall, and it was just right to use it here. As Chu Huan crushed the teleportation talisman, a burst of white light gradually wrapped around his body. The very next breath after Chu Wasteland's teleportation was completed, an extremely terrifying might suddenly assaulted the Grand Hall. Who dares to kill my Blood Demon City's people? The Demon Sovereign's violent voice resounded through the Great Hall. Along with them, the remaining 4 immortal dignitaries also appeared, and seeing the tragic situation within the Great Hall, the 5 immortal dignitaries once again fell into silence. They didn't think that there was any existence in the Great Hall that could exterminate 9 top Immortal Kings. Could it be by virtue of a small remnant soul? They had clearly explored before entering the Great Hall, and there was nothing that threatened the existence of the Immortal King. However, the 9 Immortal Kings had oddly fallen in unison. Is it hard to believe that stealing heaven is not dead? Cloud Meteor slowly spoke. This speculation was not unreasonable. The only ones who could kill 9 top Immortal Kings so quickly were exalted. Holding their breaths, the 2 venerables from the Heavenly Kingdom left first. The death of 3 top Immortal Kings was also a great loss for the Heavenly Kingdom. At this point, only those 3 immortal dignitaries from the Emperor-level forces were left. The expressions on their faces all revealed the anger they felt today. They were not as big as the Heavenly Kingdom's family, and there was only 1 top Immortal King in their forces, and now that they had fallen, it naturally made them incomparably heartbroken. Who is it? Dare to kill my son, this father will kill you. The evil father roared. The other 2 immortal dignitaries are fine. The death of the top Immortal King is considered a heartache, but the evil dignitary's top Immortal King is the evil dignitary's own son. Seeing that the evil exalt had lost his mind, the remaining 2 immortal exalts didn't say anything and actually left secretly. The evil father has been acting erratically all his life. Hell knows if there will be any stress reaction when his own son dies. Of course, the sooner he runs away the better. Inside the large hall, only Evil Zune was left empty. When the Immortal King fell, the Immortal King's prohibition that had trapped the group of immortals disappeared, and a whole bunch of cultivators all rushed into the main hall. I just happened to see the Evil Zune inside the main hall. The group of immortals were all shocked in fear and spoke up, Your Holiness. But they didn't notice that the corners of the evil sovereign's eyes were completely scarlet at this point, and there was a hint of teasing hanging from the corners of his mouth. Die for me. Don't. I'm begging for hypes and catch-up reading. Chapter 35, Subduing the Blade Fighter. A Zune-level teleportation talisman was also an extremely precious thing in the realm of the heavens, and it could teleport billions of miles away in an instant. Small domain. In the realm of the heavens, small domains were synonymous with chaos and barrenness. Due to the lack of resources, there were no major forces stationed there, which caused chaos and banditry in the small domain. Strength is the passport to survival here. After using the teleportation talisman, Shu Hua was teleported to the small domain where his true body was located in the first place. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Shu Hua secretly let out a sigh of relief. The terrifying exalted pressure before he left still made his heart palpitate. If he was a little late, when the exalted one completely blocked off the space, he really wouldn't be able to leave then. Feeling the burst of tearing sensation coming from his flesh, Shu Hua could not help but smack his lips. Killing 9 immortal kings was still too much of a stretch. If it wasn't for that supreme law, it would have been unknown who would have died. The real body has gone to the great desolate heavenly kingdom to recognize the ancestors. Shu Huang also remembered that the real body in this place also joined a force, but can first go there to recuperate from injuries, in order to see the situation change. After making up his mind, Shu Hua got up and acted. According to his true body's memories, Shu Hua had arrived in the middle of a desolate desert. This should be it. Introducing his eyes was a gigantic demonic beast's head. The entire stronghold was made up of countless beast skins and spirit materials, and a savage aura festered madly in the place. Shu Hua's arrival naturally caught the attention of the stronghold. It's Chuchi, how dare he come back? Don't want to die? Someone on the wall recognized Chu Wasteland and spoke in surprise. At first, Chui left but did not tell the boss. At that time the boss was very angry. The nearby area are searched cleanly did not find the shadow of Chu Wasteland. In the end, he even let slip that the next time they met, they would take Chuchi's head and sacrifice it to heaven. How dare he come back? Quickly go inform the boss that Chuchi is back. Those sounds on the wall naturally couldn't escape Chu Hua's ears, but he didn't care. A king-level power with the highest battle strength was only an immortal monarch, which pressed no threat to him. Boss, Chuchi is back. On the alcove, Blade Fighter listened carefully to the returns of his men and couldn't help but widen his eyes. It should be known that at that time, Shui joined, and in 100 years, he stepped into the peak of the earth immortal, and on his way out, he had even ascended to the heavily immortal. It could be considered the first great general under him, and he also tilted most of his resources to Chu-Yi in hopes of him breaking through to immortal monarch faster. When Chuchi had left without saying a word, it had nearly made him angry in place. Now Chuchi suddenly came back. I don't know what it means. Isn't he afraid he'll kill him? Did you realize it's not good out there and came back? Thinking of this, a bright light flashed between Blade Fighter's eyes. If that was the case, then it would be perfect. Shuyi's talent was obvious to all, and in the future, he would be a nailed-on immortal monarch, or even an immortal king. It can also be expected. Thinking of this, Blade Fighter couldn't help but feel a fire within his heart. Of course, such was only his inner thoughts. With so many of his men around, he naturally couldn't show his true emotions. Otherwise, how can I lose face as the boss? This time, we must make this kid suffer a bit, Blade Fighter thought inwardly. Go bring this traitor in here. Blade Fighter commanded to his men. Soon, under the guidance of the people under his command, Shu Hua was successfully brought into the alcove. Looking at the barbaric decoration of the alcove, Shu Arai couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. More crucially, the muscular man above the main seat was actually holding a book in his hand. I'm not a big brother, I'm not an educated person, so let's not pretend. After bringing Chu Wasteland in, the men immediately said respectfully, Boss, the traitor Chui has been brought in and is waiting for your disposition. Hearing the voice, Blade Buster then pretended to remove the book that he disliked to his face. Immediately after that, it slightly narrowed that pure white eye and looked straight at Chu Wasteland. Feeling that complicated gaze, Shu Hua had a vicious chill. Kneel. Under the you say you are a great power is not good, have to pretend to be a pig-eating tiger here to pretend 100 years of earth immortal. Chu Arai twisted his wrist, looked at the knife buster who was like a dead pig at his feet, and spoke faintly, Oh? Didn't you tell me to kneel down? Hearing Chu Hua's words, at this moment, the Blade Fighter's inner heart was extremely complicated within. If I knew you were this strong, I would have started kneeling a long time ago. But that can't be said. Grandpa, I was wrong, you are my grandfather. Blade Fighter cried out. At this moment, he no longer dared to have any second thoughts. Joking aside, what was the point of resisting when his physical body alone would dry out him with just one punch? Who knows if what this guy is currently displaying is his true cultivation or not? At this moment, Blade Fighter had already imagined Chu Hui as an old monster who loved to play the role of a pig and eat tigers. Hearing Blade Fighter's words, Chu Hui could not help but laugh inwardly. This man, there is really no bottom line. But, this party's power is useful to me, I still have to go into seclusion, so you will manage it temporarily during this period of time. After accepting Blade Fighter's life soul, Chu Hui gave his first command. Yes. Blade Fighter answered. When the life soul was handed over, the Blade Fighter instead had a sense of relief. After all, at least there was no fear for his life anymore, he just lost his freedom. But following an old monster who didn't know what was going on seemed good. As Blade Fighter thought this, there was also an extra hint of pleasantness in his heart. After noticing the change in Blade Buster's mood, Chu Hui also completely put down the idea of killing the other party. Under Blade Fighter's leadership, Chu Hui quickly arrived at an underground chamber. Looking at the closed environment around him, Chu Hui could not help but feel secretly satisfied. It's a nice place. The Honored One is temporarily housed here, and I don't know what's going on over at the True Body's side. The Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, a paradise belonging to the strong. It occupied the richest region of the Xian domain, and was considered a deservedly dominant power. No one knows how long it's been there, as if it's been there since the birth of this region. The desolate ancient heavenly kingdom was like an ancient beast, prostrate on this continent, overlooking the multitudes. At this time, Shui had already arrived at the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom. After entering the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, Xu Huang felt a strong bloodline throb. Immediately afterward, the old man in front of him, who claimed to be a guide messenger, appeared and brought him to the Heavenly Kingdom. The Celestial Dynasty was located in the hinterland of the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, which was the center of all power and the most prosperous place in the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom. There are as many heavenly immortals here as there are immortal monarchs, and immortal monarchs can be found everywhere. The sights and sounds along the way made Chuchi unable to resist smacking his lips and staring. He was taken by the messenger into the midst of a large black hall, and there was no more to follow. Chuchi had cultivated in this place for half a month before this messenger reappeared, and in his hand was an additional blood ball that shimmered with a lucid light. Drop blood on it. Hearing the messenger's voice, Chuchi didn't hesitate and stretched out a finger to cut it, dropping blood into the blood ball in front of him. Drops of blood flowed along the shape of the blood ball. How could there be no reaction? The old man murmured secretly. The information sent from the side of the Tiangue Center, but it said that the little guy in front of him contained at least 30% of the ancestral veins. But how could the blood cells not be responding now? Before the old man could wonder, the blood ball quickly reacted. Only a faint blood light was seen storming from among the blood ball. Immediately afterward, a second course. Boom! The rushing blood light shot straight up into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The blood sphere also burst in response, only the vision in the sky was far from over. The Immortal Dynasty fell into silence as everyone stared intently at the sudden vision in the sky. Who is this? To actually be able to invoke the ancient ancestors' vision? Is this kind of vision a heavenly pride containing more than 80% of the ancient ancestors' bloodline coming out? Before the crowd could wonder, a giant figure slowly emerged in the sky. Just lifting his hand obscured the vision. Today's events must not be publicized. The air was filled with silence, the oppressive feeling of this suddenly appearing powerhouse was too strong. All the cultivators chose to keep their mouths shut, and they also knew that they were afraid that a forbidden existence had come out. Many of the cultivators had the sense to shut up, and even the more cautious ones took the initiative to destroy the memory. Shen Domain, I'm afraid it's going to be unpeaceful. After the visions disappeared, the huge shadow in the sky also slowly dissipated. On the other hand, Shui, who was located in the middle of the Great Hall, was still a bit confused. How could he have induced such a horrifying vision when he had only dripped a single drop of blood? It was too late for Chuchi to think too much, and a hunched figure soon appeared in the Great Hall. That messenger immediately said respectfully upon seeing the visitor, "Greetings, Your Holiness." Honored One? The old man in front of you is an immortal dignity? Chuchi's mind compared the huge shadow in the sky just now to the old man in front of him. Seems kinda like it. Little friend, welcome to the kingdom of heaven. In just a breath, along with the sound of the words, the old man had already arrived at Chuyi's side. Little friend is ascending from the lower realm, right? I didn't expect such a pure bloodline of the desolate ancient bloodline to remain in the lower realm. It's really the fortune of the Great Desolate. A thick voice rang out, interrupting Chuchi's thoughts. Appropriately, he was still thinking about his Honored One, and according to the news that came from his Honored One has currently arrived at the small domain to heal his wounds. For now, it's still. Seemingly seeing what Shui was thinking, the old man once again spoke. This is the free immortal father, observing that little friend is thinking, whether there are still matters of the red dust that have not yet been broken, or whether you were lost in the current situation. Allow me to be talkative. The heavenly kingdom is powerful and is a well-deserved hegemon, and with little friend's qualifications, the heavenly kingdom will definitely do its best to fulfill your request. Little friend has ascended from the lower realm through the 99 tribulation, and there is such a thick ancient vein. In addition, little friend's roots and bones are extraordinary. If there are no accidents, there is going to be one more ancient man among the heavenly kingdom. Seeing that his origins were revealed one by one, Shui could not help but smack his lips secretly. Worthy of being an immortal exalt, he even saw his own immortal bone of immortality. Now that we have entered the kingdom of heaven, it is better for us to stay here and wait for our Lord's command. After making up his mind, Chuchi then spoke, it is also my fortune to be able to join the kingdom of heaven. Hearing Chuchi's reply, the old man could not help but nod his head as well. This is naturally excellent. Over the next few days, the great wasteland began to go into shock. Although it was said that the heavenly kingdom tried its best to block the news, the scene on that day of the Immortal Dynasty was simply not something that could be covered up by human power. For a while, the news that a new ancient man master had appeared in the Immortal Dynasty began to spread throughout the entire Xian domain. For a time, Shuyi's name resounded throughout the Xian domain. Deep within the Immortal Dynasty, a storm was brewing silently within a strange space. A figure knelt in front of the giant tree, and his voice floated in the silent, wide space. Elder Ancestor, there's another ancient man master in the heavenly kingdom, so our plans can begin. The silhouette slowly reported in the direction of the giant tree. In the next second, an aura full of age slowly awoke. Can the news be blocked? Failing that, the vision is too massive to be stopped by human power. Then hurry up and perform the blood sacrifice, the old ancestor has waited too long for this day. The voice seemed to come from the giant tree. Yes. Space fell silent again. The day has finally come. Chapter 37, Unifying the Small Domain. Rush October has arrived. Boom. Small Domain. The Golden Bandit. After 10 years of change, at this point, the Gold Bandits had completely changed, and with the resources given by Chu Wasteland, they had seldom plundered anymore. The entire force was working in unison, concentrating on cultivating to improve their realm's combat power. Of course, the biggest change is the appearance of this place. Under Chu Wasteland's orders, Blade Fighter made drastic changes to the entire force, and the previous rough and savage aura completely disappeared. Jawara re-entered the alcove. Looking at the environment that was very different from before, Chu Huan nodded with satisfaction. That's what he wants. The entire alcove was dominated by black and red, and with the improvement of countless heavenly treasures, the entire alcove looked more like a huge palace, filled with majestic dignity. At this moment, Blade Fighter was prostrate on the ground, fearfully reporting on the development of the forces in recent years. Nice. He was still satisfied with what Blade Buster had done. The entire force was considered to be completely transformed after this decade of development. The first is the personnel level, where the previous excellent non-counting has completely disappeared. The only ones who are still here are the previous backbone, and the recent newcomers who have good talent and perseverance. The sphere of influence is also much larger than before. Xu Huang sat in the black dragon chair on the main seat, his dark and deep pupils looking nowhere, after a slight thought. Only then did he turn toward Bladebuster and said, "Are there any other forces in the small domain?" Now that everything was secure, it was time to start developing his forces and completing the system quests. He had been coveting those 3 heavenly level rewards for a long time. The True Bodies side was still quite stable, and although the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom did not officially announce Chuchi's matter, it still gave Chuchi the treatment of a son of heaven in private. Over the years, Chuchi has also secretly organized forces and privately helped out a lot on this side of my father. Yes. Apart from us, there are 2 other king-level forces in the small domain, the Red Blood Gang and the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Among them, the strongest of the Red Blood Gang is probably in the middle stage of Immortal Monarch, while the head of the Heaven and Earth Alliance is at the peak of Immortal Monarch. Speaking of this, a trace of scorn showed on Blade Fighter's face. Obviously neither of the 2 forces should be underestimated. Send them a circular with a deadline of 3 days to return to the fold. If not, I will come to the door and ask for a lesson. But Knife Ba was still hesitant, but on second thought this old monster in front of him, who did not know what cultivation he was able to release such words. I'm afraid that he was also not afraid of them. Thinking of this, Blade Fighter answered, "Yes, boss. Don't call me boss from now on, you can address me as Chu Di." "Yes." Just like that, at Chu Wasteland's behest, the remaining two forces received notices sent out from the Blade Fighter. But they all coincidentally chose to turn a blind eye and openly screamed about it. "Joking, you knife bully, why let us submit, I think you are practicing stupid. And what mysterious powerhouse, can't it be that the one who came is an immortal king?" An immortal king wouldn't come to this barren land where birds don't, so they agreed that Blade Fighter had lost his mind. Thus, the two powers coincidentally declared war on the Blade Fighter at the same time. Originally, the speed of the Blade Fighter's recent expansion had made them jealous, and they just wanted to find an excuse to declare war, but they didn't realize that the Blade Fighter, this fool, had even thrown himself into the net. Of course, the reactions of the two major powers were all within Blade Fighter's expectations. The three forces are mutually constrained coexistence is the default rule. If someone wants to violate this rule, surely to be attacked by the group. Soon, the 3-day period had passed. The two major forces did not react, but instead the forces Borderland 2 are constantly interfering with the attack on a small scale. Regarding this result, Chu Huan naturally expected it. He didn't say anything, and got up and left as soon as the deadline was reached. Looking at Chu Wastelli's departing back, Blade Baji had a moment of peace. It's a pretty good feeling to have a big brother covering you. Traveling at Chu Huang's speed, he arrived at the core range of the Red Blood Gang in no time. A light blue barrier blocked Chu Arai's figure. Kinda cautious. I think this is the Red Blood Gang's defense array. I'm afraid that it is afraid of the Knife Fighter's counterattack, so it was open in advance. But Chu Wasteland slowly raised his hand, and immediately afterward, he attacked the defensive grand formation. Wah! A huge roar erupted as the fist collided against the blue barrier. The defense array that could defend against the joint attacks of 10 peak immortal monarchs also exploded at this moment. Accompanied by a loud noise, a figure flew up in the air. Obviously the commotion just now had alarmed the Red Blood Gang. A middle-aged man with a large sword on his back slowly swept toward Chu Huan's position. "Who is your excellency? Why did you attack my Red Blood Gang for no reason? I remember we have no grudges with your excellency." Just now, Chu Huan's powerful strike had already left a deep impression on the crowd, so the Red Blood Gang's gang leader's attitude was naturally very polite. "No grievances? Have you forgotten the 3-day deadline I gave you?" At those words, the Red Blood Gang leader's face instantly changed drastically. I didn't expect that the mysterious powerhouse that Blade Fighter spoke of actually existed. So the Red Blood Gang leader put on an incredibly forced smile. "So you are that mysterious strong man, what a loss, what a loss. Why don't you sit down and we'll talk about it in detail." In the face of this mysterious powerhouse who had exploded the defense spell formation with a single punch, Blade Fighter naturally didn't dare to offend him, and only had to stabilize himself first. A detailed discussion is not necessary. It's just that there's no need for this Red Blood Gang to exist anymore. As soon as the words fell, Chu Wasteland's great world began to manifest. The huge shadow completely obscured the core range of the Red Blood Gang, and after sensing the terrifying killing intent, the members of the Red Blood Gang were also scattered as birds and beasts. Just kidding, with such a huge disparity in strength, it's still a crapshoot. Judging by the other party's aura, I'm afraid that this one is extremely close to being an immortal king, if not an immortal king. But unfortunately, even though they were running fast, Chu Arai's movements were faster. Manipulating the great world, Chu was smashed down hard against the entire sphere of influence of the Red Blood Gang. Boom! In an instant, the large Red Blood Gang was razed to the ground. Not a single person survived. Regarding the power of the great world, Chu Huang was still extremely satisfied. After devouring the supreme laws, the great world also became even stronger, and in terms of hardness alone, it was not in the least inferior to an ordinary Zuni artifact. Immortal weapons were categorized into earth weapons, true weapons, heavenly weapons, monarch treasures, immortal weapons, exalted weapons, and emperor weapons. Below the earth vessel are the Dharma vessels, which are divided into 1 to 9 grades. Immediately after replicating the Red Blood Gang scene, the Heaven and Earth Alliance was also smashed into ruins by Chu Wasteland's Great World. Since the Good Hall was remodeled, it was renamed the Black Dragon Hall. Blade Fighter was anxiously and continuously pacing back and forth in the Great Hall. Although it was said that for Chu Huan's terrifying strength Knife Fighter was extremely confident, it could not be said that something would go wrong. If Emperor Chu were to die, he himself would definitely die as well. However, with the arrival of a strong yet familiar aura, Blade Fighter once again dropped his heart. Oh? It seems you distrust me. Chapter 38 The Great Wilderness Conspiracy. How can it be? By your hand, these are not all handfuls. Ignoring Blade Fighter's fawning expression, Chu was slowly walked towards the main seat, slightly pondering. Seeing this scene, the Blade Fighter under the main seat was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe. Now that the small domain has been completely controlled, I'm afraid that the development of power during this period will be extremely rapid. The biggest problem at the moment was still at the real body, and although it seemed calm on the surface, there were actually dark currents. The fact that the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom hadn't publicly indicated their true identity was already a strange problem, and the fact that they had deliberately concealed it instead seemed problematic. Chu Hua could sense that there was definitely something wrong with the Heavenly Kingdom. The Red Blood Gang and the Heaven and Earth Alliance have been eliminated by me in their entirety, so you will now go gather forces to bring the entire small domain under your control. From now on, the Golden Bandit no longer exists, and all there is a power called Desolate Ancient. Do you understand? Chu Wasteland cast a scrutinizing gaze toward the Blade Fighter below, and the latter was instantly drenched in cold sweat as he hurriedly returned. I understand, Emperor Chu. From now on, your will be my lifelong pursuit. Knife Buster's voice was very thick and sincere. It was obvious that he possessed absolute reverence for Emperor Chu, and it was not bad to follow a big brother. After hearing the news that Chu Wasteland had already wiped out the Red Blood Gang and the Heaven and Earth Alliance, Blade Fighter had already made up his mind to follow Chu Wasteland. Seeing Blade Fighter's reaction, Chu Hua was satisfied. Quickly gather people to take over the territory of the Red Blood Gang and the Heaven and Earth Alliance, and bring back the resources in one place. Yes, sir. After the reply, Blade Buster also rushed into action. From then on, the three major forces in the small domain disappeared, and the only one left was a powerful force named Desolate Ancient. And the name Desolate Ancient was soon in the small domain, and even near the small domain. After hearing that Desolate Ancient had unified the small domains in only 3 days, countless powerhouses and heavenly prides rushed there. For a while, there was also a lot more fresh blood in Desolate Ancient. Everything is moving in a better direction. Scarlet Plains. After the incident of the immortal dignitary's great grave subsided, the entire land of exile once again regained its calmness. Strangely enough, the immortal dignity great grave was such a discreet matter, but it circulated very little within the land of exile. The cultivators who came out kept their mouths shut about everything that happened inside, and if the bystanders asked about it, they were only filled with a look of horror. At this time, on the fringe of the land of exile, the 2-person and 1-dog combo was still rushing along, with the direction located beyond the land of exile. Grandma drop, fortunately we ran fast. I really don't know what kind of madness Evil Zune is having, actually attacking and killing us small cultivators all of a sudden. Catching up once again, the fat Taoist's mouth was still not free, still spitting with palpitations in his heart. I didn't expect so many top immortal kings to die just like that. I really don't know what happened inside the Great Burial Mound. What kind of existence made a move to be able to kill 9 top immortal kings? That's an immortal king. At this time, the big black dog was no longer as light-hearted as before, and there was only deep scorn in those round dog eyes. The air fell silent. Strong as the immortal king mighty, but also so easy to fall, they are these small cultivators of the heavenly immortal in the uncertainty of the situation, and how to get a good end? Immortal path, where is it? Han Muyu also let out a sigh of relief. It's still too dangerous out there. Although we are heavenly immortals, we are only casual cultivators. If we were to face a truly powerful person, I'm afraid we would fall in an instant. The fat Taoist priest's words caused the hearts of the remaining 1 man and 1 dog to sink, and the atmosphere began to depress to the extreme. Why don't we join a power? With our talent I'm afraid we can be highly valued. Although our freedom is restricted, at least it's better than losing our lives. Hearing the fat Taoist's words, the big black dog immediately retorted, is that called losing your freedom? Those big powers for us foreign casual cultivators, even if the talent is high, they just treat you as a dog, rewarding you with a few bones when you are in a good mood, and I'm afraid that your life will be lost when you are in a bad mood. Hearing the big black dog's words, the fat Taoist was also dumbfounded for a while. This can be said to be true. Those heavenly kingdoms paid the most attention to bloodlines, and outsiders, even if they were gifted, could not enter the core circle and were always treated as dogs. This matter is also the pain of all loose cultivators, yet it is also an indisputable fact. The path of immortality, how difficult it is. For those of them who were casual cultivators with no background, it was even more difficult. Why don't we join Desolate Ancient? On the side, Han Muyu, who had always been silent, suddenly this method does have feasibility. Not only could they cultivate with the resources of the Desolate Ancient, but on the one hand, they did not lose their freedom, and with their cultivation level they should be able to be absolutely respected in the small domain. Let's go over there. The big black dog was the first to say. For this matter it is extremely optimistic, in its eyes at least in the small domain of its own security will be greatly guaranteed. As for the cultivation or not, it was still another story. Right now the most important thing it wanted to ensure was the safety of its own life. Obviously the fall of the Nine Tops had also deeply irritated it. I agree. Looking at Han Muyu, who had already made up his mind, the fat Taoist priest had to agree at this point even though he still wanted to reconsider. Then let's join Desolate Ancient first. Toward the small domain. After making up their minds, the two men and the dog also began to move towards the small domain at full speed. The great desolate heavenly kingdom, inside a prosperous palace. Chuidwan sat on a futon, a stream of light slowly ebullient. The powerful qualifications granted to him by the immortal bone of immortality were rapidly absorbing the surrounding immortal chi. On the grand hall, there were also countless heavenly treasures. I'm afraid that even if any of these things were thrown out, they would attract countless cultivators. And now, these heavenly treasures were piled up in the great hall, waiting for Chuchi to use them. Chapter 39 Reappearance, the joining of two men and a dog. After a few moments, Chui slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stopped cultivating. However, his figure still sat in place with his knees crossed. The resources collected over the years have already been placed at the great desolate border. The honored one side should have already received them. Chui was secretly calculating within his heart. In the last 10 years, with the massive amount of resources provided by the Great Wasteland, Chui's cultivation soared like a rocket. In just 10 years, his cultivation had already arrived at the late stage of heavenly immortal, and was getting closer to the peak, which was still the result of his deliberate suppression. Seeing that the immortal monarch was just around the corner, but Chui was never happy. Within these 10 years, Chui was also constantly learning about the Great Wasteland Heavenly Kingdom, and as he understood the situation, Chui felt more and more that the Great Wasteland's purpose might not be too pure. It was important to realize that in the Heavenly Kingdom, the vanguard was more like the Son of Heaven in a secular dynasty, belonging to the future successor of the Heavenly Kingdom. But although the great desolate Heavenly Kingdom gave him treatment that far surpassed that of the 10,000 ancient human masters, it never informed the world of his identity. This is extremely fine-tuned. Knowing that the 10,000 ancient human masters were equivalent to a Heavenly Kingdom's base, naturally, the more the better. With this as a comparison, the behavior of the great desolate Heavenly Kingdom appeared extremely strange, and Chui could feel that he was afraid that the Heavenly Kingdom had other plans for himself. Providing himself with so many resources, I'm afraid that it's not something that can be explained by a single sentence about a man of all ages. I'm afraid that there's a deeper level of scheming. Only waiting for his cultivation to rise to a realm, by then he feared that his life and death would be in danger. But where is that line? True Lord? Immortal King? Chuchi didn't know. Right now all he could do was try his best to suppress his cultivation and think of ways to provide help to his honored one. As for running away, don't even think about it. If the Heavenly Kingdom level really has a plan for himself, a Heavenly Kingdom with a quasi-emperor in town is not something he can run away from. Bring me another pot of Imperial Dragon Joan. Yes, sir. After Chuchi spoke out, a bland voice came from the inexplicable space in the air. It was thought to be another Immortal King powerhouse. For this strong man hidden in the shadows, Chuchi had already seen it all. As long as he had a request, the other party would try to satisfy himself. This was also the reason why Chui became more and more suspicious of the Great Wasteland. Whoever the Son of Heaven still arranged for an immortal king to watch over him every now and then, this was obviously not right. But it was useless to resist now, so Chuchi also relaxed his heart. It's better to enjoy it first. With this condition, it's better not to use it. Just what Chuchi didn't know was that there were two silhouettes right outside the great hall that had been staring at him. This man of 10,000 years of ages of ours is quite dashing. Obviously Chui's extravagant and indulgent stance made him extremely unhappy. Dead to the world, as long as it doesn't interfere with the plan, let him be. Small domain. Due to the unification of the Desolate Ancient, the chaos of the entire small domain was significantly much less, and the foreign cultivators came and went more closely, and everything seemed to be moving in a better direction. Overall, the development of Desolate Ancient is extremely balanced, and the small domain is now completely under our control. The blade fighter within the large hall was talking eloquently. It was obvious that the recent development of Desolate Ancient had been extremely good, which had also allowed him to find a sense of presence. Also, Oh? Hearing Blade Fighter's desire to speak, Chu Hua instantly became interested. Blade Fighter didn't sell out either, and after sensing Chu Di's inquiring gaze, he continued, in addition there were 3 peak heavenly immortals who joined yesterday, and each one's natural talent is very powerful. Aha! Chu Huang replied in a nonchalant and unsavory manner. The heavenly immortal level battle power was already somewhat unappealing to him. What's more, they're from the land of exile, and they just came out of the immortal exalted great tomb. Hearing those words, Chu Hua immediately became interested. Scarlet Plains, wasn't that the location where the Immortal Emperor's great grave was located, knowing that at that time, he had exterminated 9 top immortal kings. Luckily, he ran fast, otherwise, with the state at that time, he encountered the Immortal Emperor, life and death is still unknown. And I don't know what has happened there since I left. On the other side, Blade Fighter was still rambling on about the news about these 3 people. What's even stranger is this combination of theirs, 2 people and a dog, it's pretty odd. 2 people and a dog? Hearing those words, Chu Hua instantly became interested. Isn't this the 3 people on the outskirts of the immortal dignitary's great tomb? Go summon them over to me. At this moment, Chu Hua also wanted to meet this oddball trio. Yes. After receiving Chu Emperor's order, Blade Fighter also did not stop for a moment and hurriedly went to bring these 3 people here. Just a moment later, after receiving Chu Di's summons, the trio also arrived without stopping. After all, in the future, he would have to mix and eat here, so he naturally couldn't neglect the owner of this place. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the Black Dragon Hall. Chu Hua raised one hand, resting his head, his entire body in a lazy state, his gaze casually scanning the 3 people below. No, 2 men and a dog to be exact. Different from Chu Hua's calmness, Han Muyu's side of the brain has been plunged into Hongji, and the hearts of all 3 people are filled with surprise. Even they suspected for a moment that they and others had been mistaken. The master behind this newly emerged hegemonic power had actually just met with them at the outskirts of the immortal exalted great tomb. But fortunately, the 3 of them were also considered to have seen the world, and after being slightly surprised, they also immediately greeted in unison, Chu Emperor. Hello again. After seeing that Chu Di still recognized him, a trace of surprise flashed within the Han Muyu trio. It's an honor. What are you doing here with me instead of staying in exile? After a few greetings, the trio's nervousness had disappeared, and after hearing Chu Arai's question, the big black dog also couldn't help but say, it's not, yet. But soon, seemingly realizing his identity, the big black dog Shan smiled and stopped speaking. The person sitting in front of them now was not the mysterious powerhouse that they had encountered on the outskirts of the immortal sovereign's great tomb, but rather, it was the Lord of Power of the Behemoth that was the Desolate Ancient, and the master that they would be loyal to in the future. What is said and what is said is naturally not to be exceeded. Of course, without saying it, Chu Hua could also guess their purpose. At that time, I'm afraid that the vision of myself exterminating the 9 immortal kings had already aroused their fear, and I came here for no other reason than to feel a little safer. What is the recent situation in the Scarlet Plains? Chu Huang continued to inquire. Back to Emperor Chu, after the 9 immortal kings fell, the 5 immortal elders also left the great tomb one after another, only I heard that the cultivators who traveled to the depths of the great tomb were all met with poisonous hands, and all of them died with their lives. Chapter 40, The Subterranean Dragon Emerges from the Abyss. Speaking of this, a hint of fear flashed in Han Muyu's eyes. Suddenly, it occurred to Han Muyu that this person hadn't displayed his heavenly immortal cultivation on the outskirts of the Great Grave, and how he had come out of the immortal exalted Great Grave so quickly. And created such a huge power. Did. Han Muyu raised his head and peeked at the man in the main seat, then buried his head deeply again. It couldn't be that it was this one in front of him, who had killed 9 top immortal kings. He vaguely thought of a possibility, but then pushed the idea deep into his heart. The possibility, it's too scary. But either speculation was beyond his imagination. At this moment, Han Muyu had already planted the seed of awe in his heart towards Chu Wasteland. To be able to unify a small domain so quickly was by no means a generalized person. It was likely that this one in front of him was also an immortal king, even. Seemingly seeing what Han Muyu had in mind, Chu Huang said, well, there's no need to worry, since you've already joined the Desolate Ancient, there's naturally no need to worry about any of this. Chu Hua's words seemed to have a special kind of magic, and after hearing this, Han Muyu's heart gradually settled down. You guys have good natural talent, you have the fate of the immortal tomb, and today you have entered my Desolate Ancient, this is also the fate of the Great Tao. With that said, there was a flash of white light in the large hall, and a large pile of resources was just piled up on the floor. Since there is a destiny, proving that you and the others have a destiny with the Desolate Ancient, these resources will be bestowed upon you and the others in the hope that you will break through the immortal monarchs soon and conquer the great Tao of prosperity. This. When had the Big Black Dog Trio ever seen so many resources? They were overwhelmed by Desolate Emperor's handiwork for a moment. As for the Big Black Dog, it's even more outrageous. Only to see it squirming in a human form, constantly kowtowing, and thanking with a sniffle and a tear. Thank you, Emperor Chu, for the treasure. I, Big Black Dog, have never seen so many resources in my life. From now on, my life is yours. Although the Big Black Dog's gesture was extremely funny, the rest of the duo were infected by the atmosphere, and their faces couldn't help but be excited. In fact, they couldn't be blamed for losing their temper, mainly because as loose cultivators, it wasn't easy for them to cultivate all the way to the peak of Heavenly Immortal. Every day, he was either on tenterhooks or worried about tomorrow's cultivation resources, or had he seen so many resources. Not to mention, these resources are gems. Resources are bestowed upon you today in the hope that you can quickly break through to True Lord. As of now, your cultivation levels are still a bit low. Hearing Chu Wasteland's words, the three black dogs' faces were stunned, and they responded with a serious expression, "Obey the decree." After the three of them retired, Chu was summoned Blade Fighter again, ready to instruct something. I'm going to close my eyes. These days the forces will be left to you to develop. I've left some resources in the treasury. During my absence, raise the overall strength of Desolate Ancient as soon as possible. Yes. Blade Fighter said excitedly. There were just a bit too many powerful and heavenly prides joining the Desolate Ancient recently, and lately, he was always terrified in his heart that he would no longer be of value. Now that Emperor Chu was able to give this kind of heavy responsibility to himself, how could Blade Fighter not be excited? Well, stand down, I'm going to go into seclusion. After Blade Fighter retreated, only Chu Huan was left alone in the Grand Hall. The great desolate heavenly kingdom was always a thorn hovering at the bottom of his heart, and his current strength was barely enough to even cope with immortal elders, not to mention the fact that there were still such top powerhouses as quasi-emperors sitting within the heavenly kingdom. On his own, he's still a bit stretched. In addition, the system mission must also be completed as soon as possible. If there are those 3 times of the heavenly level rewards, for their own strength enhancement must be extremely horrifying. At that time, they also have to deal with the bottom of the heavenly kingdom. For the Black Dog Trio, Chu Hua also had the intention of cultivating them. The 3 of them, as casual cultivators, could still cultivate to the peak of Heavenly Immortal. Their own natural talent must be extremely not bad. It is possible to cultivate some. After all, an Emperor-level power required not only a Zune-level battle force, but a corresponding number of Immortal King and Immortal Monarch levels under its banner. That was why there was the move that Chu Wasteland had just made. 100 years have passed with the snap of a finger. For the realm of the heavens, where epochs were the unit of time, 100 years could be considered a snap of the fingers. 100 years is nothing to the realm of the heavens. But for small domains, the change is not insignificant. With those resources left behind by Chu Wasteland, Desolate Ancient developed extremely rapidly. The overall strength was already close to the imperial level. It was just that the outside world hadn't seen any immortal king's means within the Desolate Ancient, so there was a delay in assessing the imperial level. But even so, Desolate Ancient's strength was extremely terrifying. With the huge resources added, countless scattered strong cultivators had joined, and now Desolate Ancient possessed a full 15 Immortal Monarch-level powerhouses. It was worth mentioning that the Big Black Dog Trio had also broken through to the Immortal Monarch level with the added resources. Martial Arts Arena. This is a place that was built in the ancient times at the expense of countless precious treasures, covering an area of 10,000 miles, extremely strong, non-immortal king power cannot be broken. It's worth noting that the martial arts arena is augmented by spell formations that also rhyme with a variety of real-world environments. Simply put, it was a place dedicated to cultivators fighting and settling grudges. Because the small domain had been in chaos for so long, most of the local cultivators were hot-tempered, and a single word was a game of life and death. This creates problems for Arakan's rule. At first, Blade Buster was still upholding the idea of killing them all, but then there were too many of these cases to kill them all. That's why the drill hall was built. However, there were too many people joining Desolate Ancient recently, so the martial arts arena was also used as an examination location. At this time inside the martial arts arena. Failed, next. Han Muyu stood in the very center of this side of space, his posture calmly looking at the group of cultivators in front of him who wanted to join Desolate Ancient. Keep in mind that Draconic Ancient doesn't take in trash. If that's the level you're at, or don't come. Han Muyu looked at the last cultivator lying on the ground and warned the group of immortals. This 100 years down the line, Han Muyu's temperament was more subdued, his temperament was more capable, and he was all glowing, no longer able to be associated with the mediocre kid from before. There was this one word that suited Han Muyu's state today. The subterranean dragon emerges from the abyss. Gold will always shine, there will always find his Bolu. Before Han Muyu was like the gold that was sunk. But now he had met Chu Wasteland, the bull. Han Muyu's gratitude towards Chu Wuan was collectively shown to be dutiful towards Desolate Ancient. Boom! Just as Han Muyu was about to inform the next person to come forward for reference, an extremely terrifying might suddenly erupted within the Black Dragon Hall. A heavenly black pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, stirring up the heaven and earth's visions. The terrifying pressure made everyone stop what they were doing. Chapter 41 Immortal Imperial Dynasty, Going to War. Hundreds of years flew by, but the Blade of the Ages did not leave the slightest trace on the Black Dragon Hall. Inside the Great Hall. Time was meaningless here, the powerful pressure caused space and time to almost freeze, and a law that had never appeared before in the realm of the heavens diffused within the Great Hall. Phew! Exhaling a deep breath of turbid air, Chu Hua withdrew from his cultivation state. Converging the surrounding visions, Chu Hua began to check the success of the 100 years of cultivation. The eye of the sovereign and heavenly emperor's prison-suppressing body had completely fused, and now not only had the strength of his fleshly body been elevated to an extremely terrifying level by Chu Huang. More importantly, the offensive means, the complete fusion of the eye of the sovereign, allowed Chu Huang's strength to rise to an extremely terrifying level. The three-colored pupil, the perfect fusion application of the power of killing, death, and dominance, was enough to pose a great threat to immortal elders. Although it was said that the cultivation level was still at the peak of Immortal Monarch, it was also 1 point closer to the next realm. You and the others come to the Black Dragon Great Hall at once. Immediately afterward, Chu Hua summoned Blade Fighter as well as Han Muyu and the others. Hearing the Chu Emperor summoning them, several people did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly swept towards the Grand Hall. In just a few moments, a few more figures appeared in the large hall. Blade Fighter and the others said respectfully to the figure sitting at the top of the Great Hall, "Greetings, Emperor Chu." Well, that's not bad, finally stepping into the Immortal Monarch realm. Chu Hua could not help but smile heartily when he saw that all three of Han Muyu had stepped into the Immortal Monarch level. It wasn't a waste of his resources. Thanks to your Majesty's help, we will never dare to forget such kindness. Han Muyu and the three of them all said in unison. Immediately after that, Chu Hua's gaze continued to shift to the big black dog. At this time, the big black dog had already transformed into the image of a middle-aged man, with a temperament that was already quite stable. Blade Fighter, during my seclusion, were there any changes in the outside world? Hearing Chu Wasteland's question, Blade Fighter's expression shook as he hurriedly said, "There are no major events happening in the outside world, and thanks to you, Desolate Ancient has developed extremely rapidly." It's just that. Blade Fighter paused, looking a little hesitant, but then said stiffly. It's just that the Immortal Imperial Dynasty had sent a messenger to demand that we attach ourselves to them and pay a tribute of 30% of the small domain's resources every year, or else they will send out strong men. In the past, the small domains were cluttered with forces and barren of resources, so naturally, they would not attract the attention of Imperial-level forces. But now that the small domains have been unified by the Desolate Ancient, with all the welfare benefits of the Desolate Ancient, the outside world can naturally see that the Desolate Ancient's depth is deep. No, the undying Imperial Dynasty then set their eyes on this piece of fat meat of the small domain. The Immortal Dynasty was a party of 9th-grade Imperial-level forces adjacent to the small domain, with a 9th-grade Immortal King sitting within, and its heritage was also extremely terrifying. The Blade Fighter who had just learned of this news was almost scared to death, and if not for the fact that there was still Chu Hua sitting on the fence, he would have run away long ago. Kidding aside, he had never seen a few Immortal King powerhouses in his life, much less this kind of top Immortal King. Oh? Hearing those words, Chu Hua also became interested. I didn't expect that in just 100 years, there would be an Imperial Dynasty staring at Desolate Ancient, which was unexpected. He had thought that it would be some time until the Desolate Ancient was a bit more powerful before any Imperial-level forces would set their sights on it. The realm of the heavens, on the contrary, was even more brutal than Chu Huang thought. The weak are bound to be the sustenance of the strong, either overthrown or subjugated. This is the only law of survival in the realm of the heavens. Just declare war over there. What? The Blade Fighter at the side was still rambling on about his own understanding, and was still a bit stunned when he heard Chu Hua's words. No, how is this a declaration of war? He was thinking of taking the long way around. How is this a direct declaration of war? Yes. Without waiting for Blade Hegemon to wonder, a voice from Chu Huang instantly pulled the latter back to reality. Blade Buster almost forgot the rule that a minister is always a minister, and those who are ministers only need to listen to one voice. Blade Fighter instantly woke up. It seemed that Emperor Chu had only made one move from the beginning until now, unifying the small domain in just one day. Who knew how strong its true strength was, and since Emperor Chu had the backbone to declare war, then he was naturally not afraid. What Knife Buster didn't know was that for many years he would look back on today's action again and tremble with fear, lamenting his blessed life. Starting today, all of Arakan's staff will prepare for war, and in 3 months' time there will be a major attack. By the decree. Several people in the temple responded in unison. Soon, the entire Desolate Ancient began to move, as if a desolate ancient beast that had been sleeping for 100 years began to show its fangs to the world. One by one, initiatives have begun to be enacted. Blade Fighter was also openly shouting that anyone who participated in or killed the undying imperial dynasty, regardless of whether or not they had joined the Desolate Ancient, would receive contribution points as long as they took out their credentials. Speaking of contribution points, Blade Fighter again had to admire Emperor Chu's wisdom. Contribution points. This decision is still the earliest Chu Arai pointing. Also rely on this point. Arakan can be in such a short period of time to rapidly develop and grow. That was how countless cultivators began to try to attack and kill the Immortal Emperor dynasty's cultivators. There was no way. The things in the Desolate Ancient treasure trove that were all brought out from the Immortal Exalted Great Tune were just too attractive to these cultivators under the Immortal King. The treasures that Chu Wasteland had obtained when he had looted an entire Immortal Dignity Great Tune were used at this time. Immortal Dynasty. An ancient power that had been entrenched for a long time, with a 9th grade Immortal King suppressing it within, just one step away from being at the Emperor level. Its heritage could not be described as terrifying. Boo! Reverse! Reverse! Extinguish these ungrateful things for this Emperor. Within the Imperial Dynasty, the Immortal Heavenly Emperor was roaring angrily at the group of ministers below, with the broken jade cup still remaining at his feet. Today, Desolate Ancient had declared war on the Immortal Emperor dynasty in an extremely high-profile manner, a move that could be described as rubbing the Immortal Emperor's face on the ground. This was precisely the reason why the Immortal Emperor was furious. Under the Imperial chair, the group of ministers showed difficult colors and all bowed their heads. No one wants to touch the Emperor now. In fact, they couldn't figure out why a newly built power nestled in a small domain would dare to declare war with them. Doubt coiled in their minds, and there must be a demon when things go wrong. Calmness is always a staple of survival in the realm of the heavens. But now no one dares to speak up to dissuade you. Aren't you afraid the Emperor will kill you in a fit of rage? Give me the order to gather troops as soon as possible. This time, this Emperor will go on a personal expedition. After 10,000 years of not making a move, it seems that the world has already forgotten about the terror of us. The Immortal Heavenly Emperor said blandly. At this point he had calmed down. There wasn't a stupid person who could sit in this position, and naturally he wasn't either. After 10,000 years of not making a move, a small king-level power dared to provoke. This was something the Immortal Heavenly Emperor could not tolerate. This time, we must fight for the prestige of the Imperial Dynasty. Like a drop of water entering the sea and setting off layers of waves, the matter between the Immortal Imperial Dynasty and Desolate Ancient began to ferment. For a while, rumors swirled. The gazes of countless forces were directed here. An Imperial-level power striking out, this could be considered a new thing in the realm of the heavens. The realm of the heavens is in constant strife though, and there is often strife. However, it was very difficult to see a power with a long heritage like the Imperial Dynasty. After all, the slightest movement of such a behemoth is enough to affect the situation in the neighborhood. Chapter 42 All-Out War. That said, the Immortal Emperor was truly furious. Before the time was up to a month, an advance army was organized. Small domain borders. An immortal ship stood high in the sky, countless terrifying auras flowed out, and the silhouettes completely obscured the sky. This advance army consisted of 10 peak immortal monarchs, more than 30 ordinary immortal monarchs, 1,000 heavenly immortals, and countless cultivators below the heavenly immortals. The claim that it was an advance army was actually the Immortal Emperor's claim to the outside world. This army was enough to crush any king-level power. He had been holding on to the idea of taking it all in one fell swoop. The scene outside the domain quickly spread to the Desolate Ancient Great Hall. Reporting to Emperor Chu, the advance army of the Undying Imperial Dynasty has arrived at the border, coming with at least 40 immortal monarchs and 10 peak immortal monarchs. Blade Fighter's expression was somewhat serious. He had already realized the gravity of the matter. Your Majesty, I request to go out and block the battle. Han Muyu also stepped forward at this time and shouted loudly. Me too. Me too. Seeing Han Muyu take the initiative to ask for help, both the big black dog and the fat Taoist priest agreed. While seeing this scene, Chu Hua, who was sitting on the main seat, showed a bit of lack of interest. You're looking down on him with such a small crowd? He had thought that at least one or two immortal kings could come. It's no fun. Rather, it is more interesting to see the crowd in the hall look like they are dying for justice. Only to see that both the big black dog and the knife fighter looked like they were ready to die. However, it was normal to think that the number of immortal monarchs in the advance army was almost 3 times that of the Desolate Ancient, so it was no wonder that they looked like this. If it is only this small matter, there is no need to treat death like this. I do not know whether to laugh at your foolishness, or whether I should lament your loyalty. Well, it's about time to get moving. Before the words were finished, Chu Hua's figure disappeared in the middle of the great hall. Only a confused crowd was left behind. Your Majesty, what's going on? What they didn't know was that Chu Hua had almost arrived at the location of the advance army at this point. In the distance, the touch of an immortal ship unfolded. Taking out a single one was a behemoth that was thousands of feet long. After determining that these were the undying imperial dynasty's advance army, Xu Huang did not hesitate to directly manifest the Great World and ruthlessly smashed it toward the front. What is this? Before the advance army could react, the Great World had then smashed down. Boom! No! A cloud of blood mist exploded in the sky, and wailing sounds rose and fell. Immortal ships that seemed to be solid as gold were all as fragile as paper in the face of Chu Wasteland's Great World. In just a few moments, there was not a single survivor in the field. The advance army, thus destroyed. Chu Huo looked indifferently at the hell-like scene in front of him, and immediately afterward, he turned around and left. He was never merciful to his enemies. However, this big world is really convenient to use. Encountering a large number of people, do not have to kill one by one, directly manifestation of the big world to smash a little bit, all done. If the outside world cultivators know this thing, I'm afraid that they will be shocked speechless, to know that the big world is the root of an immortal monarch, can't withstand a top damage at all. The slightest breakage would cause great damage to the immortal monarch origin. Normally, cultivators drew on the power of the great world to defend themselves, but when it came to Chu Wasteland, he directly smashed down. What? It's not enough for you to say something. That's 2 strokes. In this way, the originally powerful advance army was also destroyed in only a few moments. The news that there was a mysterious powerhouse in the middle of the Desolate Ancient was also spreading rapidly. At this time, within the immortal imperial dynasty, the immortal emperor was squatting on in the imperial chair with a grim expression, but his performance was not as frightening as the last time. But none of the lowly group of ministers dared to make a sound, because they all knew that generally this expression of the emperor meant that he was really angry. What a desolate ancient, what a Chu emperor. Yeah. The immortal heavenly emperor rose up abruptly, his eyes staring deathly at the door, as if he wanted to simply glare at Chu Wasteland to death. He was not only angry at this point, but also regretful. From all the current manifestations, there was bound to be an immortal king-level existence within the Desolate Ancient. Heck, it was an imperial-level power. Losing nearly 50 immortal monarchs for no reason was also a great trauma for the imperial dynasty. You said that it's not enough for you to have an immortal king, but you still have to hold back and pretend to be a pig eating a tiger. If I knew that you were an imperial-level power, why would I mess with you? It's not like there's anything good about the small domain anyway. Thinking of this, the immortal emperor's eyes took on an extra bit of sultriness. Hear the order: order the Imperial Forest Army Master and Immortal Army Master to lead the troops under their command to exterminate the Draconic. Although very much do not want to do so, these 2 armies are the dynasty heritage. A little loss for the dynasty are hurtful things, not as a last resort Immortal Emperor also do not want to use. But Wasteland Ancient made a big fuss in front of him and made too much of a commotion, and if he were to stop now, not only his own face but even the face of the Imperial Dynasty would be gone. So for today, there is only one way. Battle. Obey the decree. The group of ministers all said in a voice. After doing so, the Immortal Emperor continued to return to the imperial chair, only for his gaze to remain fixed on the door. He began to wonder if he had been too impulsive, reflecting on his own faults, and that he was still too impulsive in this case. He didn't care too much about Draconic. The 2 great immortal kings personally led the 2 most elite troops of the imperial dynasty, and it was impossible to lose this battle no matter what. There is only one end result, and that is the destruction of the desolate world. But what made the Immortal Emperor uneasy was that there was always a throbbing in his heart, as if there was a haze between life and death always hanging over him. But soon he dissipated the thought, shouldn't it be because of Arakan? However, thinking of the two great immortal kings in the dynasty personally striking out, even if there was truly an immortal king in Desolate Ancient, it would certainly not be able to withstand two immortal kings striking out at the same time. The big deal is that he also traveled to the battlefield himself. Thinking of this, the anxiety in the Immortal Emperor's heart finally dissipated. Chapter 43, People from the Lower Realms, Reunited Again. Extra, Tiangue Pavilion's latest tip-off, a mysterious powerhouse from the Desolate Ancient has struck, and the undying Imperial Dynasty's advance army has all been annihilated. Extra. The indestructible Imperial Dynasty was a 9th-grade Imperial Dynasty, and was considered a behemoth in the entire Xian domain, not to mention that it actually lost, which now focused the eyes of all the major forces in the Xian domain on the small domain here. The news of the death of the advance army gradually spread throughout the Xian domain. Countless rumors spread about the Desolate Ancient. To the crowd's surprise, the undying Imperial Dynasty actually didn't have any reaction to this. But no one will feel that this has been done. An even more ferocious storm is brewing. On the other side, Araco also started to move. The Blade Fighter utilized the contribution point system and relied on the various scarce resources in the treasure trove to recruit a large number of outsiders to form a huge team. A large amount of resources were distributed to the internal resources of the Desolate Ancient. 100 years of cultivation, the original first, joining the Desolate Ancient's pride has been quite climatic, began to emerge. People surged within the force, and the figures of the first, second, and third armies surfaced in the outside world. Even an ordinary soldier in the army had the level of a peak Earth immortal, and each army was led by an army commander. The first, second, and third army commanders were commanded by Sword Buster, Han Muyu, and General Sanso, respectively. That's right, the three-eyed general had already arrived in the Desolate Ancient Kingdom some years ago and had managed to step into the Immortal Monarch level with a large pile of resources. One's strength was extremely terrifying, and could battle several immortal monarchs of the same level. Within the small domain, the three-eyed general's figure constantly traveled back and forth between the various small forces. Chu Wasteland only had one request: there could only be one voice of power in the entire small domain. The rest, either submit or die. It was as if the entire Desolate Ancient had transformed into a massive war machine, with means never seen before in the outside world being displayed one after another. No one could help but lament the depths to which Desolate Ancient was hiding. In this regard, the indestructible Imperial Dynasty also made means of constraint. Two of the most elite armies had rushed to the borders of the small domain, followed by two great immortal kings. Even the undying Heavenly Emperor was ready to move to the border. At this moment, within the Imperial Dynasty, the undying Heavenly Emperor was making his final pre-battle preparations. The entire Imperial Dynasty will cooperate with this battle with all their might, and if there are those who cause trouble from this, they will be executed by decapitation. The immortal Heavenly Emperor said, his eyes still coldly sweeping over the people in the courtroom. This situation is not unheard of, before all turn a blind eye, but this time to face the Desolate Ancient, with the feeling of palpitations in front of the indestructible Emperor naturally do not dare to easily underestimate the enemy. What's more, the strength the Desolate Ancient had recently displayed was extremely terrifying. If we lose again in this battle, I'm afraid that the rest of the day will not be easy. The Xian domain does not only have one Imperial Dynasty, there are also Emperor-level forces above it. They used to be entrenched around the Imperial Dynasty. As long as you show a little bit of decadence, those hunters hiding in the dark like vultures will quickly devour him. Well, go down, all of you, this battle will be won. Must win. Definitely. The atmosphere in the Imperial Court was also encouraged, with ministers and military generals raising their arms. There is a time test behind the existence of every Imperial Dynasty. None of the simple goods. Just like that, countless immortal ships sailed to the borders of the small domain. Accompanying them were 10 million elite troops and two 6th-grade immortal kings. The scattered cultivators who were originally still harassing the outer regions of the Imperial Dynasty started to run away when they saw this battle. This is what the dynasty's heritage is, and this is what makes the indestructible Imperial Dynasty stand for tens of thousands of years without extinction. On the other hand, Desolate Ancient had also gotten news of the undying Imperial Dynasty's advance. For a time, people were in a state of panic, especially as many of the external casual cultivator armies were experiencing a loss of personnel. Of course, facing this situation, Shuarai only had one option. Kill. Are you kidding? You want to run away after taking the benefits? Where in the world is such a good thing? Not only was it the remediation of the scattered cultivators, but the subjugation of countless small forces within the small domain invariably added newborn power to the desolate ancient army. The first, second and third armies have moved to the front battlefield. The scattered cultivator army and the cultivators recruited by various small forces also temporarily formed the fourth army. Such personnel also added up to 5 million cultivators. But this is a stark contrast to the 10 million troops of the undying imperial dynasty, a full 2 times the difference in numbers. The outside world uniformly believes that the dystopia's chances of winning are not great. The reason why the indestructible imperial dynasty was indestructible was naturally because of its strong heritage, and its history of existence was even longer than that of some emperor-level forces. The main reason for the delay in advancing to an emperor-level power was still that there was no immortal exalt within, otherwise it would have already advanced to the emperor level. A silent storm is slowly brewing. Dystopia. Black Dragon Hall. Unlike the tense situation in the outside world, at this moment, the Black Dragon Hall was peaceful and there was no movement of people. Inside the Grand Hall, Shu Wasteland sat on the main seat, and a hint of a smile was added to his normally cold face. The source of the smiles was naturally the several silhouettes standing within the Great Hall. Grand Imperial Prince Chu Beitang, Second Imperial Prince Chu Beishian, Marshal Cui, and Second Princess Chu Yueyao were all standing within the main hall at this moment, respectfully looking at the majestic figure on the main seat. Recently the Desolate Ancient made too much noise, they ascended to the upper realm was directly pulled to the Desolate Ancient heaven, but their own bloodline is thin pressure cannot cause the heaven to pay attention. No, hearing about the birth of a force called the Desolate Ancient Power, he immediately rushed to this place. After all, Chu Hua had told them before he ascended that he might create a power called Desolate Ancient. They had taken it with a grain of salt, but they didn't expect it to be true. Father! Your Majesty! Greetings rang out in unison in the Great Hall. Shu Huang also felt happy now. After all, he was alone in the heavenly realms to conquer. It was naturally extremely good to have an old friend from before who could find him. It's extremely difficult for you guys to find your way here, have a heart. You will first live within the Black Dragon Hall these days, and this emperor will come back to resettle you when he is freed up. Shu Wasteland said, but also slowly walked towards the second Princess Chu Yueyao's side, placing his hand on the other party's young body. After slowly scanning the two emperors again, Shu Hua then continued, growing up. Hearing the father emperor's concern, all 3 of their eyes reddened. Father Emperor, I heard that we're going to go to war with the undying imperial dynasty? At this moment, Chu Beitang opened his mouth to inquire. These days, the commotion between the Desolate Ancient and the undying imperial dynasty was not insignificant, and he had naturally heard about it. He had a decent blood content and barely got the attention of heaven, so he had heard a lot of news. For example, the old ancestor of the indestructible imperial dynasty was in seclusion to break through the immortal dignity, and if he really succeeded, I'm afraid that the indestructible imperial dynasty would have to change its name to the indestructible imperial dynasty. So in this regard, Chu Beitang was extremely worried. Since Chu Huang responded blandly. When I was in the great wilderness, I also heard that the 9th great immortal king of the undying imperial dynasty was in seclusion to break through to immortal exaltation. Chu Beitang said worriedly. The moment these words came out, the faces of the people in the hall changed. That's a fairy god. Right now, the 3 of them were only at the peak of earth immortal cultivation, they didn't have the heaven-defying qualifications of Chu Huang, much less the resources to add to it. Even the Grand Imperial Prince Chu Beitang was only at the empty nirvana stage of true immortality. They had never even seen an immortal king, let alone a top-tier powerhouse like an immortal exalt. This kind of existence was also worthy of the name of a powerful person when looking at the entire realm of the heavens. Invisible depression floated in the hearts of the 4, and even the joy of the reunion just now was washed away as a result. Seemingly seeing their concerns, Chu Huang comforted, the indestructible dynasty can be destroyed in a matter of moments, so you don't have to worry. Even if that 9th great immortal king really did become an honored one, he wasn't afraid. A newborn immortal dignity is just a newborn immortal dignity, now he is a lot more powerful than before. What does an immortal dignity not dare to fight? Hearing Chu Wasteland's words, the 4 people somehow settled down in their hearts. It seemed that in Chu Wasteland's eyes, even a strong immortal was only an ant. However, speaking of which, whether it was calming down the ferocious beast unrest in the lower realm or breaking down the barrier in the upper realm, this one has never failed. The 4 of them were also at peace with the thought. Father Emperor, I want to go to war. At this moment, Chu Beitang stepped forward and said loudly. He also wanted to do something for his father's emperor. Me too. Your Majesty, so am I. The four men spoke up. The group in the hall was agitated, to which Chuhua just smiled faintly. Immediately after an extremely gentle force appeared, Chuhua said in an extremely calm voice, "Your cultivation is still shallow, so it is better for you to cultivate within the Black Dragon Hall first. With this emperor here, the undying imperial dynasty is not worth mentioning." Kidding aside, even a random person pulled out from the desolate ancient army was stronger than these four. Chapter 44, The Great War will begin, Immortal Exalt appears. Of course, for the good intentions of the four, Chuarai still heartily accepted it. Understanding that their own cultivation was low, all four of them did not continue to voice out their desire to conquer, only that they all secretly made up their minds inwardly that they must cultivate properly from this time onwards. Immediately afterward, Chuhua pulled out a large pile of resources and stuffed them into the hands of the four. "Your Majesty! Father Emperor!" The four of them stared at the resources in a daze, their brains already macro-machined. Where have they seen so many resources? Looking at the four people's surprised expressions, Chuhua continued to speak. "These resources will be given to you first, so you can raise your cultivation first." "Yes, sir." After taking care of all of this, Chuhua transformed into a magnificent light and swept toward the border of the small domain. The war will start. At the border of the small domain, the sky was overwhelmed by dark clouds, and tens of thousands of immortal ships covered the entire sky. The immortal ship at the head was tens of thousands of feet long, made up of countless gilded gold, exuding a sense of dignity and solemnity. At the top of the immortal ship, the undying heavenly emperor gazed straight in the direction of the desolate ancient, and beside him stood two army masters, who were similarly staring ahead with serious expressions. With tens of millions of elite armies, what's the worry that the desolate ancient will not be destroyed? The two military lords' blood was boiling and their battle spirit was high. They hadn't fought for tens of thousands of years, and as immortal soldiers, they longed for nothing more than battle. The other side. The desolate ancient army also arrived one after another, with countless immortal ships stagnating in the air. 5 million troops arrayed to the east. 20 immortal monarchs stood at the very front. At the head of it was a palace-like magic vessel made of glazed glass, with only a black shadow standing in it. For Aragog, inside sat the only hope for this campaign. It couldn't be helped that despite the extremely rapid development of the desolate ancient, it still seemed to be a bit overstretched in the face of imperial dynasties that often possessed a history of 10,000 years. In this battle, the only way to have any hope of victory was for Emperor Chu to fight against half of the imperial dynasty with his own strength. Otherwise, it's better to wash up. Formation. The two military lords on the imperial dynasty's side had already begun to line up their troops, even though the current battle power displayed by the other party was enough for them to crush. But the two army lords would not underestimate any of their enemies. Arrogance is a big no-no for a marshal. Seeing this kind of battle of the imperial dynasty, the people on the side of desolate ancient were a bit timid. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even those forces that were watching from the shadows had placed bets that the desolate ancient side would surely lose. This battle was another battle that established the immortality of the undying imperial dynasty. And this was the same thing that the undying heavenly emperor was thinking about. He just wasn't completely sure about it yet. His gaze slowly moved towards where Chuarai's sedan carriage was, revealing deep scorn. "That's the only variable right now. Chu Wasteland. You have violated the emperor below and disrespected him, so I will exterminate you today as a warning to others." The undying heavenly emperor mobilized his body's yuan qi to make a sound, and instantly only a subtle aura erupted from Chu Wasteland's body, followed by 3 streaks of white light that chopped toward the River of Ages. The moment the white light entered, the immortal heavenly emperor trio instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. "What have you done?" The immortal emperor shouted in horror. That strike had actually cut away his past body. That means he can't rely on a backhanded resurrection now. For there is no longer any trace of him in the ages. The immortal heavenly emperor's face was fearful, and he also sensed Chu Wasteland's terror. To be able to decimate one's past in the River of Ages, this was something that even immortal elders couldn't do. Is it possible that the immediate? The immortal heavenly emperor didn't dare to think about it, and existence at this level would receive karma for even thinking about it. Chu Wasteland had emperor-level means on him. Retreat! Retreat quickly! After figuring out one thing, the immortal heavenly emperor did not care about the injuries on his body and hurriedly called out to the rear army. Late! As soon as Chu Wasteland's words fell, countless streams of light flew towards the army on that ancient path of starry sky. No! Wherever the streams of light touched, the imperial dynasty's army was turned into a puff of blood mist. At this moment, the battlefield was already covered in blood-red streams of light. The wailing was loud and clear, so needless to say it was already a hell on earth inside. When the wailing gradually dissipated, the stream of light also disappeared at the same time. Whether it was the desolate ancient, or the forces hiding in the shadows, they were all staring intently at the location of the undying imperial dynasty at this moment. The stream of light dissipated, leaving only bloodstains everywhere. The immortal heavenly emperor along with the two army lords were half lying on the ground, their chests constantly heaving. Obviously the strike just now had not killed him, but it had also inflicted extremely serious injuries on him. Chu Hua's gaze slowly moved downwards. The immortal emperor was now in the category of having more breath in than out. Chu Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as he prepared to give an end to his opponent's life. But just as he was about to make his move, a sudden vision came from the air. "Little friend, be merciful." Hearing the incoming voice, Chu Hua did not stop his hand movements because of that. His figure rushed forward, ready to punch the other party's life away. Wah! In an instant, an aura that belonged solely to an immortal exalted slowly drifted out, and a monstrous beast that had been vaporized held Chu Wasteland dead against him. Seeing that the strike was unsuccessful, Chu Hua's brows furrowed slightly, and his figure once again returned to its original position. Immediately afterward, a young man in the air wearing a white robe slowly walked up to the immortal heavenly emperor. Seeing the visitor, a bright light erupted between the immortal heavenly emperor's eyes. Not caring about his injuries, he hurriedly shouted, "Old ancestor." Hearing the immortal heavenly emperor's voice, he only saw the young man turn back slightly, with only coldness remaining in his eyes, and said faintly, "Shut up, stupid." In response, the immortal emperor could only shut up Shan. After dealing with the immortal heavenly empress, the young man continued to turn his head and looked at Chu Huang and opened his mouth. "I am the immortal dignitary, the great ancestor of the undying imperial dynasty. I was in seclusion a few days ago to break through the immortal dignitary and did not manage the imperial dynasty. I did not think that I would be made to feel this way by this incompetent child or grandchild, so I am sorry for you, my little friend," he said with a smile, his manner as gentle as it could be. "Let's leave this matter at that, and I will also compensate little friend afterward. What do you think?" "On what basis?" In response, Chu Hua only responded coldly. "What?" After hearing Chu Wasteland's reply, the immortal exalt was instantly somewhat stunned, as he clearly did not expect to receive such a reply. Didn't he just emphasize that he is an immortal monarch? How could he, an immortal monarch, dare to talk to an exalted one like that? At this moment, immortal emperor could no longer suppress his anger. "Little friend dares to disrespect the venerable one, so I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the elders after you," said the immortal elder as he began to move. He was also only jealous of the person behind Chu Wasteland just now. If a tiny immortal monarch had dared to speak to him like that on a normal day, he would have already struck out to exterminate him. But the great battle just now made the immortal sovereign also have a trace of scorn. In his opinion, Chu Hua, a small immortal monarch, couldn't do this at all. He determined that there must be a top immortal exalted behind Chu Wasteland, an existence with half a foot at the emperor level. It was because of this that he wanted to make a big deal out of this matter, essentially not wanting to fight with the powerhouse behind Chu Wasteland. He had just broken through to immortal dignity, and his cultivation was not stabilized, so it was naturally not suitable for him to make a move. Right now, it was Chu Wasteland who took the initiative to provoke and disrespect His Holiness, so that he would teach the other party a lesson himself, as long as he didn't jeopardize the other party's life. "I'm afraid that the one behind Chu Hua can't say anything." Thinking of this, the immortal sovereign's figure swiftly swept up and charged towards Chu Wasteland. A terrifying aura that almost imprisoned the entire space. In response, Chu Wasteland remained expressionless, both fists swept up and also charged straight forward. Seeing that Chu Wasteland still dared to charge over, the immortal sovereign smiled faintly. This was just what he wanted. It was this kid who had insulted immortal dignity first, and still dared to make a move. In this way, I'm afraid that the one behind Chu Wasteland would be even more unable to say anything. Boom! In just a breath, the two fists had collided. Huge shockwaves swept in all directions, and the spectator immortals in the enclosure mobilized their immortal power to fend them off. The engagement was only a few breaths, and their figures once again flew backward. Immortal sovereign retreated 100 steps, while Chu Huangdao only retreated 50 steps. Immortal sovereign's face was still bland, but inside, a huge wave had been set off. To use the body of an immortal monarch to fight against an immortal exalt, how can it be? Chapter 45, Breaking the Immortal King, Slaughtering the Immortal Emperor. Immortal Zun almost lost his voice. He had just probed Shu Huang, and it was clear that he was only an immortal monarch without a doubt. But why is it so horrible? Using the power of an immortal monarch to fight against an immortal exalt? Even if he had only just broken through to immortal exaltation, it was still an exaltation. How could an immortal monarch? Before immortal exalt could wonder, Shu Wasteland's side had already begun to move. The Heavenly Emperor creation technique's subtle aura began to emerge, and a terrifying immortal force wrapped in the power of laws attacked the immortal exalt. Boom! In just a moment, large and small Dao wounds appeared on immortal sovereign's body. How is it possible for you, an immortal monarch? Just which old monster are you reincarnated as? After enduring a wave of attacks, the immortal sovereign had already treated Chu Rake as an old monster who had taken over his life. On the other hand, after observing the immortal exalt's injuries, Chu Wasteland could not help but helplessly shake his head. These immortal dignitaries were really thick-skinned, actually resisting so hard and not dying, and the injuries on their bodies were still slowly healing. And at that moment, Shu Hua also slowly withdrew from his state of immersion, his gaze sizing up the immortal, the corner of his mouth lifting a hint of teasing. Since the immortal monarch can't kill you, how about this? As soon as the words fell, Shu Hua's eyes erupted with 3 colors of strange light, and the eyes of the sovereign were fully activated. A powerful halo of light enveloped the land. The aura on Shu Wasteland's body was also slowly rising, and the great world woods manifested, crazily absorbing the yuan qi of the surrounding space. But then the great world began to collapse, and the aura on Shu Huang's body began to weaken. Seeing this, the immortal sovereign thought that Shu Arai had just used a secret method with great side effects, and now that he himself could no longer maintain it and was collapsing, so he opened his mouth and mocked, deluding to utilize a secret method to make up for the disparity between great realms is truly a frog at the bottom of a well. But it wasn't long before immortal exalt was happy. Suddenly, a bright light surfaced in the middle of Chu Wasteland's already collapsed great world. Followed by 2, 100, 1,000. The great world that had originally collapsed erupted with brilliant light, and the bright light that rushed to the sky went straight to the clouds. Boom! The great world began to suffice, and drops of water emerged out of thin air. Boundary sea? Immortal exalt lost his voice. This was a boundary sea that only immortal king powerhouses could possess. Could it be that Shu Hua wanted to? It was too late to think about it, and immortal sovereign rushed out to stop it. Immortal monarchs are already so heaven-defying. If you were to break through to a mortal king, it would be a disaster. Unfortunately, it was already too late, just the moment immortal sovereign struck out. The great world erupted with an even more powerful light. The great world dissipated and was replaced by the great universe, and within this strange space immortal power completely liquefied, turning into a rushing and raging river. Eventually, these rivers converged and turned into a sea. The boundary sea has become. Shu Hua slowly opened his eyes and felt the surging power within his body. Observing the immortal exalt's face as he grimly rushed forward, Shu Hua faintly swung out a fist. Boom! A strike wrapped in powerful immortal power, though it seemed random. But only immortal exalt could feel the terrifying power contained in that attack, and he just went down to dodge it. But the next second, his figure slammed straight into the ground. For a while, dust rose. But that wasn't the end of it. Chu Wasteland's eyes twirled with 3 colored streams of light between them. The eye of the juggernaut, open. In an instant, the ages began to emerge. Chop! Accompanying the words, the river of ages began to run violently, and it seemed that beheading the past body of an immortal exalt was not really an easy task. However, if one wanted to completely kill an immortal dignitary, one had to wear down the past body, or else the former would reverse time to go back to the past and live a new life. This is why Zunis are so hard to kill. Although immortal elders were difficult to kill, it was not difficult for Chu Huang. A fully fused eye of the sovereign, the immortal king realm was sufficient. Boom! As the river of ages shook, the immortal exalt's aura once again weakened. Today, not only will I behead your past, but I will also destroy your present and future for this emperor. Between the words, Chu Wasteland struck again. The powerful immortal king body erupted into streams of light, and in almost just the blink of an eye, it had arrived beside the immortal sovereign. Bang, bang, bang. Fistful of strikes. Soon, under such an attack, the immortal sovereign's body began to close down. Don't! With the final blow, the immortal sovereign fell. The great Tao began to manifest, countless wailing sounds rang out, and the great Tao wept for the fall of the exalted one. On the other hand, after killing the immortal Exalt, Xu Huang had already quietly left. He had to go back and stabilize his current realm. And for a moment, almost all cultivators on the Xian domain continent noticed the vision of the Immortal Exalt's fall. Which immortal duke has fallen this way? Heavens, could it be that the great world is about to rise and immortal elders will fall? Immortal Zun is also an absolute powerhouse in the realm of the heavens. The Xian domain hasn't had a Zun fall in tens of thousands of years, and the last time was when it was the stolen heavens. The fall of an exalted one was a big deal, enough to draw the attention of the entire Xian domain. For a moment, all eyes turned to the small domain. Chu Wasteland, as well as Desolate Ancient's reputation, was instantly a big stove. That's a fairy god. Your Majesty, it really did it. On the battlefield, the Desolate Ancient army had fallen into a state of dumbfoundedness. That was an immortal dignity. Originally they had almost despaired when the immortal dignity of immortality appeared, but it was the immortal dignity they hadn't even seen in their lives that had fallen at the hands of His Majesty. For a time, Xu Hua's reputation reached its peak. Blade Fighter stared dumbfounded at the direction Xu Hua had left, and in his heart, he secretly resolved that he would follow His Majesty for the rest of his life. He had originally thought that His Majesty would at most be a half-step immortal king, or an ordinary immortal king. But it never occurred to him that this one caused an immortal exalt to fall with a single strike. Blade Fighter was truly convinced at this point. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had decided to follow Emperor Chu in the first place. All troops depart, direction undying imperial dynasty. Blade Fighter naturally couldn't be idle. Now that the imperial dynasty was empty, he naturally had to occupy it quickly. Yes. After Chu Wasteland made his move, the aura of the Desolate Ancient army also came to its peak. The army began to march towards the undying imperial dynasty. Chapter 46 Heavenly Level Reward. Phew. Inside the Black Dragon Hall, Xu Huang slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this time, his realm had already been stabilized. After fighting with the immortal sovereign, Xu Huang also had a rough understanding of his current strength as well. It can cut down immortal dignitaries, but not quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperor, Xu Huang hadn't seen it yet, but I'm afraid that the kind of powerhouse that stood on the gate of eternity wasn't something he could deal with. Xu Huang slowly stood up and used his divine sense to perceive everything around him. After he slaughtered the Undying army, the original territory of the Undying Imperial Dynasty had logically become Desolate Ancient's sphere of influence. Countless powerhouses and heavenly prides came in droves, wanting to join the Desolate Ancient. Desolate Ancient was in a period of rapid development, and it was feared that a new emperor-level power would be born soon after. Take this time to just relax. After making up his mind, Xu Huo left the Grand Hall. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. During these 1,000 years, Chu Wasteland had mostly been accompanying his heirs, reorganizing his forces, and recruiting strong men. Thousands of years had passed, and Desolate Ancient had already become a blatant emperor-level power in the outside world. Congratulations to the host, for completing the task of creating an emperor-level power, now rewarded with 3 draws at the level of the heavens. Listening to the system's long-lost voice, Xu Huo did not hesitate. Sweepstakes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward from the realm of the heavens, the Scarlet Emperor Demon. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly level reward, the Heavenly Emperor Sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade reward, the Scarlet Legion. This is? Xu Huang's consciousness immersed itself in the system warehouse and tapped on the Scarlet Emperor Demon's introduction. Scarlet Emperor Demon as a teenager, a heavenly level powerhouse, now cultivating at the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor. Seeing the introduction, Xu Huo's face was delighted, and he immediately looked at the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Growth-type immortal weapons can be upgraded along with the host's strength growth. Current rank, Imperial Artifact. What's more, the Heavenly Emperor's sword could gather the wishes of all beings and add to its own power. Calling out the Heavenly Emperor's sword, Xu Huang casually waved it around, and instantly a terrifying power tore through the current space. Nice power. At the same time, Xu Huo could also feel a strange energy coming from all directions that was strengthening his body. This is the wishing power of all beings, isn't it? Xu Huang felt the subtlety of this power. He now also understands what the wishing power down to the ground is. The wishing power in the end is a special energy gathered by all kinds of thoughts of all beings. Simply put, it's like a force of faith. All of these wishes were gathered by those who revered him, including the Desolate Ancient, including the Xian domain. The Heavenly Emperor's sword, it was quite suitable for Chuorai. Now, I'm afraid that his fame has already spread throughout the entire Xian domain. The honor of killing an immortal dignity that is not something that an ordinary person can have. He kept playing with the Heavenly Emperor's sword. He was still fond of this thing to a fault. After pinning the Heavenly Emperor's sword to his waist, Shu Hua looked towards the Scarlet Legion. The moment he saw the synopsis, Shu Hua could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He smiled evilly, his gaze vaguely looking in the direction of the Great Wasteland. The Great Barren Kingdom of Heaven. Inside the Great Hall of the Son of Heaven, Shui was sitting in the Great Hall and cultivating, his breath flowing politely, and he had clearly stepped into the ranks of the immortal monarch. This father's strength has actually terrorized to this extent. Chuchi thought darkly in his heart, and his face was already unable to contain his excitement. The matter of the small domain had naturally reached his ears, and it couldn't help but make him secretly excited. All these years down the line, the Kingdom of Heaven had become increasingly strict in its watch over itself, to the point where it no longer allowed itself to enter and exit the Great Hall at will. Now it's a cutie. All could see that the Great Wasteland definitely had other plans for himself. Chuchi's brows furrowed slightly, and now he could only place his hopes on his honored one's side. All he could do now was try to suppress his cultivation progress. 1,000 years down the line, the changes in Drakengard were not insignificant. But there were already 3 immortal kings, all of which were powerful individuals who joined later. As for the immortal monarchs and celestial immortals, they were even more numerous. Many of the nearby king-level forces had also been incorporated into the Desolate Ancient territory, and now Desolate Ancient had become a behemoth, stepping into the ranks of the Xian domain's hegemony. Inside the Black Dragon Hall, Blade Fighter prostrated himself on the ground and reported the current development of Draconic Ancient to Chu Wasteland on the main seat. Well, you did a good job. Chu Hua's gaze looked towards Blade Buster. He was still satisfied with the Blade Buster, no peculiar points, but the victory was comprehensive consideration. Hearing Chu Wasteland's words, Blade Fighter's body shook and said in fear, "Everything is all dependent on your majesty." The current Blade Fighter had fallen into a kind of fervent awe towards Chu Wasteland. For short, brainiacs. Seeing Blade Fighter's appearance like this, Chu Hua could not help but smile heartily, and immediately afterward handed Blade Fighter an elixir. "This is an Immortal King pill, take it to break through to Immortal King," Chu Wasteland said indifferently. At those words, Blade Fighter instantly couldn't contain his excitement. Immortal King. That was an Immortal King, a true powerhouse even in the Xian domain, and now he could become an Immortal King himself? Knife Fighter was a bit incredulous and couldn't help but pinch himself. But soon, the pain coming from his body told him that it wasn't all a dream. He cowed out frantically, expressing his excitement and gratitude. Shu Hua's mind has been placed in the middle of the Great Wasteland Heavenly Kingdom, the real body is still inside. This 1,000 years down, Shu Hua also understands the Great Wasteland's scheming. It was nothing more than wanting to make a breakthrough to the Immortal Kingdom by blood sacrificing a man of all ages. It was also fortunate that he was cautious and didn't travel to the Great Wasteland in the first place, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. But now he himself has the capital to fight against the Great Wasteland. Chu Arai's mind brooded over the system warehouse. Right now, he was sitting on a Scarlet Heavenly Demon of the 9th rank of a Quasi-Emperor, as well as the Scarlet Legion. At this point, he already had the capital to fight against the Kingdom of Heaven. Immediate debut, begging for a catch-up read. Ask for hypes. I'll try to code. Chapter 47. 5 Great Immortal Kings appear, Xian domain shocked. Boom. Accompanied by a loud roar, the majestic chi of the beginning was continuously swept away in all directions from the Black Dragon Great Hall as the center. 5 pillars of light shot straight up into the sky. The aura belonging to the Immortal King's eternal immortality raged through this space. The Great Way began to manifest. The purple gas stretches for 10 million miles, and the red sun is shining in the sky. The Great Tao also seemed to rejoice at the birth of the 5 Immortal Kings. When the breath was completely stabilized, only a loud voice rang out. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of becoming a Taoist." The enormous chi of origin covered the entire small domain, and countless great Tao visions surfaced everywhere in the small domain. Within the small domain, the meta-energy content was rising rapidly. Countless spiritual materials rose up from the ground and showed their beginnings. The birth of every newborn Immortal King increased the world's depth, so at the Immortal King's birthplace, the Great Tao would give awards. Increased concentration of vital energy, enhanced qualifications of newborns, and easier conception of spiritual materials are all within the realm of rewards. In short, the birth of every Immortal King would bring countless benefits to the local area, which was why the places where the great powers were stationed became more and more prosperous. This time, the small domain had given birth to a full 5 immortal kings. It was believed that soon, the small domain would also become a treasure land, no longer the barren soil it was before. At the same time, the news of the birth of 5 immortal kings in the small domain quickly swept through the entire small domain. It instantly caused countless forces to shake. What happened to the small domain? Why are there 5 immortal kings born in the Desolate Ancient? Find out for this emperor, what exactly happened to the small domain? At this moment, the gazes of countless forces of all sizes were focused on the Desolate Ancient, centered amongst the small domains. The weight of 5 immortal kings was already extremely terrifying, so how could a power with a history of only 1,000 years of creation in the key Desolate Ancient be able to cultivate 5 immortal kings? You should know that the birth of an immortal king is extremely difficult. Talent, enlightenment, environment, resources need to have all kinds of opportunities to break through to the immortal king. Countless rumors ensued in the Xian domain. Some said that Chu Wasteland was actually an immortal emperor reincarnated, while others said that Desolate Ancient was a huge power that had been hidden for several epochs. But without exception, all the cultivators summarized one thing. Desolate Ancient was extremely terrifying, and Chu Huan was even more unfathomable. At this moment, in the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, a pilgrimage was also being held within the Heavenly Dynasty in response to Desolate Ancient. Shui stood in the forefront position of the Immortal Dynasty Hall, and to his right stood another heavenly son of the Great Desolate Front. Countless group of ministers neatly lined up behind the two. Above the crowd, a large figure sat squarely in a gilded carriage. Do you all have any thoughts about the Desolate Ancient? A majestic and grand voice resounded throughout the entire hall. The ministers were silent, and none of them spoke up. Accompanied by the king is accompanied by a tiger. No one wants to be the head of the head. Their own ideas fit the deserted emperors. Okay, if it is not consistent, ghosts know what chaos will be born. None of the ministers standing on the field were the backbone of the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom. At least they were all existences that had lived for tens of thousands of years, so how could they not understand this simple truth? The Desolate Emperor slowly scanned the circle, and when he saw that no one answered his words, he did not get annoyed, but only shifted his gaze towards Chui. Chuchi, what are your thoughts? Hearing the Desolate Emperor's question, Chui's body stiffened. What could he have in mind? This old thing asked me specifically today. Could it be that his own secret transportation of resources to his true body has been exposed? The truth slowly surfaced in Chui's mind, but his face still forced calmness as he slowly opened his mouth. The Desolate Ancient has been created for only 1,000 years, and 5 immortal kings were born. It is truly unfathomable. An ambiguous answer reached the Desolate Emperor's ears, and the latter no longer said anything, only a pair of golden eyes slowly scanning Chui, not knowing what to think in his heart. Afterward, after chatting about some developments in the Great Wasteland, this court meeting ended hastily. On the way back, Chuchi's complexion gradually became gloomy. Now that his cultivation had arrived at the peak of Immortal Monarch, he had been vaguely disturbed lately, plus what happened at the court meeting today. Chui had a vague feeling in his heart that when he broke through to Immortal King, it was the beginning of the Great Desolate Plan. At today's court meeting, the excitement, the tentativeness that flowed out of the Desolate Emperor's eyes at the end of the day. Even though it was only for a moment, Chuchi still sensed it. The terror between life and death was wrapping around Chui, but the latter had no fear. He knew that the meaning of his existence was for the sake of the Honored One's machinations, and he had no fear of death. At this moment, within a hidden space in the Great Wasteland, a large figure was stepping through the darkness and came to a giant tree. The visitor was actually the Great Desolate Kingdom Lord from earlier, the Desolate Emperor. Only seeing his respectful expression, he bowed to the giant tree and said, "Old ancestor, Chui has stepped into the peak of the Immortal Monarch, our chance has come." The words floated in. When he returned to his residence, the Desolate Emperor caused another large batch of resources to be sent to Chuchi and told him to break through to Immortal King as soon as possible. And naturally, all of this was watched by the other heavenly son of the Great Desolate Front. A tyrannical aura was overflowing all around inside a gloomy hall. Damn it! Chu Feng's eyes flushed red. He couldn't figure out why his talent and enlightenment weren't weaker than Chu Yi's, but why the Desolate Emperor was so kind to this brat Chui. The key opponent was still a mudblood from the lower world. In terms of cultivation he had already stepped into the Immortal King, in terms of talent he wasn't bad, and in terms of birth the other party had no way to compare himself. These were all things that Chu Feng had no way of figuring out. Gradually, his eyes began to redden, and a crazy thought began to grow in his mind. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for hypes. Chapter 48. The Heavenly War will begin. The Xian domain shakes. The center of the Xian domain, it was a vast and prosperous area with countless powerful people and forces. The Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom, and the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom maintained absolute rule. The three parties check and balance each other, and together they rule this vast land. As the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom paid more and more attention to Chuchi, there was discontent throughout the Heavenly Kingdom. Although they didn't dare to say it on the surface, privately the upper and lower levels of the Great Desolate were very dissatisfied with the Desolate Emperor's special favorable treatment of Chuchi. This matter was soon widely circulated within the Great Desolate Heaven. Meanwhile, a secret meeting against the Great Wasteland was quietly unfolding. The Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom, a grand kingdom wrapped in a sea of clouds. Inside a large hall in the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom. Greetings to Emperor Yun. Immortal Emperor Liang spoke respectfully to the sinister figure sitting on the main seat. Sitting on the main seat was none other than the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom's present-day Kingdom Lord, Cloud Emperor. Hearing Liang's words, Cloud Emperor slowly stood up and walked towards Liang, a cloud condensed by the laws fluttering around with him, and his white clothes appeared even more elegant and holy under such a backdrop. Only to see Yun Di walk to Liang's side, a jade hand gently cupped Liang's face. "There are only you and I in this great hall, do we still need to be so raw?" The clear and tranquil voice floated in the empty hall, vaguely revealing a hint of sultriness. And on the side, Liang slowly moved her face away, her pretty eyebrows on her face slightly spreading, a pair of red lips slowly spitting out, "Emperor Yun is joking, you are noble as Emperor Yun, and how can I, a small little woman, talk about my friendship with you?" As the words fell, the great hall was plunged into the middle of a silence. Emperor Yun's eyes that contained stars just stared at Liang, and he no longer spoke. The two just stood there for a while, seemingly unconvinced by each other. But in the end, Liang was also reminded of the mission of this trip. Liang avoided Emperor Yun's scorching gaze and slowly twisted his head to the side, then said, "The State Lord asked me to speak on his behalf, whether Emperor Yun has noticed the recent abnormality in the Great Wasteland." Upon hearing these words, Cloud Emperor then slightly straightened his expression. In recent years, a new 10,000 ancient man master had suddenly come out of the Great Wasteland, and although the Great Wasteland was already doing its best to block out the news, where in the world was there a wall that was impervious to the wind? This has been made known to all the major heavenly kingdoms. Although it was nothing to say that a 10,000 ancient human master was nothing, the reaction of the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom was too strange, which naturally drew the attention of the Eternal Heaven and Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom. Emperor Yun's gaze slowly shifted to the outside of the Great Hall, his expression somewhat grave. A word crept into her mind. Blood sacrifice. If a normal heavenly kingdom wants to be promoted to an immortal dynasty, there are usually two methods. One way was to have a ninth-grade quasi-emperor within the heavenly kingdom, and to have at least two ancient mankind break through to the quasi-emperor stage, so that the great Tao would be attracted to look down on them and mobilize the laws of heaven and earth, thus advancing to the immortal dynasty. As for the other method, blood sacrifice. As long as there was a ninth-grade quasi-emperor within the celestial kingdom, at that point, one could blood sacrifice an ancient master, thus mobilizing all of the celestial kingdom's chi to barely make the ninth-grade quasi-emperor break through to an immortal emperor, thus forcibly advancing to the immortal dynasty. Of course, there was still a requirement for the cultivation of the ancient ancestors of the 10,000 years. The minimum cultivation of an immortal king was required, and it also needed to contain an extremely high concentration of ancient ancestor bloodline. Combined with all the abnormalities of the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom in recent years. In fact, in recent years, Emperor Yun had also noticed this, and now that the Eternal Kingdom Lord had taken the initiative to mention this matter, I'm afraid that the speculation was not far from the truth. Liang looked at the Cloud Emperor's face that was half covered by clouds at this time, and it seemed to have surfaced with sadness. No power would want an additional existence beside them that was above them, let alone these heavenly kingdoms. The Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, the Cloud Court Heavenly Valley, and the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom were originally three-party co-rulers, and if the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom succeeded in advancing to the immortal dynasty, that scene, I'm afraid, is not what they want either. Thinking of this, the Cloud Emperor said gruffly to the Liang immortal dignitary beside her, "Go back and tell the Eternal State Lord that the youngest daughter is aware of this matter, and everything will come as the State Lord envisions in his heart." Hearing this, Immortal Emperor Blazing Sun slowly nodded his head in response, "I will bring these words to you. Then my concubine will leave first." With that, Liang's figure slowly exited the Grand Hall. What she didn't know was that the Cloud Emperor behind her always had his gaze lingering on her, his vermilion lips faintly moving. It didn't take long for Liang to go back. Almost at the same time, the two great heavenly kingdoms of Eternity and Cloud Court declared war on the Great Wasteland. For a time, the entire Xian domain began to shake and everyone was in danger. An epoch had passed without any movement from the Heavenly Kingdom, but now it had suddenly declared war. This news wasn't good news for every single being living in the Xian domain. A behemoth like the Heavenly Kingdom could affect the entire Xian domain at every turn, not to mention the fact that the Heavenly War was about to start now. When that happens, it will be a disaster for the living. A storm that was about to sweep through the entire Xian domain was quietly brewing. The vision of a red sun in the sky and a purple aura lasted for half a month. With the 5 immortal kings' origin transformations, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the small domain at this time was transformed. The closer we get to the desert, the more it changes. Black Dragon Hall. After 1,000 years of remodeling, plus the visions brought about by the birth of the 5 immortal kings, at this time a whole area encompassing the Black Dragon Hall would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a phrase of heavenly dynasty. A huge palace covering an area of thousands of miles rose up from the ground, and countless flying strange beasts circled and roamed in the sky above the great hall. The eye is full of gilt black, exuding a sense of dignity and sacred solemnity. Inside the great hall, the 5 newborn immortal kings had no time to stabilize their cultivation and came with joy to pay homage to Emperor Chu inside the Black Dragon Hall. There were no silhouettes in the great hall, but the 5 people still stood there respectfully and did not make any other moves. Soon, with a ripple in space, a man in gilt black dry clothes slowly emerged, his eyebrows like a sword, his mouth like a playful willow, and one pair of eyes even had 3 colored pupils. Greetings to Emperor Chu. Seeing the visitor, the 5 blade fighter people knelt down in unison. Get up. Chu Wasteland spoke indifferently. At this moment, Blade Fighter suddenly stepped forward and knelt, his face slightly grave as he said, Your Majesty, today, the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom and the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom suddenly openly stated that they had declared war on the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom. Hearing those words, Chu Hua's expression did not change, and in his mind, he had already begun to calculate. Is it finally war? It seems that the 2 kingdom lords of Cloud Court and Eternity aren't stupid. The Great Wasteland wants to plot, he has long known, today's situation is also within his expectations. This, too, was good news for him. After some slight contemplation, Chu Wasteland continued, The Great Wasteland is brutal and unkind, and notice is given to all Shen domain beings that Desolate Ancient will be joining the crusade against the Great Wasteland. Obey! Blade Fighter replied without the slightest hesitation. After experiencing so much, Blade Fighter had long ago completely submitted to Chu Wasteland, and naturally would not have any doubts about the latter's words. Even if the other side is the kingdom of heaven. Open the court tomorrow, and order all heavenly officials to go to the Black Dragon Hall. Yes, sir. No one responded in unison. Chapter 49 Full-Scale War declared, the Great Wasteland joins in. The white moon is fleeting, and the red sun shines overhead. It was a new day, but the Xian domain was still in dead silence. For Xian domain beings, every day that passed could be one step closer to death. Compared to the deadly atmosphere of the Xian domain, the Desolate Ancient was a rising sun. Countless celestial officials stepped on the purple haze to ascend to the Black Dragon Hall, all looking pious and solemn, and stepped into the 9,999 floors of the heavenly ladder leading to the hall. A figure neatly arranged, its figure gradually disappeared above the heavenly ladder, stepping into the gilt black gold-built teleportation portal. Inside the Black Dragon Hall, the number of heavenly officials present exceeded 500, all with cultivation on their bodies, and none of the heavenly officials present had a cultivation lower than heavenly immortal, and the vast majority of them had already stepped into immortal monarch. They run the major towns of the small domain. The crowd looked pious, and kneeled in unison at the figure sitting on the upper seat, saying, See your majesty. Where the crowd worshipped. Chu Huang leaned on his side, his posture was slender, his eyes slightly drooping, no one knew what he was thinking. Hearing the voice, Chu Huang slightly raised his eyes, looked around at the kneeling heavenly officials, and nodded, level off. Thank you, your majesty. All the heavenly officials rose in response and stood back to their positions, their faces solemn. Seeing that the time was ripe, the Blade Fighter figure stepped forward to kneel and bowed, Your Majesty, the Great Wasteland rules brutally and unkindly, treating heaven and earth as ruminants and fish and meat for the people, and recently, the Cloud Court and the Eternal Celestial Kingdom have declared war on the Great Wasteland. At the same time, Chu Beishan also stepped forward, Father Emperor, the Great Desolate rule is brutal and unkind, my son is willing to be the first to join the crusade. Hearing these words, all the heavenly officials held their breath, and all of a sudden there was silence in the hall. Everyone's gazes looked at Emperor Chu in unison, observing that one's expression. Seeing the situation, Chu Wu slightly raised his eyes swept through the crowd, followed by a faint voice, the Great Wasteland brutality, I have understood a lot, I do not know how all the secretaries of the view? Hearing this, the hall remains silent. No heavenly official dares to open his mouth to make a decision on matters concerning the kingdom of heaven. That was the heavenly kingdom, a huge power that ruled over the Xian domain, and they didn't want to make enemies with it from the bottom of their hearts. Your Majesty, I, Huang Wuji, am the main battle. The great desert is brutal and unkind. How can we sit and wait for death, and watch them fish and flesh the people? Seeing this, Chu Huang nodded slightly. Seeing Chu Emperor's gesture, the immortal officials present already knew what Chu Wasteland had in mind. I second the motion. I second the motion. I second the motion. Immediately, there were quite a few heavenly officials who resumed the discussion. After all, Chu Wasteland's reputation was here, and there were two other heavenly kingdoms besieging the Great Wasteland at the same time, so naturally, they weren't afraid. There's still Emperor Chu here. Although this was the case, there were still some hesitant faces on the heavenly officials present. They were more or less karmically involved with the Great Wasteland, or perhaps they were used to such sedate days, and simply did not want a war, let alone such a heavenly-level contest. This scene was naturally detected by Chu Hua. Only to see Chu Wasteland figure slightly pause up, cold eyes straight to the ministers, immediately after the opening of the mouth murmured, the main war, ranked on the right side, the main peace, ranked on the left side. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd began to surge back and forth. There were still some hesitant heavenly officials standing in the center of the great hall, their eyes glancing from side to side, not knowing what choice to make. In about a pillar of incense, the heavenly officials on both sides had all taken their positions. Seeing the heavenly officials who had each made different choices, the corner of Chu Huang's mouth lifted up a hint of teasing. Those standing on the left, chop. Accompanying the fall of Chu Wasteland's words, 10,000 immortal soldiers dressed in blood robes suddenly surged out from outside the great hall. Seeing this, the hearts of all the heavenly officials standing on the right side secretly breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad in their hearts that their choices were not wrong. At the same time, they also cast their gazes on the sudden surge of immortal soldiers. What shocked them was that not a single person in this full 10,000 actually had a cultivation level lower than a heavenly immortal. Right after entering the hall, the figure standing at the forefront of the immortal soldiers suddenly shouted, "Trapped immortal formation." A peak immortal monarch cultivation was on display. Your Majesty! I don't want to die yet. Seeing this scene, the group of ministers standing on the left side could no longer sit still and hurriedly shouted for mercy. But waiting for a blue light shield slowly emerged, wrapped within the left side of the group of ministers no longer sound. Immediately afterward, that peak immortal monarch powerhouse said respectfully toward Chu Huang's figure on the upper side, Your Majesty, the guilty ministers have all been taken down. Aha! Chu Huang responded indifferently. Such a conversation instantly fell into the ears of the group of ministers who were still alive and set off monstrous waves. When did Your Majesty raise such a well-trained army with high cultivation and battle prowess? How many more such armies are there in Drakenggu? Thoughts like these sprang to the minds of many. They turned their gazes towards Bladebuster. After all, this one had been working at Emperor Chu's side. But feeling the gaze of the group of ministers, the latter only responded with a helpless look. Although he was the one who took care of all the big and small things in Arakan, he didn't know where His Majesty had gotten such a well-trained army. Retreat! After resolving this farce, Chu Hua had left first. For the mysterious and ancient desolate land, Chu Huang had an unwavering belief in his heart there must be only one voice of absolute obedience and loyalty here. As for the outside world's rumors about how brutal and unkind the Great Wasteland was, it didn't have much relevance to him, and in the end it was just an excuse used to achieve a real goal. Because the Great Wasteland dared to try to taint his true body, such behavior undoubtedly touched Chu Wasteland's scales, so he resolutely decided to make this seemingly impregnable edifice completely topple. Looking at the desolate ancient side, they had the fearsome Scarlet Legion as a powerful backing. This legion was not something that could be compared to ordinary forces, it was the product of a reward at the level of the heavens, and its combat power could be imagined. An entire 10 million heavenly immortal cultivators converged here, forming a torrent of indestructible power. These cultivators are carefully organized into a strict hierarchical structure. Every 10,000 Tianxian cultivators are under the command of a Wanfush, and every 10 Wanfush is under the jurisdiction of a commander. Above the 10 commanders there is a higher level general responsible for management. The entire army has a total of 10 formidable generals. Not only that, the supreme commander of this huge army was that army chief with unfathomable strength, whose cultivation had already reached the terrifying realm of the 6th rank of a quasi-emperor. With such a powerful lineup and strength configuration, even when looking at the vast and boundless Xian domain, it was enough to compete with those high and mighty heavenly kingdoms. Right after that solemn pilgrimage, the desolate ancient land officially declared to the public that it would launch a full declaration of war against the Great Desolate. In an instant, this news spread throughout the entire Xian domain like a shocking thunderbolt, triggering an uproar that caused this continent, which was already in turmoil, to fall into unprecedented turmoil. Chapter 50: The Eternal Messenger. Everyone in the Xian domain beings were in danger, and it was still in the last epoch that things like the Heavenly Kingdom level came out of the woodwork. The place of exile today was the center of the battlefield at that time. Before the era, the land of exile was still the most prosperous place in the entire Xian domain, but after the Great War the spiritual mechanism had been completely shattered. An era had passed and there was still no recovery, so one could imagine how horrible the war between the heavenly kingdoms would be. The Great Barren Kingdom of Heaven. Outside the Desolate Emperor's chambers, Desolate Front was slowly walking towards the Desolate Emperor's chambers with a slightly panicked expression. Stop! Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Hearing the incoming voice, Desolate Front knew that the person coming was none other than the guards of the Desolate Emperor's chambers. Desolate Feng's complexion was slightly corrected, and he immediately pulled out a black token that symbolized his identity as the Son of Heaven. Greetings to the Son of Heaven. Quickly putting away the token, Desolate Feng continued to walk towards the inner chambers. Around them, countless Luan and Phoenix superimposed shadows swarmed up, and the Golden Avenue erupted with radiant bright light. However, the fairy tale-like scene inside the bedchamber was not enough to make Desolate Front stay. Then, Desolate Front arrived inside a room made of crystal. Standing outside the door, Arable Blade set his composure slightly and let out a deep breath. Your Majesty, Desolate Front seeks an audience. Desolate Striker snapped the doorframe. As soon as the words fell, an extremely terrifying aura came from within the room. Come in. A slow voice came from inside the house. Squeak. Pushing open the stone door, the eyes were filled with golden light. Above the imperial carriage, the Desolate Emperor was sitting on his knees. Your Majesty, I've recently seized quite a bit of evidence of the heavenly officials within the dynasty entangling with the Cloud Court and the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom. Do I need to deal with it? After saying that, Desolate Front stopped speaking and only looked at the one above the Emperor's carriage with his eyes. Everything is still up to this one. Well, I already know. The Desolate Emperor said in a salty manner. Hearing these words, a trace of incomprehension clearly flashed through Desolate Front's eyes. He couldn't understand why His Majesty didn't do anything when the two heavenly kingdoms declared war on us at the same time and the heavenly officials in the imperial court were in a state of panic, which needed to be suppressed by thunderous means. Desolate Front was just about to speak, but was quickly interrupted by Desolate Emperor. Stand down, I'm tired. Before Desolate Feng could finish his words, Desolate Emperor gave his expulsion order. Seeing this, Desolate Front could only helplessly retreat. Before he left, he once again looked at the Desolate Emperor, with all sorts of doubts going on in his mind. Was this still the Desolate Emperor who had led them to rule the Xian domain for 10,000 years? Why is it that when there is a rebellion in the dynasty, it is not suppressed by thunderous means? Why is it that he, who once gathered all the light, is no match for a newcomer, Chuchi? These doubts were piling up in Arakaba's heart. What he doesn't know is that what the Desolate Emperor needs most right now is time, and how does the Desolate Emperor not know about those movements in the dynasty? The OP, too, has his own difficulties. The scouts of all the major powers were shuttling back and forth between the three heavenly kingdoms of eternity, Cloud Court, and the Great Desolate, and the attention of all the powers was almost entirely focused on this place. Within the small domain, a red figure had appeared at some point. A legion named Scarlet surfaced in the eyes of the outside world. Blood red dyed the sky, countless red figures flung back and forth within the desolate ancient main city, wrapping the entire desolate ancient main city tightly. Outside the Black Dragon Hall, the remaining 200 or so heavenly officials were standing under the heavenly stairs with solemn expressions as they repeatedly straightened their clothes. Declare! All the heavenly officials are coming to the court for an audience. On top of the heavenly ladder, a loud and clear voice came out. With the fall of the words, the heavenly officials ranked both stepping onto this heavenly ladder that went straight into the clouds. Surrounding them on either side was a figure dressed in red robes, and on top of the 9,900 floors of the heavenly ladder, each floor was manned by 2 forbidden soldiers. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the heavenly gates slowly opened. More than 200 heavenly officials stepped neatly into the hall along with the rising of the red sun. Above the emperor's carriage, Chu Hua's posture was lazy, reclining in it, his eyes slightly drooping. My lord, I have an audience with His Majesty. Loud and clear. After yesterday's great cleanup, the atmosphere in the ranks of the heavenly officials has been refreshed, and all the heavenly officials have clear aspirations in their hearts, and all of them are sincere in their hearts. Shu Huo looked at this scene and couldn't help but be satisfied in his heart. Such an atmosphere was what he wanted. The fact that all of you have survived has proved the purity of your minds. Not bad, not bad, this is what I want, and what Desolate Ancient wants in a heavenly official. Hearing Emperor Chu's praise, the bodies of all the heavenly officials were all slightly respectful as they sighed and said, "Your Majesty's praise is fallacious." After all of this, Blade Fighter began to report on the recent developments in Desolate Ancient, and Chu Huang interrupted from time to mention something. Report. At this time, a forbidden soldier outside the hall hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee in front of the hall, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the Eternal Messenger seeks an audience." At the sound of the voice, a trace of incomprehension showed on the faces of all the heavenly officials present. Why did the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom send a messenger over at this time? Declare. A glimmer of light flowed out of Chu Huo's eyes, and it was obvious that he also wanted to know what Yinting meant by this move. Obey the decree. The kneeling forbidden army led the order, then quickly exited the great hall. In a matter of moments, a white figure entered from outside the hall like a swift wind. The visitor was clad in a cloud robe, with a chi like Ningyu and a bright face, carrying a jade fan and just scanning the present heavenly officials. Although the visitor was a man, he had a delicate air, rather like a woman. Bold, why don't you kneel when you meet an emperor? Seeing this stance of the visitor, Blade Fighter didn't care if the other party was an eternal messenger or not, and instantly spoke out in reprimand. Hearing Blade Buster's voice, the eternal messenger frowned in disgust. But it's good that nothing was said either. Immediately afterward, he cast his gaze toward Chu Wasteland, who was sitting on top of the main seat, and spoke blandly, "You are Chu Wasteland?" His look was lofty, as if he spoke with an honor unique to heaven. At those words, the faces of the heavenly officials present all changed, followed by carefully looking towards Chu Huang above the main seat. After discovering that Emperor Chu did not act, the heavenly officials present secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then they looked at the eternal messenger, the corners of their mouths already unable to suppress their smiles. They naturally knew His Majesty's temperament well, and in front of His Majesty this so-called eternal messenger still dared to hold a heavenly stance, truly seeking death. On the other hand, Chu Wasteland did not show any displeasure because of this sentence, only the corner of his mouth lifted up a hint of teasing. What does the eternal messenger have to say?" Hearing Chu Wasteland's words, that messenger seemed to be somewhat inflated, thinking that even this Chu Emperor, who had killed an immortal exalt, would have to submit to the obscene might of the heavenly kingdom. The Cloud Emperor has decreed that the Desolate Ancient is ordered to put together a team of 10 million people within 3 days, of which more than 1,000 immortal monarchs, 10 immortal kings, and naturally immortal Zune-level combatants are also required. Speaking here, the messenger cast his gaze towards Chu Arai. Clearly the meaning behind it was for Chu Arai to personally go there. After all, in his impression, the Desolate Ancient was the only one in the Desolate Ancient who possessed Zune-level battle power, Chu Huang. Bold, how dare you insult His Majesty, give me death. Before Chu Wasteland could react, the Blade Fighter on the side naturally couldn't help but directly prepare to make a move after hearing the messenger's such unbridled words. Boom! The collision of the two grand immortal powers triggered a huge roar within the Great Hall. Immediately afterward, Blade Fighter's figure rapidly fell back. Chapter 51 Scarlet Heavenly Demon appears, Cloudfall Emperor. The messenger suddenly erupted with the aura of a top immortal king, and Blade Fighter, an immortal king who had barely broken through by relying on pills, was naturally no match. Seeing this, the faces of the heavenly officials present all changed slightly. The ancient times of the large and small affairs usually have the sword bully on behalf of the management. The eternal messenger's such behavior really did not put the ancient times in the eyes of the eyes. You! Wanton, can the kingdom of heaven be so wanton? All the ministers in the great hall were shocked and issued condemnations. The eternal messenger on the side seemed as if he hadn't heard it, only staring at Chu Wasteland with his eyes as he continued to speak. Chu Emperor, can you hear me clearly? Saying that, a top immortal king's aura was displayed. He looked extremely pleased with himself. In his opinion, although Chu Huang had the achievement of killing an immortal exalted, he was a messenger of the heavenly kingdom, so he thought the Desolate Ancient wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Is this what you rely on? Chu Wasteland's words were somewhat cold. With the words falling. Boom! Outside the hall, a figure wrapped in monstrous blood mist slowly stepped into the hall. The visitor was dressed in a black robe, his face could not be seen, and countless blood mists bulged in his wide black robe. With every step, the space around him actually ruptured with the naked eye. The color of blood gradually filled the entire hall, and an aura of transcending laws flowed out. The tattered laws scattered in space also began to manifest, escaping in all directions. It seemed that even they had an instinctive fear of this figure. Without realizing it, the figure wrapped in blood mist had already arrived beside the Eternal Messenger. A dry, white arm pinched the Eternal Messenger in a death grip, and endless blood mist gushed out. The latter then reacted, unable to suppress the shock in his eyes. Your Emperor. The Eternal Messenger's eyes widened round, but before he could finish his sentence, the owner of that arm began to exert a slight force. Click. With a sound, the Eternal Messenger was no longer half alive. The figure of the messenger fell limp to the ground, but no one cared. Everyone's gazes looked towards the figure in the center of the Great Hall, and everyone felt that terrifying aura. The Eternal Messenger mentioned Emperor before he died. Can't it be that this person in front of him is a quasi-imperial level powerhouse? Various thoughts flashed through the minds of the crowd. After doing so, the blood-colored figure shifted its gaze toward Chu Wang and knelt down, saying, "Your Majesty, see your Majesty. Get up." Chu Huo responded in a salty manner. The person who came was none other than the Scarlet Sky Demon, the reward he had received from the previous heavenly level draw, a supreme powerhouse of the 9th rank of a quasi-emperor. Let me introduce to you all, this is my personal guard, you may call him Scarlet. Upon hearing this, all the heavenly officials were shocked, and immediately bowed, "Greetings, General." The respect in the words was enough to overflow, and they were not to be disrespected. Whether it was His Majesty's personal guard, or the terrifying aura that Scarlet had just displayed, this person's strength was naturally extremely terrifying. Eternity previously degraded Your Majesty, I request that Your Majesty can grant me permission to travel to the Cloud Court. At this moment, the Scarlet Sky Demon continued to speak out. His expression was a bit angry. In his heart Chu Huo was the supreme being, naturally he would not allow anyone else to dishonor His Majesty. At this time, Chu Wasteland's pair of eyes looked out of the temple and slowly said to the Scarlet Sky Demon, Gracious. It was also time to make the entire Xian domain and the heavenly realms resound with the name of Desolate Ancient. Hearing Chu Wasteland's agreement, the Scarlet Heavenly Demon's face, which was hidden under a black robe, swept slightly, vaguely revealing a hint of excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, the Scarlet Heavenly Demon set up a monstrous blood mist and quickly swept towards the location of the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom. Located in the eastern part of the Exile Lands, the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom is a kingdom that stands atop the vault of heaven. Its heavenly dynasty was established at the top of the Purple Gold Mountain Range, which was hundreds of thousands of feet high and had very rich mineral resources. At this moment, above the dome of the sky, a purple moon hung above. At the same time, there was another figure emitting monstrous blood mist that was at the same height as the purple moon. The person who came was none other than the Scarlet Sky Demon. At this moment, his pair of bloodshot eyes looked straight toward the celestial dynasty that stood at the top of the Purple Gold Mountain. Countless immortal beasts and visions manifested outside the heavenly dynasty. Seeing this scene, the Scarlet Heavenly Demon couldn't help but coldly grunt, "Dare to insult His Majesty, I will make sure that your heavenly dynasty is destroyed." Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura that fully belonged to a 9th-grade quasi-emperor completely unfolded. The vision began to manifest as a pair of bloody eyes bloomed in the sky. This was the innate talent that belonged to him, the Scarlet Devil Wheel. Within the heavenly dynasty, countless cultivators looked at this scene, all somewhat curiously surveying the round of blood eyes floating in the upper air. As for the crisis, they did not feel, after all, they are in the Eternal Heaven dynasty, within the quasi-imperial powerhouse sitting in the town of which will be what danger. But immediately afterward, the bloody eye in the sky began to drip blood, and the vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood began to manifest. The cultivators within the celestial dynasty finally realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. Scarlet Devil Wheel, open. The blood eyes began to move slightly, followed by an explosion of monstrous blood light. Accompanied by the blood mist, the entire heavenly dynasty was wrapped in the color of blood. Cultivators who came into contact with the red light, any cultivation below that of an immortal king would instantly turn into ashes, and those above immortal kings could only manage to withstand it. What is this? Why is my body melting away? In an instant, the entire Eternal Heaven dynasty was turned into a hell. There were also immortal Zune-level powerhouses that directly fled when they saw this scene. At their level of cultivation, they naturally knew clearly that I'm afraid that this kind of tactic could only be possessed by legendary quasi-emperor level powerhouses. It's hard to believe that it's the Great Wasteland that's attacking in a big way. A group of immortal dignitaries began to gather together to discuss. There were also those who attempted to escape, but they only realized halfway through their escape that there was actually a blood-colored barrier completely blocking the Immortal Dynasty. At this moment, the Scarlet Heavenly Demon slowly arrived in the sky above the Eternal Heavenly Dynasty and hung his head down to look at this huge Heavenly Dynasty. Looking at the lack of movement within the Celestial Dynasty, his hands turned into swords and swung them out of thin air toward the bottom. Boom! In an instant, the two blood-colored blade lights attacked towards the Heavenly Dynasty, and the terrifying pressure was such that even immortal exalted powerhouses vaguely felt a crisis between life and death. Just in the nick of time, an illusory giant hand within the Heavenly Dynasty slowly stretched out, holding these two blood-colored blade lights to death. Finally unable to sit still, a trace of excitement flashed in the Scarlet Sky Demon's eyes. "Fellow Daoist, I'm afraid that my eternal celestial kingdom has no connection with your excellency. Why did you suddenly attack these juniors?" In the Heavenly Dynasty, a hunched figure slowly stepped out. The person who came was none other than the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom's surviving elder ancestor and the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom's only current quasi-emperor level powerhouse, Emperor Cloudfall. "Where is all this nonsense? Come and fight with me up front. Dare to insult your majesty. I would like to see what kind of goods you all are." Saying that, the Scarlet Heavenly Demon slowly mobilized all of his breath and swept towards the sky above. Seeing this, Emperor Cloudfall's face was helpless for a while, and now that he hadn't even figured out what was going on, the person in front of him was about to compete with him. Chapter 52 Imperial Battle, Scarlet Heavenly Devil vs Emperor Cloudfall. Although unwilling, for the sake of the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom, Emperor Cloudfall's figure followed suit to head above the 9 heavens. It was a vast and boundless starry sky that was large enough to hold two quasi-emperor powerhouses. Paramount Emperor was always synonymous with eternal immortality, and a fight at this level could destroy a small 1,000 worlds at every turn. If they were to engage in a battle near the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom, even if Emperor Cloudfall was lucky enough to win in the end, I'm afraid that the Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom would have long been destroyed by then. A mere 6th grade quasi-emperor dares to provoke the Heavenly Emperor. Today I will teach you what humility is. Above the dome of the sky, a black curtain projected the back of the Scarlet Sky Demon. A streak of blood mist transformed into chains thousands of feet long and wrapped toward Emperor Jiang Li, and the strong aura of a 9th grade quasi-emperor pressed horizontally. You're actually a 9th grade Paragon Emperor. The blood mist wrapped around the Cloudfall Emperor to death, and the latter marveled as he resisted with the power of a quasi-emperor. He hadn't even expected the visitor to actually be a 9th grade Paragon. You have to know that the entire Xian domain is only the Great Wasteland with a 9th grade quasi-emperor in existence, but now a random one is a 9th grade quasi-emperor? Emperor Cloudfall strained to resist, his mind recalling past details. He didn't remember having offended such a powerful person. The battle above the Sky Dome quickly attracted the attention of the cultivators on the ground. Only to see, above the 9 heavens there was an additional round of blood moon, emitting an evil bloodlight. A phantom as high as tens of thousands of feet stood at the top of the Xian moon's reflection, and on that phantom were derived 6 blood chains tightly wrapping that pure and holy white figure. Above the 9 heavens, the roar of the Scarlet Heavenly Demon was constantly heard. "Old piker, is that all you've got? Law's uncultivated, weak physical body, is your condescension supported only by your tiny 6th grade quasi-emperor cultivation?" A streak of blood-colored on light was emitted, and infinite great Dao visions evolved in accompaniment. As time passed, large and small Dao injuries appeared on Emperor Jiang Li's body. "Your Excellency, we have no complaints with you, so why are we being bitter?" "You? Could it be the Great Desolate's reclusive old ancestor?" Emperor Cloudfall guessed. At this moment, he could only think that the strong man in front of him was from the Great Wasteland, otherwise what other power in the Xian domain could afford to supply such a strong Paragon Emperor? Hearing Jiang Li's words, a trace of disdain flashed in the Scarlet Heavenly Devil's eyes hidden under his black robe, followed by a cold hum. "The Great Desolate is also worthy of letting me take action. Aren't you and the others arrogant in the Desolate Ancient Flame?" Hearing this, a bright light flashed in Emperor Jiang Li's eyes. No one who could cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm was stupid. He naturally understood the meaning of this 9th grade quasi-emperor powerhouse in front of him. This person in front of me actually came from the Desolate Ancient? He had naturally heard of Desolate Ancient's name recently, and it had also taken the initiative to join the crusade against the Great Desolate, which he was naturally well aware of as the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom's ancestor. But he had clearly invited Eriko to join him in the army, but... Suddenly, Emperor Cloudfall suddenly thought of something as a figure flashed through his mind, and his face grew more and more somber. This matter is a result of the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom's poor courtesy, and also a result of the old immortals' lax discipline. Please atone for your sins, fellow Daoist. Jiang Li finally figured this matter out. Hoping that his own order was to make a courtesy invitation, but it turned out that the people underneath held their own heavenly pride and ran on other people's turf to act like a pussy. I don't care. The Scarlet Heavenly Demon continued, his hand movements not decreasing at all as he once again slashed at the Cloudfall Emperor. The blood-colored blade emanated a terrifying aura, cutting through the surrounding space layer by layer. In the face of such a terrifying strike, the Cloudfall Emperor merely stood in place and did not make any defensive movements. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of blood and flesh cutting, Emperor Cloudfall's left arm fell straight down. The pain that went straight to the bone marrow pierced deeply into Yunlu's nerves, causing the latter to stifle a soft grunt. The Emperor's blood was waved, emitting a majestic energy that dispersed in all directions towards the Xian domain. Perhaps in the near future, the Xian domain would be able to produce a large number of more powerful people under the auspices of this Emperor's blood. Of course, this was all an afterthought. At this moment, the Scarlet Heavenly Devil saw that Emperor Cloudfall had no intention of resisting, and also stopped the attack in his hands. What do you mean by that? The Scarlet Sky Demon roared again. Since coming to Chu Wasteland's side, this was the first time he had ever made a move, and it was not easy for him to be able to warm up, so he naturally did not want to end it hastily like this. Hearing the Scarlet Sky Demon's disgruntled roar, Emperor Cloudfall helplessly laughed. This matter was originally the old man's fault, and I'm willing to accept the punishment. Emperor Cloudfall's words were filled with honesty, which in turn caused the Scarlet Sky Demon to hesitate for a moment. Old Immortal is willing to compensate Desolate Ancient on behalf of the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom. Wherever there is one, Your Excellency, if you need it, please feel free to ask. Right at this moment, Yunlu continued to speak. With these words, the Scarlet Sky Demon completely dropped his killing intent. Do you think you can save your little life just like that? The Scarlet Heavenly Demon still snorted coldly, only that the killing intent on his body had dissipated completely. Seeing this, Emperor Yunlu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, at least his own little life was free from worry. The arm that hung in the air emitting golden light slowly swept towards the Scarlet Sky Demon. This arm, it will be given to you, fellow Daoist. Emperor Cloudfall said with forced reluctance. The power of the Quasi-Emperor realm was not something that could be imagined by the cultivators underneath. A single drop of blood from a Quasi-Emperor powerhouse was enough to render the sea. Not to mention the fact that this was a full arm filled with then great Dao origin. Needless to say, for cultivators below Quasi-Emperors, this kind of thing was considered a good thing even for powerhouses at the same level. Losing this one arm, if Emperor Cloudfall wanted to recover, the time would be counted in epochs at the very least. The Scarlet Sky Demon slowly received the arm dropped by the Cloudfall Emperor, and observing the huge amount of energy contained within, the Scarlet Sky Demon couldn't help but sigh darkly. Good stuff. However, his face remained unchanged as his gaze slowly looked towards the inside of the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom's treasury. Sensing the Scarlet Sky Demon's intentions, Emperor Cloudfall couldn't help but smile. They're all old foxes. They're not afraid of what you want, they're afraid of what you don't want. Immediately after that, the duo's figures swept towards the interior of the treasury. Within a quarter of an hour, a bloody light swept out of the Eternal Heavenly Kingdom's treasury. Looking at the departing back of the Scarlet Sky Demon, the smile on Emperor Yunlu's face gradually disappeared to become gloomy. You ungrateful children and grandchildren, roll over to old ancestor. The cultivators on the ground could only observe that the vision in the sky had disappeared and wondered what had happened. Only Immortal Zune-level powerhouses were able to see what was happening in the Sky Dome, but every one of them kept their mouths shut about it, as if there was some kind of horrifying taboo in it. After this farce, the Scarlet Sky Demon's figure sailed towards the Desolate Ancient within. At the same time, Desolate Ancient's reputation completely spread amongst the entire Xian domain. The label of 9th grade Paragon Emperor swept across the entire continent like a tornado, and Desolate Ancient's status skyrocketed, alongside the other 3 heavenly kingdoms. Some people have even already jokingly referred to Arakan as the Arakan Heavenly Kingdom. The pattern of the Xian domain had once again changed drastically due to the appearance of a 9th grade Paragon Emperor. Chapter 53 Harmonization. At noon, it was the time when the sun was shining and the red sun was shining. However, in the sky above the Desolate Ancient, a blood moon bloomed, and a blood-red light was sweeping straight towards the direction of the Black Dragon Great Hall. The Scarlet Heavenly Demon slowly arrived at the bottom of the heavenly staircase of the Black Dragon Great Hall, and then immediately slowed down his speed as he walked towards the hall. Entering the Great Hall, the Scarlet Sky Demon first looked at Chu Wasteland, who was sitting above the main seat, and then grabbed his wide black robe and knelt down, saying, "My servant, I am fortunate to fulfill my mission." Saying that, the Scarlet Sky Demon pulled out the broken arm and handed it towards Chu Huang. The broken arm came to the top of the Great Hall, and without the suppression of the Scarlet Heavenly Demon, it once again revealed its unearthly nature. Strong quasi-emperor auras swept up in the four directions of the Great Hall, and the entire space trembled. Humph! Chu Wasteland let out a light snort, followed by slowly receiving the broken arm. The silver ice flowed slightly, and the Great Hall that was still shaking quickly regained its calm, and the surrounding visions disappeared all of a sudden. Chu Huang slowly surveyed the severed arm in his hand, in which thick laws of the Great Tao flowed through it, and the terrifying energy was almost ready to rush out of the severed arm. If this remnant arm was given a little time, I'm afraid it would be able to give birth to a spirit. Looking at the broken arm, Chu Hua could already guess who his owner was, but it didn't matter. Since you dare to seek death, you must be prepared to pay the price. Well done. Chu Huang put away his broken arm and exclaimed in admiration towards the scarlet heavenly demon below. Hearing these words, the scarlet heavenly demon immediately handed a storage ring to Chu Huang. This is the compensation that the eternal heavenly kingdom has given to your majesty. As a result of the storage ring, Chu Hua's divine sense sank into it. A bright light flashed between Chu Hua's eyes. This was moving the entire treasury of the eternal heavenly kingdom over. With these resources, he might be able to step into the next realm as well, Chu Hua calculated in his heart. At the immortal exaltation realm, the physical body and the realm sea were united, and the span of battle power from an immortal king to the immortal exaltation realm was immense. To the immortal dignity realm, the boundary sea is fused into his own body, the immortal power is inexhaustible, and truly I am me, I naturalize the original one, immortal for all time, the spirit is immortal, and the physical body is immortal. Chu Huang put away the broken arm and all these resources that the scarlet heavenly demon had collected and hung up were all of high quality, exactly what he needed right now. After doing everything, Chu Wasteland once again raised his head to look at the scarlet heavenly demon. On the very same day, you are ordered to subdue the surrounding forces, and there can only be one voice in the small domain and even the Xin domain. Hearing this, a trace of excitement flashed in the scarlet sky demon's eyes, worrying that there was no chance to make a move. This decree issued by His Majesty was just what he wanted. Obey the decree. After saying that, the scarlet sky demon slowly got up and walked towards the outside of the grand hall. The monstrous killing intent was enough to chill any living being that came near him. Looking at the scarlet sky demons departing back, Chu Huang couldn't help but shake his head. One look at the situation and I knew that it must have been another bloody storm in the outside world during this time. But on second thought, this is not bad, take in by thunder, save all those troubles in the back. After summoning Blade Fighter and the others again to explain things, Chu Hua turned his head and continued his seclusion with his resources. This time, he must break through to immortal dignity. The interior of the Desolate Ancient was at peace for years, but the outside world had set off a storm of bloodshed. Sandwiched between the three great heavenly kingdoms, countless forces dependent on the heavenly kingdoms were all conquering each other, and hundreds of millions of living beings died. Zanshan Cave. This was the only remaining emperor-level power near the small domain, with a 6th grade immortal exalt sitting within, and it was a famous hegemonic Taoist in the vicinity. A cave stood beneath the sky below the heavenly gate. At the top of the mountains, the clouds are like a fairyland. Beneath the mountains, a figure stood, and the originally peaceful and calm atmosphere was all broken by an unfamiliar figure. Just recently, in the sky above the Xin cave, a blood moon suddenly blossomed, the void suddenly cracked open, from which came out thought a man with a straight posture, mighty, and dressed in a black robe. Along with his descent, a power that was above that of an immortal dignitary dispersed across the firmament. What kind of power is that? The group of immortals present in the Xin cave all marveled at the stature of such a powerful person. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my Xian court? Among the group, an old man stepped out, his aura of a 6th grade immortal Zun extremely strong. His attitude was extremely gentle, and he obviously saw that the visitor was extraordinary. I, the great general of the Desolate Ancients, the Scarlet Sky Demon. Dystopia? A trace of scorn flashed between Xian Immortal Honor's eyes. During this period of time, he naturally heard about the matter of the Desolate Ancient, knowing that the Desolate Ancient had sent out demonic generals to cause havoc in the eternal heavenly kingdom, and now Emperor Yunlu's severed arm was still in the Chu Emperor's place. Nice! The Scarlet Heavenly Demon nodded slightly. Your Majesties has given you two choices, either to fall into oblivion or to submit. I'll give you half an incense stick of time to consider. This general still has to rush to the next emperor-level power. With those words, he closed his eyes. On one side, Xian Immortal Exalt had an uncertain expression on his face, seemingly in deep thought. Fighting is definitely not an option. This person in front of him should be the Scarlet General who had conquered the eternal heavenly kingdom, and that was an existence that could battle a quasi-emperor. He wasn't arrogant enough to take on an existence like this. But submissive, he was not. Ever since he became a dunce, he had set up a Dao lineage near the small domain with an immortal dunce cultivation, and since this place was far away and the heavenly kingdom was out of reach, he was naturally extremely free. He wouldn't be willing to let him submit just like that, but if he refused, "I'm afraid I'm going to die." It wasn't true that he was an immortal exalt, but in front of a quasi-emperor, he wasn't much different from a mortal. A moment later, Xianting Immortal Zun sighed deeply. "I, Xianting Immortal Zun, would like to bring Xianting Cave to submit to the Desolate Ancient, and from now on, I will listen to the Heavenly Emperor's orders." "Offer soul blood," the Scarlet Sky Demon faintly answered. He then threw out a token. "Since you have attached yourself to Desolate Ancient, then you will be able to take refuge with the Heavenly Emperor, and if you are in trouble in the future, you can call out to my father through the token." "Yes." Immortal Emperor Xianting looked at the departing back of the Scarlet Sky Demon in a daze, not knowing what to think for a moment. "Sad, I guess I can't say. After all, I've gained a strong backer myself." Happy can't be talked about, one has equally lost one's freedom. For a moment, the black, ancient token in Xianting Immortal Sovereign's hand actually brought many emotions to him. In the time that followed, the Scarlet Sky Demon followed up by subjugating another Emperor-level power, the Church of God, which was an 8th grade Emperor-level power with an 8th grade Immortal Exalt sitting within. The subjugation process version was equally easy. After all, the Scarlet Sky Demon had a reputation. Who would want to fight a Paragon Emperor? Now that Arakan is growing rapidly, subjugation might also be a good choice. None of the cultivators who could live in the realm of the heavens were simple-minded. Next, the Scarlet Sky Demon likewise also subjugated large and small Imperial and King-level forces. Desolate Ancient's territory expanded rapidly over time, and its sphere of influence increased with each passing day. At this point in time, the Desolate Ancient, alone, was sufficient to rival the Heavenly Kingdom. Climax will appear. We can also see that the book patch is very fast, which is more test of the author's control of the plot. In fact, the cool article is the most bad to write, especially this kind of especially fast. I'm not selling out by saying all this, I'm trying to tell you that I'll try my best. The climax will be here soon. Ask for a catch-up. Ask for a catch-up. Chapter 54. Jiang Li and Chu Shuyao reappear, extremely cold eastern region. At this point, the Xian domain pattern became a four-way confrontation. A few days later. The Black Dragon Hall, the Nine Heavens, the Vault of Heaven. Chu Wasteland was sitting here on his knees, and his aura was slowly rising. Boom! A dragon-shaped ripple stirred above the dome of the sky, the heavenly phenomena changed, and a golden lotus of creation appeared out of thin air. Above the dome of the sky, a heavenly gate that was tens of thousands of feet tall slowly emerged. At this moment, Chu's brows were furrowed. The boundary sea within his body was rushing madly, and at this moment, the immortal sea rushing within the boundary sea was rushing towards a location, forming a violent tidal wave. Chu Wasteland's fleshly body was constantly trembling, erupting with fiery light, and the 360 blood orifices connecting the entire body were boiling. A terrifying energy quenched Chu Huang's fleshly body. The intense pain caused Chu's veins to bulge. Forcibly enduring the severe pain, Chu threw handful after handful of heavenly materials into his mouth. The terrifying energy was destroying Chu's body all the time. Destroy and rebuild. The boundary sea was collapsing, and the red aura on Chu Huang's body shone more and more. Boo! After some time, an invisible layer of shackles seems to be broken through. Along with the complete collapse of the boundary river, a new boundary sea was being reconstructed within Chu Huang's body. When the body of the world sea is completely built, then the immortal has become. Boom! Countless great Tao visions manifested, and an aura of supreme laws flowed out. There were a full 9 supreme laws on Chu Huang's body. Laws of lordship, laws of killing, laws of chaos, laws of space, laws of time, laws of gods and demons, laws of force, laws of life, laws of destruction. These are laws that do not exist in the realm of the heavens. Even if one was singled out, it was enough to rival several laws of the same path. With a full 9 ultra-supreme laws, Chu Huang, who had just stepped into the immortal dignity stage, was already able to crush immortal dignities of the same level. With the Heavenly Emperor's sword in hand, a paragon could also be killed. Within the Desolate Ancient territory, countless people let out exclamations of shock as they looked towards the heavenly gate standing above the Black Dragon Hall with fiery gazes. They knew that the only one who could make a breakthrough right now while inside the Black Dragon Hall was Emperor Chu. Countless power of faith turned into points of starlight toward the direction of the Black Dragon Hall. The extremely cold eastern domain, a no-man's land located above the great desolate heavenly kingdom. It is covered in snow and ice all year round and is extremely sparsely populated. It was only that the extremely cold eastern region was rich in ice-based heavenly treasures, the most famous of which was the cold ice fruit. Even for immortal monarch powerhouses have the effect of refining their cultivation, and taking it for a long period of time can even derive an acquired constitution, the extreme ice-cold body. At this moment, in the middle of this ancient great ice mountain range, two figures were speeding along. Swish! A sword blade pierced through, and 100 feet tall demonic beast had fallen to the ground. Jiang Li slowly picked the fruit that emitted a cold light and handed it towards Chu Shuyao, who was on the side. Great, another cold ice fruit, Shuyao, now you can break through to the immortal monarch stage 2. The two were none other than Jiang Li, the human race's heavenly pride from the lower realm, and the great princess Chu Shuyao. The two of them came to the upper realm 1,000 years ago, and in just 1,000 years Jiang Li broke through to the immortal monarch stage, and Chu Shuyao stepped into the peak of heavenly immortal. This talent is not a powerful one. After all, not everyone possessed a talent as strong as Chu Arise. Looking at the cold ice fruit handed over by Jiang Li, a bright light flashed in Chu Shuyao's eyes as his beautiful eyes looked straight at Jiang Li. Thank you. The ethereal voice echoed in the middle of this blizzard. Looking at Chu Shuyao's face, Jiang Li looked a bit dumbfounded for a while, then reacted and touched his head in embarrassment. It's fine, it's fine. Looking at this dumbfounded look on Jiang Li's face, Chu Shuyao couldn't help but smile. Why are you laughing? Jiang Li asked with some uncertainty. Nothing. What? Hearing such a reply, Chu Shuyao covered her face. Nerd. Seeing Jiang Li's still puzzled expression, Chu Shuyao also found the scene amusing. Thousands of years of living together, the two have long had a good feeling about each other, just no one has pierced this paper. In the end, it was Jiang Li who broke the silence, that said, I wonder where His Majesty is in the realm of the heavens at this time. Speaking here, a trace of sorrow flashed between Chu Shuyao's eyes. It had been close to 4,000 years since she had seen her father. Seeing Chu Shuyao like this, Jiang Li also probably guessed the reason and then spoke out. I remember the last time we ran into a robber cultivator. Through soul searching they seemed to have a power called Desolate Ancient in their mind. Speaking here, light instantly erupted between Chu Shuyao's eyes. Desolate Ancient, she remembers that Father Emperor said that he would start a power called Desolate Ancient in the upper realm, and when the time comes, let's go forward to find him. Quickly think, where is the approximate location of Desolate Ancient? Shu Yueyao looked a bit anxious. Jiang Li carefully recalled the details and said after some contemplation, the location we are in now is called the extremely cold East region. The location where the Desolate Ancient is located should be in the west. Exactly where it is, that robber cultivator doesn't have an accurate memory in his mind. It seems to be a place called Little Domain. After having the answer, Chu Shuyao didn't hesitate and swept towards the west as she pulled Jiang Li's hand. Feeling the warmth coming from the palm of his hand, Jiang Li's brain went blank for a while and his expression looked a bit dull. After Chu Huang broke through to immortal exaltation, Desolate Ancient's reputation further increased, and it even had the appearance of vaguely catching up to the three great heavenly kingdoms. Above the 9 heavens, the heavenly gate still stood, bursting with brilliant bright light. Another March had passed, and as the 1-year period that Chu Wasteland had spoken of drew closer and closer, the atmosphere of the entire Xian domain also became tense. At this moment, within Chu Yueyao's bedchamber. At this time, has been to the cold winter, the temple outside the plum blossom stands. Chu Yueyao look out the window, stagnant eyes do not know on what to think. I wonder how Big Sister is doing. A familiar face surfaced in Chu Yueyao's mind. It was none other than the Grand Princess Chu Shuyao. When she descended to the lower realms, she came to the realm of the heavens one step ahead of her. Calculating the time, Chu Shuyao was afraid that she had already arrived at the heavenly realm long ago, and I didn't know how she was doing. When she was in the great desolate heavenly kingdom, she had moved to look for traces of Chu Shuyao. However, at that time, one's status in the great desolate heavenly kingdom was not high, so in the end, this matter was left unsettled. To the point where Arakan sent people to search for it, and there was no trace of it. Perhaps it has spread to other domains? Chu Yueyao secretly thought. This result was the best for her. After all, with Arako's sphere of influence she hadn't even been able to find her big sister. I'm afraid. The heavenly realm had a total of 36 domains, and each domain would correspond to hundreds of different regions of the lower realms, and it was logical that Chu Shueyao would be transported to the Xian domain. But it can't be said to be absolute. What if it's just teleportation to other domains? It's not like this hasn't happened before. As for searching across domains, that was not something Chu Yueyao could do. In order to travel to the next region, one must possess immortal dignity cultivation, or else their physical body would simply not be able to carry the pressure brought about by crossing the void. Chapter 55, Reunited Again, the Heavenly War will begin. Blade Buster paced slowly, walking on top of the ladder that was straight above the height of the sky. With a solemn expression, he raised his head and glanced at the gate that stood there across the vault of heaven, and the ancient and majestic silhouette of the Black Dragon Great Hall had begun to take shape. Raising his leg and stepping into the main hall, Blade Fighter couldn't think too much and knelt down towards the peerless figure sitting above the main seat and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Today there is a man and a woman who have come to the desolate ancient main city to defect, claiming to be Your Majesty's former friends. The woman is called Chu Shueyao, and the man is called Jiang Li." Upon hearing that, a bright light flashed in the eyes of Chu Moore, who was sitting on top of the Emperor's chair. Immediately afterward, the aura of the laws of time and space erupted from Chu Wasteland's body, and a round mirror floated out of thin air above the Great Hall. Above the round mirror, what was projected was precisely the figures of Chu Shueyao and Jiang Li. Seeing the familiar figure once again, Chu Arai's heart could not help but heat up, and he commanded toward Blade Fighter, "Bring these two people here." Seeing this, Blade Fighter didn't dare to be sloppy and immediately got up to leave the Great Hall. Walking on the road, it seems that these two people really do have some friendship with His Majesty. Blade Fighter's heart was secretly happy. Fortunately, he was more resourceful. At that time he saw that Chu Shueyao had some similarities with His Majesty's looks. Blade Bashers went out not a moment later and reappeared in the middle of the Great Hall with two figures. At this moment, Chu Shueyao and Jiang Li looked at everything around them with some apprehension. They had naturally witnessed the power of Desolate Ancient on this journey. Desolate Ancient was actually a heaven-level power. This also made the two of them a little apprehensive in their hearts. After all, Chu Di came to the upper realm full of only 4,000 years. How could he establish a heavenly kingdom? One must know that where it can be called a heavenly kingdom, but there must be a quasi-imperial presence. But soon, a familiar voice rang out, "Long time no see." Above, Chu Wasteland's figure slowly emerged. Seeing the figure of the visitor, Chu Shueyao was dumbfounded for a while, looking towards the familiar figure above the main seat. Her expression could not help but be in a bit of a trance. A full 4,000 years of longing completely exploded at this moment. "Greetings, Your Majesty." In the end, it was Blade Fighter's thick voice that pulled the former's thoughts back to the middle of the Great Hall. Chu Shueyao's eyes instantly reddened, and Jiang Li on the side couldn't help but hold Chu Shueyao's hand when he saw this. Seeing this scene in front of him, the corners of Chu Huang's mouth lifted up a hint of a smile as he looked up and down at Jiang Li beside his own cabbage. Feeling Chu Wasteland's probing gaze, Jiang Li's body tightened and he hurriedly knelt down and said, "Greetings to Emperor Chu." He had almost forgotten that the man in front of him was not only the supreme powerhouse who had started the desolate ancient world, but he was also Chu Shueyao's father. Jiang Li's nervousness was undoubtedly revealed, and Chu Hua had no intention of blaming him, turning his gaze to Chu Shuyao. "It's better to leave things between young people to the young people to decide for themselves. Father." Missing for up to 4,000 years without seeing each other, Chu Shueyao had completely forgotten all about it. She didn't remember the Chu Emperor who had suppressed the ancient world, but only remembered her father, whom she hadn't seen for 4,000 years. Chu Hua sighed slightly and slowly walked to Chu Shueyao's side, looking at the other party's eyes that were already wet and red, and said with heartache, "All these years, I've wronged you. In the future, with me here, no one will be able to bully you." Immediately after, he turned his gaze to Jiang Li. "Do you like Shueyao?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's head instantly went blank, his face flushed red and he stammered for words. I. Hesitating for a good half day, Jiang Li's remaining eyes kept sweeping towards Chu Shueyao, then he didn't know where the courage came from, and only heard a cry, "Like it." Jiang Li then came to Chu Shueyao's side, his head hanging low and not daring to look directly at Emperor Chu's gaze. "Ha!" Chu Huang continued to look at Chu Shueyao. The latter didn't reply, but only raised his eyes to Jiang Li, a smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. "It's all in the unspoken word. When I have completely leveled the Xian domain, I will organize a heavenly marriage for you then." "Aha!" This time both of them responded in unison. Immediately afterward, under the leadership of the knife fighter, Xu Beitang, Xu Beixian, and Xu Yueyao's figures appeared one after another in the middle of the Grand Hall. Stepping into the heavenly gate of the Grand Hall, looking at the figure standing within the hall, Xu Yueyao could no longer hold back the thoughts in her heart. "Big sister." Hearing the familiar voice, Xu Shueyao guffawed, "Little sister." It was considered a good day for all of Arakan, and His Majesty had opened a family feast to celebrate the reunion. The entire small domain cheered. Compared to the peace and happiness on the desolate ancient side, the great desolate side could be described as anxious. Within this year, the Great Wasteland was under constant attack, its forces were constantly rebelling, and the Great Wasteland was urgently contracting its forces. Inside the Desolate Emperor's chambers, Shu Yi's figure was entrenched here, and behind him the boundary sea vision had gradually been constructed. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to Immortal King. Shu Yi sighed slightly in his heart. Ever since the Heavenly Kingdom declared war, the Great Desolate's control over himself had gotten stricter and stricter, and even now, he had directly moved himself to the Desolate Emperor's chambers to cultivate. Whenever he tried to stop, there was always a chill hanging over his back. As a result, he had almost turned into a cultivation machine during this period of time. Deep within the great wilderness, in front of the ancient tree of life, the Desolate Emperor was respectfully reporting to a mysterious being within the tree. It seems that the Eternal and Cloud Ting Heavenly Kingdom has discovered our purpose. Recently more and more scouts have infiltrated into the Heavenly Dynasty, and the border at the front line is becoming more and more tense, so I think it won't be long until the Heavenly War will begin. Speaking of this, Desolate Emperor's tone became noticeably more serious. As an Imperial Lord, he naturally understood the terror of the Heavenly War, and that the entire Xian domain would be destroyed if he was not careful. But the Desolate Emperor understood that it all had to be done. The ancient tree of life is about to dry up, but the lifespan of the old ancestor of the 9th rank of the quasi-emperor will also be exhausted, and then without the old ancestor to sit in the town, the Great Wasteland is only a few moments away from being destroyed. Spell a hand and may win, if not bet sure to die. This choice for many people are counted clear. After saying that, a faint gasp came from the ancient tree of life. If you want to fight, then fight. 1 epoch ago, Emperor Cloudfall and Emperor Indestructible were defeated by my hands. Could they have fought against me 1 epoch ago? Remember, the main thing that allows the Great Desolate to stand to this day is not me, a 9th grade quasi-emperor, but more so, it lies in our unyielding spirit. Boom! Above the ancient tree of life, a great Tao rhythm flowed, and the ancient tree of life, which was originally close to death, seemed to glow with a trace of vitality at this time. Although he was already about to reach the end of his lifespan, the cultivation of a 9th grade quasi-emperor wasn't just for show. Hearing this, the Desolate Emperor's body couldn't help but be stunned, and immediately said, "What the old ancestor said is very true, I have been taught. Soldiers to block, water to cover the earth." In recent days Chu Yi is also close to breakthrough. Once the breakthrough, immediately carry out a blood sacrifice. The only way my Great Desolate party can still stand Xian domain, become the only hegemon of Xian domain. Heavenly War, it's not far away. Once again, a sound came from within the ancient tree, and then a wind blew and flowed around the withered ancient tree, and there was no more sound from within the ancient tree. Seeing this, the Desolate Emperor sighed slightly. Has the old ancestor already weakened to this extent? But then his eyes grew firm. The Heavenly War was about to start. This battle, the Great Desolate must win. Chapter 56 Heavenly Battle begins. Shilin appears. As time passed, the atmosphere of the Xian domain became more and more tense. No one wants this Heavenly War to come, but yet they have to face this as a fact. On the one hand, there is the Great Desolate Interest Group body, which has more total forces under its command than even the other 2 heavenly kingdoms combined. Not to mention the fact that the number of powerhouses above the Immortal King was even far greater than the other heavenly kingdoms. This was the powerful underpinnings that allowed the Great Desolate to stand in the Xian domain for several epochs. The white sun was high in the sky, the frontiers of the exile land were close to the Great Desolate heaven, and under the moonlight, there was an endless campfire camp. Bonfires roared continuously within each camp, and above the firelight, millions of immortal ships were vaguely outlined. The immortal ships were continuous, each tens of thousands of feet long, and their might was monstrous. The scene is filled with a murderous atmosphere. Every cultivator's heart is more or less with a bumpy ride, and I don't know how many people will be able to survive to the end after the battle. Beneath the dome of the sky, there were top immortal kings sitting on their knees on guard. Billions of cultivators occupied this space. The Imperial Blood Moon Palace under the 2 heavenly kingdoms, the Heaven Opening Sword sect, the Hunyuan sect, the Elf clan, and so on are all on guard in their respective territories. All of the major powers, a full 100 immortal dignitaries, had gathered atop the heavenly palace to deliberate. For the sake of this battle, the Eternal and Cloud Court Heavenly Kingdom had gathered tens of thousands of immortal kings and 100 immortal exalts. However, these were still a bit stretched compared to the Great Desolate Heavenly Kingdom, and according to the intelligence from the current investigation, the Great Desolate had exponentially more immortal kings than them, and the number of immortal dignitaries was also far more than them. What's more, there was still a 9th grade Paragon Emperor sitting within the Great Wasteland. If the situation was normal, even if the 2 great celestial kingdoms raised the strength of the entire nation, it would be difficult to resist the Great Wasteland. But now the only variables were the Desolate Ancient, the one who would become the Kingdom of Heaven in just 1,000 years, the Scarlet Legion, the Scarlet Demon Generals, and even the unfathomable Chu Emperor. No one knew the Chu Emperor's true strength. However, they were clear that to be able to take in a quasi-emperor level powerhouse like the Scarlet Devil General, Chu Huang was definitely not simple. At this moment, in the uppermost pavilion of the Heavenly Palace, the Cloud Emperor and the Eternal Kingdom Lord were standing at the top of the clouds, overlooking the group of cultivators below. The Cloud Emperor sighed slightly, a hint of sadness flashing through his eyes. I don't know how many will still be alive after this heavenly war. In the past several epochs, few heavenly wars have been opened, but the only thing that is clear is that once a heavenly war is opened, it will be a disaster for the living. As strong as an immortal exalt was only an ant, a cannon fodder-like existence in the heavenly war. Listening to Emperor Yun's sentiments, the Eternal Kingdom Lord said quietly, "But this is a destiny that cannot be escaped, isn't it?" His face was still puffy, and the words were surprisingly somewhat ghostly. The cold wind poured into the pavilion of the temple, and the eyes of the two of them were clear. Yeah, predestination. As the rulers of the Kingdom of Heaven, they enjoy the benefits brought to them by the forces under them, and therefore try their best to maintain the prosperity of the forces. The heavenly war was both a battle of forces and a manifestation of the conflicting interests behind it. Even they could not reverse such a great situation. Another 2 months. After 2 months of attacking, the two great heavenly kingdoms had attacked the kingdom of the Great Desolate. Since the Great Wasteland was urgently contracting its forces, they didn't encounter much trouble during the attack, and it was easy all the way. However, no one dared to take it lightly, because everyone knew clearly that the true underpinnings of the Great Desolate were all within the national capital at the moment. Boom! A loud roar rang out, and the legions stationed outside the capital of the Great Desolate Kingdom glanced sideways. Inside the national capital, a sky-high beam of light rises up to the heavens, the infinite creation of Shanhuan gas disperses, and the Great Tao begins to manifest and emit a chirping sound. The vision of the Great Desolate Ancient Ancestor that was tens of thousands of feet tall manifested, a blood thatch stood in the dome of the sky, and a blue barrier began to condense. In the sky, a large black hole slowly opened up. Someone has achieved Immortal King. In the land of exile, the cultivators stationed in the two great heavens were all attracted by the vision just now. On the heavenly palace, the Cloud Emperor and the Eternal Lord looked at the pillar of skyrocketing light within the great wilderness, and their eyes were glazed over. The war in heaven, it's about to begin. At this moment, all the cultivators were revitalized, silently looking at the vision before them, and the space was filled with silence and silence. On the great desolate city that was 10,000 feet tall, a figure slowly emerged. The Desolate Emperor stood on that 10,000-foot-high wall, his line of sight leveled with those two on the heavenly palace. Seeing the familiar faces again, the Desolate Emperor seemed to be feeling something. It's been a long time, gentlemen. Upon hearing Desolate Emperor's call, the figures of the two of them swept out inside the heavenly palace as well. The gazes of the three people intertwined, so the three people who commanded the entire Xian domain were once again gathered. There's no point in talking more, see you on the battlefield, the Eternal Kingdom Lord said firmly. Hearing this, the Desolate Emperor wasn't annoyed, but only said quietly, then, let's fight. As the battle reached its final chapter, along with the words falling, a defensive spell formation rose up and countless powerful auras appeared behind the Desolate Emperor one after another. There were several 30,000 immortal kings and close to 200 immortal exalts. What was even more noticeable was that standing above these immortal kings and immortal Zuns was a man clad in black armor. There was no terrifying aura emanating from his body, but no one dared to underestimate him. Only this person is the most terrifying legion in the Great Desert, Desolate Wind Legion Commander Desolate Evil. The strength of a third-grade quasi-emperor was enough to suppress everything. On the city walls, a yellow dress paced in town looked on. In the sky, a round of terrifying visions surfaced, and the black hole was gradually getting bigger. Looking at the great wasteland that was several times their size, the cultivators of the two countries were a little frightened in their hearts. Can we really win? A question surfaced in their minds. Roar! Just as the atmosphere at the scene became more and more anxious, a heaven-shaking roar came from the sky. At the sound of SB's voice, all of the cultivators looked upwards, peering into the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, at the end of the sky, a path of golden light stretched out. Rumble! Along with the display of the golden avenue, a flash of golden light appeared in the sky, and a Qilin carried a monstrous might towards the center of the battlefield. Behind the unicorn, a guild palace is pulled. 3,000 dragon riders followed like shadows, their horses treading on the golden avenue, following closely behind the palace. Above the palace, Zhu Wasteland leaned sideways on the emperor's chair, infinite golden light flowing out, his black hair flaring like a waterfall. The chariots roared, the heavenly horses had long hooves, and along with the qilin that opened the way and the 3,000 gods and devils, they came from far and near since the golden path of light, almost shrinking the ground, and in a few breaths, they were overriding the battlefield. In the sky, a red figure surrounded the battlefield, and a solemn aura resounded through the wilderness. Kirin? That's a griffin? Divine beasts that existed in the ancient times can grow into a heaven-defying existence at the Immortal Emperor stage. Looking at the huge beast shadow that stood on the void, the group of cultivators underneath all let out exclamations of shock. On the great desolate ancient city, the Desolate Emperor looked at the divine beast that emanated the undertones of the great Tao before turning his gaze to the palace pulled behind the qilin. It was already clear in his mind, looking at this stance the visitor was feared to be Emperor Chu. His eyes gradually gaped. This person in front of him was actually able to possess such a heaven-defying divine beast like the ancient. Sorry for the fever yesterday. The unicorn has reappeared, and the heavenly war will begin. Ask for hypes and catch-ups. Chapter 57 Xian Zhu appeared. Immediately afterward, along with the rattling inside the palace, the qilin that was 1,000 feet tall began to prostrate itself on the ground. Xu Huang stepped out of the palace slowly on the Kirin's spine, and the 4 great battle immortals followed him like a shadow. Countless cultivators looked up to them. See the heavenly emperor. As Chu Wasteland made his appearance, deafening roars came from all around. The desolate emperor above the great desolate ancient city frowned tightly and said in a cross voice, Lord of the desolate ancients, do you want to come and join in on the fun as well? At that sound, Xu Huang did not respond. But before the words landed, a monstrous fist shadow suddenly came from the sky. Boom! The powerful attack landed on the Great Wasteland's defense spell formation, setting off a tremor. After one strike, the blue light patterns above the spell formation began to dim a bit. Seeing this, a trace of scorn flashed across Emperor Desolate's eyes. Another Paragon Emperor. It was important to know that the Great Desolate's defense formation was capable of defending against quasi-emperor level powerhouses, but the visitor had caused the formation to falter with just one strike. Obviously, I'm afraid that the person who came wasn't a simple quasi-emperor either. At the edge of the sky, a red-robed figure swept in at great speed, and in just the blink of an eye, it arrived at Chu Huang's side. Minister, with the Scarlet Legion, I have an audience with the Heavenly Emperor. Chu Huang slowly raised his eyes and responded indifferently, and immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to the Great Wasteland. I'll give you one more chance, those who offer their soul blood will live. The words fell on the silent battlefield and no one responded. Open the blood sacrifice. Looking at Chu Wasteland being so arrogant, the Desolate Emperor also looked a bit annoyed. Accompanied by the Desolate Emperor's decree, 3 figures flew out within the Great Desolate Heavenly Dynasty. Fixing his eyes, it was actually 2 immortal dignitaries carrying Chuyi swept towards the black hole in the sky. His face was a bit pale, and it was obvious that his extreme efforts to restrain the breakthrough and stop the Boundary Sea from forming had caused the Boundary Sea to backfire. As the 2 immortal elders murmured inexplicably under their breath, a blood pattern emerged in the sky, vaguely outlining a large formation. It was filled with a weird, scary aura. The black hole cracked wider and wider, and an aura that did not belong to the realm of the heavens came from outside the hole. Shui, who was on the side, was still struggling, but facing 2 immortal exalts and still having injuries of his own, the struggle seemed somewhat futile. Seeing this bizarre scene, the 2 heavenly lords couldn't hesitate in time and gave orders that the blood sacrifice must be organized to take place. Once the one from the Great Wasteland was allowed to achieve Immortal Emperor, I'm afraid that everyone here would have to die. Go to war. In an instant, hundreds of millions of cultivators began to move, as they swept towards the Great Desolate Ancient City, a single immortal technique attacking the defense spell formation. Countless figures also flew out from within the Great Desolate City, holding back the cultivators in front of them. The battlefield was gradually glued, with countless cultivators dying every second. Immortal blood accumulated into rivers and corpses were everywhere. As the battlefield became more and more stalemated, the Cloud Court and Eternal Kingdom showed some decadence between them. But immediately afterward, the Scarlet Legion that was originally surrounding it began to move, as the Scarlet Legion commander attacked the defense spell formation. With Desolate Ancient joining in, the battlefield quickly formed a one-sided situation. Boom! Not a moment later, under the attack of the Scarlet Commander, a 6th-grade quasi-emperor, the defense spell formation was no longer able to bear the weight and shattered with a loud bang. Seeing this, the faces of the besieging group of cultivators were happy. As long as the big formation was broken, then the next step would be much easier. But immediately afterward, a terrifying aura once again came from the depths of the great wasteland, causing their originally joyful faces to stiffen once again. Boom! After this vision, the bodies of all cultivators under the Immortal King stiffened. This terrifying might had imprisoned space, and non-Immortal King cultivators were unable to act. A dry figure slowly flew out from within the great desolate forbidden land. Above the dome of the sky, along with Chu Yi's breath becoming weaker and weaker, a mysterious aura emanated from within the black hole. In the sky above the great wilderness, several golden lights converged toward the dry figure. Accompanied by the integration of the majestic golden light, the aura of the dry figure of the visitor became more and more terrifying. The white hair faded, the black hair slowly grew, and the originally dried-out body was gradually filling up. Almost at the same time, two quasi-imperial powerhouses from the Heavenly Kingdom, Emperor Cloudfall and Emperor Jiang Li, appeared. They had one quasi-emperor 6th grade and one quasi-emperor 7th grade, and such a combination could almost push across all the forces in the heavenly realm. However, each of them now had a grave expression on their faces as they stared deathly at the figure suspended above the great wasteland. "This old thing is actually still alive," Emperor Cloudfall said with scorn. The visitor was none other than the great desolate Xian ancestor, the longest surviving existence in the entire Xian domain, and no one knew exactly how long the Xian ancestor had lived. Quasi-Emperor 9th grade, just one step away from being an immortal emperor, from now on not bound by the great Tao, enjoying the freedom of heaven and earth. Hell knows how terrifying this kind of old monster that had lived for several epochs was. On the side, Chu Hua had already arrived in the sky above the battlefield. Looking at Chu Yi's agonized expression above the dome of the sky, the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand was slowly drawn out. Click! In an instant, as the Heavenly Emperor's sword was drawn, the heavens and earth were instantly silent. The cultivators who had originally been suppressed felt a sudden sense of relief as the terrifying pressure suspended above their heads disappeared. The heavens and earth returned to peace once again. Seeing such a vision, everyone's gazes converged on Shu Wasteland. Only to see that the latter slowly raised his hand as countless terrifying golden lights converged towards the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Boom! Immediately afterward, a terrifying sword light chopped toward Xian Ancestor. Seeing this sword light in the sky, Xian Ancestor said with disdain on his face, "Griffin-like existences, how dare they measure heaven and earth?" As the words fell, the ancient ancestor that was originally perched in the sky above the great wilderness began to slowly move, and the 10,000-foot-high shadow plucked thatch. Clunk! A giant thatch silhouette that was thousands of feet long attacked towards the sword light. Boom! The two collided, and the terrifying auras in the air were intertwining and intertwining. The eyes of the group of immortals were reflected in full-colored golden light. Monstrous blood mist emerged from the Xian ancestor's body. "Griffins like ants, old ancestor hasn't been out in the world for too long. Could it be that even you dare to forget about my existence?" 3 thick threads of blood attacked towards Emperor Cloudfall, Emperor Jiang Li, and the Heavenly Emperor. The threads of blood were filled with a bizarre aura as they pierced straight out from within the Xian ancestor's body. This scene caused the two emperors' faces to change as they hurriedly employed their means to resist. As for Chu Wasteland, he remained inactive, as if he had wandered outside of heaven and earth. Just as the bloodlines were about to touch, a terrifying might once again came from Chu Huang's side. "Old thing, your physical body is dead, and you got away with concealing the great Tao's probing, but you also dare to come out and clamor?" The scarlet heavenly demon's terrifying might imprisoned the space, and the bloodline that had originally attacked Chu Wasteland stayed in place, unable to break through the barrier. Feeling this quasi-emperor 9th grade aura, Xian Ancestor's face instantly changed and he said in surprise, "Who is fellow Taoist? I don't know that there is another quasi-emperor 9th grade existing in the Xian domain. Could it be that fellow Taoist is from outside the domain?" Xian Ancestor was a little scornful. Although he was also a 9th grade quasi-emperor, he was currently still in the middle of the blood sacrifice process, and he was not allowed to change half of it. Thus Xian Zhu put away his previous arrogance and spoke in an almost calm tone. However, in the face of Xian Ancestor's gesture of goodwill, the scarlet heavenly demon ignored it, and his figure rushed toward the great desolate city. "If you dare to insult the Heavenly Emperor, I'll make your soul fly away today." Chapter 58. Today, I am the Heavenly Emperor. The monstrous blood mist stretched for thousands of miles, and a blood moon hung in the air. Wrapped in infinite might, the Scarlet Devil General charged towards Xian Ancestor. Seeing the attack coming, Xian Ancestor didn't dare to think too much about it and rushed to use his means to fend it off. The two 9th grade Paragon Emperors fought fiercely in the air, and Emperor Cloudfall and Emperor Jiang Li also joined the battle when they saw this. In the air, the color of blood and golden light intertwined. Old piker, how dare you clamor with this amount of strength? The Scarlet Devil sword whistled furiously, a halberd waving in his hand. The other two Paragon Emperors also interfered from time to time from the side. The battlefield began to look one-sided. Damn! At this moment, Xian Ancestor already had a not-so-small Dao wound on his body. On the ground battlefield, with the addition of the Scarlet Legion, the Great Wasteland side was already too much to resist. In particular, there was also a quasi-emperor 6th grade like the Scarlet Commander, who was like a no-man's land in the battlefield, with an immortal exalt falling under every strike. But this scene didn't last long as 2 3rd grade Paragon Emperors once again flew out from the depths of the Great Wasteland to hold back. The Great Desolate Ancient City, an ancient city that had lasted for several epochs, was currently wrapped in battle flames. Battlefields large and small divide the area. There were immortal king powerhouses, sitting on their knees, illuminating the boundary sea to defend their enemies. There were also immortal elders who traveled through the ages, slaughtering low-ranked cultivators to their heart's content. Here, it has been turned into a sea of blood. Boom! A huge roar once again resounded through the quasi-emperor battlefield, and golden light blazed out. At this time, the Xian Ancestor had already been forced back to the other side, his cold gaze sweeping across to the opposite trio. Good, good, I didn't expect that after an epoch had passed, I, the Great Desolate, would also have today. Immediately afterward, he said with a grim gaze, but if you think that this will be enough to wear down my Great Wasteland's several epochs worth of reserves, then you're rejoicing too soon. Xuanzu flew towards Chuchi, muttering inexplicable incantations under his breath. Instantly, countless streaks of golden light converged from all over the Great Wasteland, slowly converging on Xian Ancestor. Boom! The Dao wounds on Xian Zu's body were rapidly healing, and his aura around him became more and more terrifyingly unfathomable. A flavor of the Tao permeated the air. Seeing this, the Scarlet Sky Demon's face changed drastically. Quickly stop him. Dao rhythm, that was something that only immortal emperors could have, and this person in front of him had actually utilized the Great Desolate's accumulated chi for several epochs to forcefully certify an immortal emperor. Too late. The Xian Ancestor roared in hideous fury. It was obvious that forcing a breakthrough to a mortal emperor like this brought him great repercussions. A majestic pressure rose up to the sky. Fight again. The air was once again twisted into a heap. At this moment, Chu Wasteland was standing on top of the Qilint's head, looking at the battlefield in the sky, a hint of indifference flashing through his eyes. It's time to end it. Accompanying the words, the Heavenly Emperor's sword once again gathered an even more massive swordlight and chopped towards the heavenly battlefield. Buzz! As the golden sword light swept past, the surrounding space gradually began to shatter. The sword light chopped straight toward the Great Desolate Qiluk. Along with the sword light sweeping through, those thin threads that were originally connected to the Xian Ancestor's body instantly disconnected. Chuchi's figure began to fall rapidly. Boom! Since Chu Wasteland's feet, an ancient road in the starry sky appeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Chuhua had already arrived below where Chui had fallen. Because of the pain, Chuchi had already fainted at this point. His gaze slowly followed Chuchi's downward trajectory. It's hard on you. Chu Emperor slowly raised his palm, a silver light appeared, and immediately after that, Chui, who was still falling, instantly transformed into a silver light and swept towards Chu Wasteland. The silver light merged into his body, and the majestic power washed over every cell on Chu Huang's body. The aura around his body gradually climbed, and a golden lotus of creation surfaced around his body. At the edge of the sky, endless visions of creation manifested. After devouring Chuchi, the physical body had become completely leak-free. The majestic power was still rapidly refining the realm of the Honored One. During this period of time, Chui had used up enough resources to cultivate several immortal exalts, and if it weren't for the fact that he was extremely restrained in his realm, he would have long since certified as an immortal exalts. As a result, the energy remaining in Chuyi's body was terrifying, and this energy was stored by Chuyi in his physical body. This energy that could be described as terrifying was infused into Chu Huang's body, and his cultivation had already rolled over to the peak of immortal exaltation, and had even vaguely advanced a few points. Damn! What's going on with this sword light? You actually chopped up my Great Desolate Chi. The Xian Ancestor roared. At this moment, he had already fallen to the ground, and it was obvious that although the sword light just now hadn't hit his body, the Great Desolate's Chi backlash had obviously made this 9th grade quasi-emperor feel bad. At the sound of his voice, Chu Wasteland turned his gaze towards Xuanzu, who had fallen to the ground. Foreign objects are foreign objects after all. Could it be that you have lived for so long and still don't understand that there is no time for scheming to end up empty? Today, I will teach you how to use this power of Qi. Saying that, Chu Wasteland's figure slowly rose, and a chi-like golden light poured in his direction. You! Xuanzu stabbed his eyes. Now where does he not understand that originally Chui was a true body that Chu Wasteland had divided into, otherwise how could he mobilize the power of the Great Wasteland's chi? You are a son of man in vain, carrying the great desolate bloodline, yet you do such things against the ancient ancestors. Hearing Xian ancestors wailing, Chu Hua faintly hung his eyes, but he did not say anything. Bloodline? The Great Wasteland is not yet worthy. Majestic chi power converged on his body, and there was a trace of more seriousness between Chu Huang's eyes. The great desolate bloodline that had been removed from his body was no longer able to be absorbed, and he was now only utilizing the residual bloodline power of Chu Chi to forcefully utilize the power to mobilize it. The great wilderness had stood for several epochs, and the accumulated power of Qi was naturally extremely terrifying, and even he felt laborious. Seeing that Chu Wasteland was still absorbing the Great Wasteland's Qi power, the Xian ancestor spat out a mouthful of bruised blood in anger. The heritage of my Great Wasteland for several epochs has now actually been stolen by a little thief like you, it's really laughable. In the face of Xian ancestors' shouts, Chu Hua did not pay any attention as a strand of Qi power transformed into a huge amount of energy that filled all parts of his body. An aura of immortality flowed. Above the dome of the sky, a silhouette as high as 100,000 feet slowly emerged, and a golden lotus of merit and virtue bloomed in the sky. The ancient road of starry sky appeared out of thin air, and the chaotic aura dispersed. Boom! The great Tao let out a cheer, and heaven and earth seemed to celebrate with it. Chu Wasteland's figure slowly levitated upwards, and his terrifying aura caused heaven and earth to tremble. Several streaks of golden light were still converging towards Chu Huang in a steady stream, and he wandered away from the river of time, swimming in slow steps. A picture slowly emerges. Images of the past, present, and future come to mind. Chu Wasteland slowly closed his eyes, and his breath contracted around him, as if he had returned to the ordinary. A quarter of an hour has passed. Buzz! When he opened his eyes again, an unknown Tao rhythm slowly emerged. Immediately afterward, a blue sword light sped past. With the light of the sword sweeping through the ages. The images played in the past, present, and future turned into fragments the instant they came into contact with the sword light. In this way, past, present and future, I am all I am. The three bodies have returned to one, and the quasi-emperor has become a man. Today, I am the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 59 Heavenly Wedding, Xian Domain celebrates together. If an immortal dignitary wanted to break through to the quasi-emperor stage, apart from having a huge amount of energy to catalyze it, what was more important was to comprehend a Tao. The way of kindness, the way of killing, the way of guardianship. Now Chu Huang comprehended the very path of invincibility that belonged to himself. Up and down the 9 heavy domains of desolation, as far as the eye can see, I am both invincible. At this point, the quasi-emperor has become a reality. Almost at the same time, Xian ancestor, who was originally lying on the ground, also emitted a terrifying aura exponentially greater than before. Junior, do you think you can match me just because you broke through the quasi-emperor? A faint blood mist shrouded Xian ancestor's body, and it was clear that the former was about to start fighting for his life. Today, I want you to know that the old ancestor did not live for nothing after living for several epochs. Boom! A powerful aura once again enveloped the entire ancient city. Xian ancestor's aura was climbing extremely high. Noticing the movement coming from under his feet, Chu Hua slowly raised his eyes downward to look, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Then I will also let you know the gap between you and the heavens. Chu Huang raised his hand in a sword light, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand chirped. An immortal aura completely erupted, and the terrifying sword aura caused the cultivators present to go blank. Boom! The terrifying sword aura came into contact with the Xian ancestor who was shrouded in a faint blood mist, and the former's attack stalled slightly. But immediately afterward, the blood mist dissolved in response, and the infinite sword light once again enveloped Xian Zhu. After a few breaths, when the sword awnings dissipated, the crowd of cultivators raised their eyes, and what met their eyes was a flat land. The majestic ancient city that was originally perched on this land had been completely reduced to ruins, and as for Xuanzu, he had long since been reduced to ashes by the waves of the sword. That wasn't all. Chu Huang lifted his leg and took another step, and the river of ages manifested once again. Regarding Xian ancestors past, all kinds of things surfaced. Chu Huang's face was cold, lifting the sword and swinging it out again. A scene of the Xian ancestor surfaced in the passing image, the sword light pierced through with sharpness, and the Xian ancestor in the image once again showed his face in horror. The screen was instantly covered by sword awnings. This time, the Xian ancestor completely fell. Both his past, present, and future were reduced to ashes under the sword. For a powerhouse at the level of a quasi-emperor, no amount of caution could be too much. After doing everything, Shu Huo blandly left, leaving the Scarlet Legion to clean up the mess. Looking at Shu Wasteland's departing back, Emperor Cloudfall and Emperor Yangla looked at him and murmured. They were clear that after today, the Xian domain's sky. It's going to change. Heavenly Emperor! Heavenly Emperor! Countless cultivators spontaneously shouted the name of desolation. From then on, in the Xian domain, the name of the Heavenly Emperor had suppressed the Desolate Ancients. After absorbing the Great Wasteland's qi, Shu Huang's cultivation had already arrived at the 7th rank of a quasi-emperor. Speaking of which, Shu Wasteland also had to marvel at the fact that the Great Wasteland was worthy of being a dominating force that had stood for several epochs in the Xian domain, and with this kind of qi power in his own body, not only did he allow himself to step into the quasi-emperor category, but he even advanced a step further. If Xian Ancestors' plan was successful, it might even be possible to glimpse the Immortal Emperor realm. 100 years later. After the Great Desolate Battle, Desolate Ancient's mighty name was thoroughly circulated in the Xian domain. Desolate Ancient also took over the Xian domain's territory as a matter of course, and the 2 remaining heaven-level forces also bowed down to Desolate Ancient. The entire Xian domain was incorporated into the Desolate Ancient land. The Arakan is now embarking on the development of the domain beyond its boundaries. Inside the Black Dragon Hall, Shu Wasteland was lying on his side in the imperial chair, one eye slightly drooping, his aura bland and introverted. After 100 years, he had completely stabilized his realm. Inside the Grand Hall, Shu Yueyao was respectfully looking towards the figure on the main seat. Father Emperor, I wonder what has summoned me here. At the sound of the voice, Shu Huo faintly raised his eyes and said, Do you remember the dream I spoke of? Earth. Hearing these words, Shu Yueyao's figure was stunned, her nodding head slightly lowered. At this moment, her heart was completely flustered, and the Father Emperor suddenly spoke of Earth. Is it? One guess comes to mind. After a few moments, Shu Yueyao only canked, reporting to Father Emperor, I am the one who came from the Earth, and crossed over here and somehow came here. After saying that, Shu Yueyao let out a long breath of relief. This secret had been pent up in her heart for a long time, saying it out would be considered a relief. She raised her eyes to look at the Heavenly Emperor, only to see that the latter's face was bland and had no killing intent, and she couldn't help but be thankful inwardly. It seems that the Father Emperor has long been aware of this, and it's fortunate that he didn't speak out to cajole him. On the main seat, Shu Huo pondered Shu Yueyao's words carefully, and he had no doubts about it. With his current strength as a quasi-emperor, he had long been able to see the intertwined threads of fate behind a person, but one of them behind Shu Yueyao actually connected to the domain. As it is, you will always be you, always my daughter. Seeing Shu Yueyao's embarrassment, Shu Huo comforted in a fine voice. Hearing these words, Shu Yueyao's eyes reddened, and all kinds of pasts were turned into clouds of smoke. By the way, recently, Shu Yueyao's heavenly soul will be handed over to you for preparation. After dragging on for 100 years, it's time to hold it, and you can deploy all up and down the Desolate Ancient. Concerning his sister's happiness, Shu Yueyao immediately said seriously, My son, obey the decree. After saying that, Shu Yueyao exited the Grand Hall in a graceful manner. Shu Huo was still stranded within the Grand Hall, his mind pondering over Yueyao's words just now, and he muttered under his breath, Earth. He became curious about the planet and wondered what kind of realm was there. Through the description from Shu Yueyao's mouth, the people there were enough to fly through the sky even without cultivation. Dang fantastical. Under Shu Yueyao's arrangements, the heavenly wedding was being held in full swing. The huge desolate ancient city was already covered in joyful red, and the Luanfeng was perched on top of the main city, welcoming and drinking in the joyful music. It wasn't just the desolate ancient main city, I should say that the entire Xian domain was preparing for the heavenly wedding. At this time, Blade Buster stood on top of the city wall quietly waiting for the chosen good time. Buzz! With the joyful blowing of the trumpet, the heavenly wedding officially begins. Countless petals fell, the air Luan and Phoenix chirped together, and the Qilin rushed up into the sky to become a colorful stream of light. Outside the city, in the sky, a gilt and reddish sedan chair was coming in style, for immortal dignitaries were carrying the sedan chair, and an ancient Fey Phoenix was pulling the sedan chair in front of it. Beneath the city wall, Jiang Li stood just below in a daze, his loving gaze looking straight at the approaching sedan carriage. Compared to the luxury of the sedan carriage, Jiang Li's side could be considered nothing but plain. Of course it's nothing. The idea of teenage love is supposed to be as subtle and introverted as this. Shu Shueyao inside the sedan carriage spotted Jiang Li's figure. Without hesitation her figures flew towards Jiang Li in unison. The two embraced and looked at each other again. Shueyao, I swear that no matter what happens in the future, I will stay by your side. Jiang Li looked at the person in front of him and said in a daze. The current Shu Shuyao was dressed in red, and her face rhymed with light red makeup. Hearing Jiang Li's words like this, Shu Shuyao guffawed, I believe you. Shu Shuyao didn't return to the sedan again, she just held Jiang Li's hand. The duo slowly walked inside the desolate ancient main city like this. By the side of the road, countless silhouettes gathered around to applaud. Everyone sends their best wishes to the couple. Chapter 60, Heavenly Marriage 2. The Luan and Phoenix played and sang joyful music, and red rhythms diffused in the sky. The two walked hand in hand to the front of the Black Dragon Hall. Kneeling at the figure of Chu Wasteland, he said, My son, greet the Heavenly Emperor. With the fall of the words, the space was silent. On the main seat, Chu Wuang stood up, the red flower petals diffused in the air lingered in his eyes, and he slightly lowered his eyes and said, Today is a joyous occasion for you and others, so there is no need to be so formal. Immediately afterward, Chu Wasteland's aura changed, and extremely terrifying pressure enveloped the sky. I am the Heavenly Emperor, and also your father. This heavenly marriage is a gift from my father to you. Chu Arai dispersed the master of ceremonies who was just about to step forward with his eyes, and then shouted, The great way is above. Boom! Accompanying the fall of the words, an incomparably terrifying pressure came from above the 9 heavens. In the air, the eye of the great Tao slowly emerged. Heavens, the Heavenly Emperor can actually summon the great Tao this way. Is this the vastness and greatness of the great Tao? A mere hint of a projection can suppress us. Ignoring the marvels of the cultivators present, Chu Wuang then said, Today, my daughter Chu Shuiyao is happily married to Jiang Li, and I hope that the 9 heavens and the 36 domains of all the heavens will witness it together, and the great Tao will recognize it. Saying that, Chu Wasteland produced an additional heavenly bridge in his hand that was about a foot tall and threw it toward the outside of the desolate ancient great city. Boom! As the spell left his hand, it became more and more massive. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. Eventually this heavenly bridge transformed into a heavenly gate that was 30,000 feet tall and stood outside the desolate ancient main city. I set up a magpie bridge today. All beings from the 36 domains of the heavens can come here to find their destiny, and the great Tao will be shared. After Chu Hua did this, the great Tao began to emit visions. Boom! A golden lotus of merit and virtue appeared out of thin air, with the majority of them rushing towards Chu Wasteland, and the remaining 20% merging into Chu Shuiyao and Jiang Li. The duo's breath was climbing dramatically. Boo! A round of Realm C manifested out of thin air on Jiang Li's body, and he actually broke through directly to the Immortal King realm with these merits. However, this is normal. The Great Tao merit is wonderful, non-great merit cannot be obtained. Jiang Li would have been close to the door, now the breakthrough is normal. On Jiang Li's Realm C, a golden lotus slowly emerged, and there was also gilt flashing on its surface. Obviously the effect of the Great Tao merit was not only to allow him to break through to Immortal King, but also to lay the foundation for his subsequent path. On the side, Chu Shuiyao also gained a lot. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of Immortal Monarch. After the two of them felt the changes in their bodies in detail, they both showed joy, and it was obvious that they were also clear about the preciousness of this Great Tao merit. Thank you, Father Emperor. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. The two kneeled in unison. The Great Tao visions were not yet finished, and throughout the 36 domains of the heavens, Great Tao projections slowly emerged. A scene from the heavenly wedding was projected into the 36 domains of the heavens. Almost all living beings knew the name of the Heavenly Emperor. After all this, the avenues slowly receded. Chu Huai also left first. Only then did the master of ceremonies step forward and say, Today, Chu Shuiyao and Jiang Li are happily married, successfully tying the knot. May heaven and earth bear witness, and the living beings of the world celebrate together. Rite of passage. As the words fell, plates of exquisite food were brought into the seats. There was no lack of heaven and earth spirit materials, which were rare cultivation resources in the outside world. Chu Shuiyao and Jiang Li wandered through the crowd in style, greeting the incoming and outgoing guests. Jiang Li swept his gaze and finally spotted the familiar figure. Zhang Yanqing, Old Ox, Little Sparrow, Black Tiger. It seemed that there was a telepathic connection between the bloodlines. Zhang Yanqing also sensed Jiang Li's gaze, and she shouted excitedly, Brother! Zhang Yanqing came running at a fast pace, her longing overflowing. Brother, haven't seen you in a few thousand years. You say how come you are so accomplished, and you can marry such a good-looking fairy like Sister Shuiyao, oh. In the end, on what basis? Zhang Yanqing's tone was a bit weepy. Obviously not seen for 1,000 years, at this moment all her aggression all burst out, words although sharp, but which missed the feelings can no longer hide. Hearing his own sister's words, Jiang Li held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Obviously he was also clear about his own sister's virtues. Alright, it's my brother's fault, from now on we'll never separate again. At this time, Zhu Shuiyao also noticed the situation over here and her figure came to Jiang Li's side in a graceful manner. Seeing Zhu Shuiyao, Zhang Yanqing's originally bitter face instantly switched states and immediately smiled joyfully and said, Sister Shuiyao, I missed you so much. Me too, Xiao Cheng. Zhu Shuiyao said as she pulled Zhang Yanqing's hand. Although they hadn't seen each other for 1,000 years, the friendship between the two of them hadn't changed at all, but had become more thorough. After glancing at Jiang Li, Zhang Ruqing tugged Zhu Shuiyao's hand, pulled the latter aside, and began to whisper in a low voice, Sister Shuiyao, how do you think you look on? On the side, Zhu Shuiyao covered her mouth and laughed lightly from time to time. Seeing this scene, Jiang Li also knew that his little sister must be bad-mouthing him again. The conversation between the two didn't last long, and it came to an abrupt end just as Jiang Li was about to go forward and eavesdrop on a segment. Jiang Li noticed that Zhu Shuiyao had an extra pair of jade bracelets at her arm. This is the jade bracelet that Mom gave to her little sister. Jiang Li was very sure that his and his little sister's parents had left them when they were very young, and their mother had given the bracelet to her little sister before she died. As children, even though it was difficult, they never mortgaged the bracelet to sell it. Jiang Li turned his gaze to Zhang Bianqing, and when he saw the latter spit out her tongue and smiled mischievously, his heart couldn't help but warm up. This is home. The banquet lasted for a month. The guests were too many. The first 3 days Jiang Li and Zhu Shuiyao personally went to entertain the important guests. As for the latter, they were all handed over to the personal guards to entertain them. In the next 100 years, the Desolate Ancient forces once again developed further, and their territory had expanded to the entire Xian domain. Desolate Ancient had completely become the ruler of the Xian domain. Congratulations to the host for founding a heavenly level power, rewarding the host with 1 heavenly level draw and 10 advanced draws. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of unifying the Xian domain, rewarding 5 draws at the heavenly level and 20 draws at the advanced level. The long-lost system sound rang out again, and Xu Hua, who was still cultivating, stopped moving. I didn't expect the Xian domain to have such a reward, but it was a pleasant surprise. A total of 6 plutonic level draws and 6 advanced draws. This reward could not be described as ungenerous, and one must know that apart from the 10 times of heavenly level rewards that were rewarded at the beginning, this was the first time he had accumulated so many times. As for the advanced draw, it could be ignored. With his current strength, the stuff in the advanced prize pool was no longer useful to him. Ding! Promulgate a system mission, unify the domains of the heavens within this epoch and reward a mysterious prize. Before the system sound stopped, another new system task was enacted. Mysterious rewards? Xu Hua murmured. This mysterious reward was something he hadn't heard of before, and he thought it must be something that was above the heavenly level, something that could be seen just from the character difficulty. If memory serves, the end of the current era is still about 100,000 years away. 100,000 years sounds like a lot, but for the entire heavenly realm it is really too small. The heavenly realm was vast and boundless, and it was basically impossible to unify the heavenly realm in 100,000 years. But because of that, it was instead able to inspire Chuarai's fighting spirit. Chapter 61, The Great World Will Begin. The Sweepstakes System of the Heavens. Host Chu Wasteland. Age 13,335 years. Cultivation level Quasi-Emperor 7th grade. Lucky Draw Disc, Heavenly level Lucky Draw 6, Advanced level Lucky Draw 30. System Repository. Chuarai browsed through the long-lost system page and meditated on the 6 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Quasi-Imperial Pills 2. Celestial Emperor Emperor Armor. Unknown Coordinates 1. Immortal Emperor Great Defense Formation Red Blood Immortal Formation. Celestial Emperor City. Quasi-Emperor Pill? Chu Huang looked towards the introduction of the Quasi-Emperor Pill. Quasi-Emperor Pill. Quasi-Emperors can automatically advance after taking it. Note, no side effects, not valid for Quasi-Emperors of the 9th rank. Looking at the introduction of the Quasi-Emperor Pill, a bright light flashed in Chu Huang's eyes. He himself was currently at the 7th rank of Quasi-Emperor, and if he took these 2 Quasi-Emperor pills he would be able to enter the 9th rank of Quasi-Emperor straight away. Without hesitation, Chu Huang took the Quasi-Emperor pill out of the system storage and proceeded to take it directly. Boom! Quasi-Emperor 8th grade. Paraclete 9. In an instant, Zhu Hua's cultivation level went straight into the 9th rank of a quasi-emperor. Feeling the power within his body that was exponentially greater than before, Zhu Hua could not help but be satisfied, and he did not feel any root instability posture. One could only say that it was worthy of being a heavenly grade reward, knowing that after one's cultivation attained quasi-emperor status, every grade of elevation was accompanied by great terror. None of this can be solved by talent or resources alone. After feeling the power of the quasi-emperor Dan, Zhu Huang moved his gaze to the other system rewards. Dear Heavenly Emperor, Blade Fighter seeks an audience. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from outside the hall. Zhu Hua frowned slightly. It was obvious that he didn't want anyone to disturb him at a time like this, but he still said, granted. As a matter of common sense, the Blade Fighter normally wouldn't enter the hall to see himself without any major events. As soon as he entered the Great Hall, Blade Fighter knelt down and said, Emperor of Heaven, recently, there have been constant probes by extraterritorial forces, and there have been clashes at the borderlands from time to time, and many of the cultivators under his command have died tragically. Oh? There's still this? Zhu Wasteland's eyes flared with a hint of coldness. Ever since the Desolate Ancient unified the Xian domain, nothing like this had happened. Can there be anyone captured alive? Zhu Huai continued to ask. The cultivators that have been caught in recent days are all from different forces, and they all say that they have discovered the weakening of the barrier between the great domains, so they have come to explore a bit, and have no intention of offending. Zhu Hua did not reply, his eyes slightly closed in a thinking manner. Host, this is the great world is about to open, the barrier between the great domains will be weakened. In the past, it was only immortal Zun who could move through the boundaries, now immortal kings can come and go as they please, and in the future, the barrier will be weakened more and more until the boundaries are completely gone. In his head, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. At that, Zhu Huang just wanted to ask, but the former seems to have returned to that silence. Let Zhu Huang how to ask, the system also does not reply. Seeing Zhu Huang's silence, the kneeling Blade Fighter inside the hall was apprehensive for a while, not knowing what His Majesty was doing inwardly. Kill all the captured cultivators, and order you to form a few teams responsible for surveying the intelligence beyond the Xian domain. Zhu Wasteland waved his hand and drank. Obey the order. After receiving the order, Blade Fighter immediately got up and left the Great Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, Zhu Wasteland was still sitting cross-legged on top of the Emperor's chair, his mind pondering. Earth, the Great World Controversy, and the System. The System seems to have a life in its active reply today, which gives rise to a trace of scorn in Zhu Huang's heart. But at the current stage, one could not figure out the state of the System, whether the other party was conscious of a living mind or not. One can only take one step at a time. The most important thing now is that the Great World War. According to the current intelligence, the Great World War that the System is talking about is likely to be true. The heavenly realms were about to merge, and new strife would surely arise then. But this incident was good for him. Although the scorn for the System existed, the tangible rewards of the System quest still smelled good. Not long afterward, the Xian domain under the leadership of Blade Hegemony began to explore the Xian domain's surroundings. In the end, with the loss of 10 immortal exalts and 100 immortal kings, they managed to gain a foothold in the 3 neighboring domains. The 3 great domains that surrounded the Xian domain were the Demon domain, the Sword domain, and the Thunder domain. One of the most serious losses was incurred in the probing of the Devil's domain. As the name suggests, the Demon realm, which is a place where there are no rules to speak of, where it is made up of the color of blood and where killing is the main theme of the place. In the Devil's domain, everyone can be a Devil's cultivator. The next second you are laughing with you, the next second you may be transformed into a Devil's cultivator to loot and plunder. Compared to the Demon region, the Thunder domain was much more peaceful, with everything running in an organized manner under the governance of the Thunder Immortal dynasty. Now, the 3 Directions domain Draconic Ancients had all set up strongholds there. Inside the Black Dragon Hall, Blade Fighter was reporting on the intelligence from his recent probe. On the main seat, Zhu Hua did not say a word, his eyes closed in contemplation. The Thunder domain was not to be considered at the moment. There was an Immortal Emperor powerhouse sitting within, that was the apex of what living beings could cultivate, and his battle power was sure to be terrifying. Instead, it's this magic area. The Devil's domain was not regular, there were no great powers derived from it, and everything was based on power. Conquering the Demon realm was a lot easier. Continue to probe the situation in the Demon region, cause the Scarlet Army to draw closer to the edge of the Demon region, and declare to the outside world that they are putting a stop to the indiscriminate killing of innocents by demon cultivators. Zhu Wasteland gave the decree. The movement of the Scarlet Army's mobilization was too great, and if the demon domain were to notice it and cause a stronger resistance, it would be more than worth it. By order. Blade Fighter's head was lowered deeply. Right now, for Blade Fighter, Shu Wasteland's will was absolute, and he would just do as he was told anyway. This is a Zun Dan, take it and take it to break through to immortal exaltation. Shu Wasteland flung out an elixir. For patriarchs like Blade Fighter, Shu Hua still had the intention of taking care of them. After all, with the development of the desolate ancient times, I am afraid that this cultivation of the knife bully is difficult to convince the public, and then there will be someone to replace them. Anyway, it's only the proceeds of a high-level lottery, so it's still fine to use it to take care of the elderly. Receiving the elixir, Blade Fighter once again knelt toward the one on the main seat. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. He could feel the Heavenly Emperor's intention to take care of him. After all, with the development of the Desolate Ancient, he could also detect his own lack of cultivation. The further the cultivation, the greater the chasm of talent, which could not be compensated for by resources. But resources are not allowed, and Zundan is not a bad idea. After thanking the Heavenly Emperor, Blade Fighter got up and retired to prepare for his breakthrough to immortal exaltation. The matter of becoming an honored man cannot be delayed. After the knife fighter had passed, Shu Wasteland called Shu Yueyao and Shu Beitang one after another. Separately, they distributed all 30 Zun Dawn that came from the advanced lucky draw. The Great Age is approaching, and it's time to upgrade the centerpiece.